A silver moon hung high in the pitch-black sky, casting cold light over the dense forest below. A cool night breeze swept through the woods, rustling the dry yellow leaves scattered across the ground and lifting them into the air. A thick crimson hand, broad as a fan, reached out and gently caught one of the drifting leaves between two fingers. For a moment, the leaf trembled in his grasp. Then he released it, letting it float back into the darkness. Lucian lowered his gaze from the starry sky and turned toward the figure standing opposite him. Ben Tennyson. Or rather, Ben in his four-arms form. Both of them had transformed into the same alien, yet the difference between them was obvious at a glance. Ben's Omnitrix emblem was fixed on his arm, while Lucian's rested squarely in the center of his chest, a special feature brought about by the recalibrated Omnitrix. And because Lucian's Omnitrix was older and further refined, his four-arms form looked far more powerful. His frame was broader, his muscles denser, and his entire presence carried a pressure that made the air around him feel heavier. At that moment, Lucian was teaching Ben how to understand and control the different alien heroes. Nearby, the rust bucket was parked beneath a large tree. Grandpa Max and Gwen stood beside it, watching the two crimson giants with intense focus. A battle between two four-arms? There was no way they were going to miss that. Lucian's four yellow eyes glowed faintly in the dark as he raised his fists and settled into a fighting stance. Ben, his deep voice rumbled, "Are you ready?" Ben nodded firmly. He clenched all four fists, and his knuckles cracked loudly in the quiet forest. This was his first real fight, so it was impossible not to feel nervous. Still, Ben had already seen four-arms in battle before. He knew this alien's strengths: overwhelming physical power, incredible speed, armor-like red skin, bullet resistance, terrifying jumping ability, and brutal close combat potential. The scenes of four-arms fighting the mammoth and the ancient giant ape flashed through his mind like vivid memories. Seeing that Ben was prepared, Lucian wasted no time. Boom! He stumped forward, cracking the earth beneath his feet, and charged straight at Ben. Ben's eyes sharpened. He raised one massive fist, gathered all his strength, and let out a roar before swinging at Lucian with full force. Lucian shifted sideways with ease. The powerful punch tore through empty air. Before Ben could recover, Lucian grabbed his arm, twisted his body, and used his momentum to flip Ben over his shoulder. Boom! Ben slammed hard into the ground. The impact shook the earth. Dirt and broken leaves exploded into the air, leaving a deep, human-shaped crater beneath him. Ben gritted his teeth against the pain spreading across his back. Then he pushed himself up with both hands and quickly returned to his stance. Without hesitation, he charged again. Lucian watched the determined four-arms rushing toward him and nodded slightly. There was a trace of approval in his eyes. With this kind of stubborn courage, it was no wonder Ben Tennyson would one day grow into a legendary hero. The future Ben 10,000. Ben's iron fist came crashing down again. Lucian raised one crimson hand and caught it firmly. No matter how hard Ben pushed, his fist could not move even an inch. The power of four-arms isn't only about raw strength, Lucian said calmly. Use your whole body. Let your waist and legs drive the motion. Don't rely only on your arms. Ben's eyes flashed with understanding. He immediately adjusted his stance, tightened his core, and planted his feet firmly into the ground. Then he twisted his waist and threw another punch, faster and heavier than before, straight toward Lucian's chest. Lucian's eyes narrowed. He reached out again and caught Ben's fist in midair. But this time, it was not as easy. Although he managed to stop the attack, his arm trembled slightly, and his joints gave a faint crack under the pressure. Lucian had to admit it. Ben's combat instincts were truly exceptional. With only a little guidance, he had immediately grasped the core idea. Well done, Ben. Lucian's lips curved into a faint smile. Then his tone suddenly changed. But you still need a lot more practice. The moment his words fell, Lucian shoved Ben's fists aside with both hands. A terrifying burst of strength erupted from his body. Before Ben could react, Lucian roared and charged forward like a bolt of crimson lightning. His four powerful arms shot out at once, grabbing Ben and lifting him high into the air with ease. Ben suddenly felt weightless. He struggled desperately, but Lucian's grip did not loosen in the slightest. In the next instant, Lucian hurled him away with tremendous force. Boom! Ben flew through the forest like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently into a massive tree. The tree was so thick that two adults could barely wrap their arms around it together, yet under the force of the impact, it snapped clean in half. Wood chips exploded in every direction. Startled birds and beasts scattered into the darkness. From a distance, Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. She had expected the fight to be intense, but she had never imagined the gap between Lucian and Ben would be this huge. Cousin Lucian is seriously amazing, she murmured. Admiration flickered in her bright green eyes. Even at 10 years old, Gwen could not help but be impressed by overwhelming strength. Grandpa Max shook his head lightly. For Ben's first transformation, he's already doing very well, he said. He just needs time to grow. In the forest, the dust slowly began to settle. Inside the broken pit, four arms lay sprawled among dirt, branches, and shattered wood. His body was covered in debris, but his eyes still burned with determination. Lucian's overwhelming power did not discourage Ben. Instead, it lit a fire inside him. A deep, unshakable desire to become stronger began taking root in his heart. Beep, beep, beep. The Omnitrix emblem on Ben's arm suddenly began flashing red. A moment later, his huge crimson body shrank rapidly, and he returned to his human form. Thud, thud, Heavy footsteps approached. Lucian, still in his forearms form, walked over and extended one of his powerful hands, pulling Ben up from the crater. Thanks to the Omnitrix calibration board and the system's enhancements, Lucian's transformation duration had increased to 12 minutes, 2 minutes longer than before. Awesome, cuz. Ben shouted excitedly. Once my watch finishes recharging, we'll keep going. He was not satisfied with mastering only 4 arms. Ben wanted to become familiar with all 10 alien heroes and learn how to use each of their powers properly. 4 arms sighed and slapped one hand against his forehead. His 4 yellow eyes drooped slightly, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Looks like I'm not getting any rest tonight. After some time, both Lucian and Ben's watches finished recharging. Their training resumed once again. Under the silver moonlight, Lucian's sharp features were clearly illuminated. His dark eyes settled on Ben, who looked eager and ready for the next round. Ben, Lucian said calmly, you transform first. Ben did not hesitate. He flipped open the Omnitrix screen, turned the dial to select a hero, and slammed his palm down. Thud! A burst of bright green light erupted in the middle of the forest. When the light faded, a fiery alien stood in Ben's place. He was tall and lean, with skin as red as molten lava. Glowing cracks spread across his body like burning veins, and flames blazed from the top of his head, flickering wildly in the night air. Cool? Heat blast. Heat blast stared at his burning hands, unable to hide his excitement. Gwen crossed her arms and deadpanned, great. This doofus just turned into a walking torch. Pyro Knight, Grandpa Max muttered under his breath. The moment Gwen turned to look at him suspiciously, Max quickly corrected himself. Let's see what your cousin turns into next. Gwen shifted her attention back to the fight. Grandpa Max quietly let out a breath of relief. Close call, he thought. Almost gave myself away. Meanwhile, Lucian calmly studied the fiery figure glowing in the darkness. He raised his own Omnitrix and brought up the holographic selection interface. Alien projections appeared one after another as he scrolled through them. When Heat Blast's projection appeared, Lucian instinctively reached out to press it. But just before his finger touched the symbol, he paused. A better idea suddenly came to him. His eyes narrowed slightly. Swamp fire. A faint green glow flashed through the forest, cutting through the darkness for a brief instant before fading without a trace. Swamp fire stood tall and lean beneath the moonlight, his deep green body giving off a thick, pungent swamp gas scent. It actually turned him into swamp fire. Now this should be fun to watch, Grandpa Max said from where he sat nearby, holding a bowl of white rice worms. Both of them can use fire. Let's see who comes out on top. Gwen gave a small smile. I still think Lucian has the advantage. Don't be so sure. Everyone has their own specialty. Grandpa Max chuckled. Then he picked up a wriggling rice worm and popped it into his mouth. The sight made Gwen break out in a cold sweat. She quickly turned her eyes back toward the fight, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Across the clearing, Heat Blast scratched his head as he stared at swamp fire. Cuz, isn't swamp fire basically a plant? He asked, hot steam puffing from his mouth with each word. Fighting me doesn't seem very fair. Fire beat wood. Even Ben understood that much. Swamp fire simply waved a hand. That doesn't matter. Fight with everything you've got. Don't hold back because of that. His tone grew calmer, but firmer. Besides, on a real battlefield, enemies won't care about type advantages. They won't spare me just because they have the upper hand. Heat Blast nodded slowly, understanding the point. All right then, cuz. Let's get started. Exactly what I was thinking. Swamp Fire raised his palm and aimed it straight at Heat Blast. In response, Heat Blast's entire body erupted in a blinding blaze. Flames roared violently around him as he thrust one hand forward, releasing a torrent of fire that surged through the forest like a raging dragon. What powerful flames! Feeling the intense heat bearing down on him, Swamp Fire immediately realized that taking the attack head-on would be a bad idea. He sprang to the side, narrowly avoiding the blazing stream, then fired several massive fireballs from both palms. I know that move too. Heat Blast pushed both hands forward, launching a barrage of crimson fireballs to meet Swamp Fire's attack. Boom! Brilliant flashes lit up the forest as the attacks collided in midair. One explosion followed another, shaking the ground and scattering sparks through the darkness. Waves of heat swept through the area, forcing the surrounding trees to bend violently as if they might snap at any moment. Within seconds, thick smoke and dust filled the clearing, swallowing everything in a heavy gray haze. Heat Blast stood in the middle of it all, his fiery body glowing like a beacon in the darkness. He carefully scanned his surroundings, but Swamp Fire was nowhere to be seen. An exposed fighter against a hidden enemy. That was one of the worst positions to be in. Ben knew that much. Realizing the danger, Heat Blast quickly dragged one burning hand around himself, tracing a circle of fire across the ground. The flames rose in a protective ring, guarding him from any sudden ambush. Oh, Ben, that's a clever move, Grandpa Max said, freezing mid-bite with a rice worm halfway to his mouth. For someone who had no idea where his opponent was, using fire as a defensive barrier was a smart decision. This was Ben's first time using Heat Blast, yet his instincts were already impressive. Gwen's eyes widened slightly. This doofus, who knew he could think that fast, she muttered. Guess all those hours of sumo slammers weren't completely useless. Looks like I should start playing more games too. Grandpa Max laughed, tossing another rice worm into his mouth with a loud crunch. Meanwhile, Heat Blast remained alert inside the flaming circle, watching for the slightest movement in the smoke. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rushed from behind him. Heat Blast spun around just in time to see a blazing red fireball flying straight toward his face, radiating terrifying heat. Without hesitation, he unleashed a pillar of fire from his palm. The two flames collided, and the incoming fireball shattered instantly, bursting apart into wisps of white smoke that faded into the night air. Whoosh! A dark green figure shot forward like lightning. Before Heat Blast could react, a heavy force slammed into him, sending him tumbling out of the fire circle. You fell for it, Ben? That fireball was just a decoy. Swamp Fire lunged in and wrapped his arms tightly around Heat Blast. The two crashed to the ground, rolling through dirt and dry leaves. But the moment those leaves touched Heat Blast's body, they ignited and crumbled into ash, drifting away on the wind. My whole body's made of fire, cuz. Heat Blast said as he slowly pushed himself up. If you grab me like that, you're only going to hurt yourself. Swamp Fire rose across from him and spread his arms, showing the layer of wet mud coating his body. I covered myself in mud first. It won't completely block the heat, but it reduces the damage enough for me to handle. Heat Blast's jaw dropped. Wait, you can do that. Just adapting, Swamp Fire replied with a shrug. If you hadn't made that fire circle earlier, I might not have thought of it. Oh, come on. Heat Blast lowered his head for a moment, then clenched his fists and straightened. But this isn't over yet. I haven't lost. He raised his blazing hand and unleashed another roaring stream of fire. Swamp Fire's figure blurred. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of Heat Blast. His vine-like fist clenched tight, and he drove a heavy punch into Heat Blast's chest. Caught off guard, Heat Blast barely managed to cross his arms in front of himself before the impact sent him flying backward. He crashed hard into a massive boulder, scattering sparks across the ground. Be careful. Swamp Fire didn't give him time to recover. His aura flared as he charged forward again, moving with frightening speed. Facing the relentless assault, Heat Blast shook his head to clear the dizziness and narrowly dodged the next heavy blow. He countered with a fierce kick toward Swamp Fire's waist. But Swamp Fire caught his leg mid-swing. With a sharp twist, he slammed Heat Blast hard into the ground. The impact shook the clearing, leaving Heat Blast dazed and seeing stars. Looks like Swamp Fire has the advantage in close combat, Grandpa Max remarked. Heat Blast struggled up from the dirt, anger flaring in his glowing eyes. His entire body ignited with even greater intensity. A scorching wave of heat burst outward, forcing Swamp Fire to leap back. Heat Blast brought both hands together, gathering his flames into one concentrated point. Then he released a massive pillar of fire that roared forward, carrying overwhelming heat straight towards Swamp Fire. Despite the terrifying inferno rushing toward him, Swamp Fire remained calm. He raised both palms and fired a burst of crimson flame to meet the attack. Whoosh! The two torrents of fire collided violently, sending waves of burning energy exploding through the air. The heat warped the space around them, and the ground trembled beneath the pressure. I didn't expect Heat Blast's flames to be this strong. Swamp Fire's brow furrowed as searing heat washed over him. His swamp gas flames were being pushed back, overwhelmed by the raw power of Heat Blast's attack. In the blink of an eye, Heat Blast poured every ounce of energy into his flames. The inferno surged. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the clearing. Swamp Fire was swallowed by the roaring fire. The ground where he had stood was blasted bare. Rocks shattered, soil turned black, and waves of smoke rolled into the sky. Staring at the raging flames, Heat Blast froze. A sudden pang of regret tightened in his chest. "Cuz," he shouted, sprinting toward the inferno. Then, without warning, a dark green sprout burst from the ground beside his feet. Chapter 53, The Final Showdown. Dark green buds sprouted wildly, twisting and growing at an incredible rate until they formed a small, gnarled sapling that clawed at the air. Within seconds, the shape shifted and solidified. Swamp Fire had returned. Hearing movement behind him, Heat Blast turned in surprise, only for Swamp Fire to grab him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly in one large, vine-covered hand. "You lose," Swamp Fire said hoarsely. Heat Blast let out a helpless sigh. "All right, cuz, you win." Beep beep beep. The Omnitrix emblem on Heat Blast's wrist began to flash before bursting into a crimson glow, reverting him back to Ben's original form. Swamp Fire set the dejected Ben down gently and said in a reassuring tone, "Don't be discouraged. You did really well just now. You almost burned your cuz to ashes." "Really?" Ben's eyes brightened, but the excitement quickly faded. "But, I still don't get it. How did you come out of the ground like that?" Swamp Fire raised a dark green finger, flexing it casually as he explained, "This alien's real body is plant-based. It can release swamp gas and
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Really reshape its form. When you attacked as Heat Blast, I transformed into roots and burrowed underground. Then I came up right beside you. Catching you off guard was the goal." Ben's jaw dropped, his eyes filled with awe. "Whoa, that's awesome. What a powerful alien. Looks like Heat Blast doesn't stand a chance against Swamp Fire," he exclaimed. Swamp Fire shook his head. "Not exactly, Ben. Heat Blast's control over fire is impressive, but Swamp Fire's just more well-rounded. He's got solid healing and close combat abilities. Besides, this time you didn't really know what swamp fire could do. Next time, it won't be that easy to use the same trick. Ben nodded quietly, taking in every word. Glancing at the original Omnitrix on Ben's wrist, swamp fire suddenly had an idea. Ben, hold out your arm. Since the replica Omnitrix had the ability to record DNA, it was worth testing whether it could absorb his genetic data. What's up, cuz? Though confused, Ben extended his arm without hesitation. Swamp fire grabbed the Omnitrix, but there was no reaction. Not enough pressure? He tried using his claws to lightly scrape at the surface of the watch, still nothing. System, he thought silently, why can't the replica Omnitrix absorb my DNA? Due to insufficient genetic purity, the replica Omnitrix cannot record DNA. Swamp fire originates from the Methanosian species, but contains traces of host DNA, preventing direct extraction by the Omnitrix. So this method won't work after all. Swamp fire sighed inwardly. It seemed the only way for Ben to unlock more alien heroes was to come into contact with real aliens. 2 minutes later, Swamp Fire's form shimmered and reverted to Lucian. Ben rubbed his growling stomach. I'm starving? Let's grab a midnight snack, cuz I've still got a few chocolate bars in my backpack. Lucian chuckled and walked back with him toward the rust bucket. When the two returned, Grandpa was already waiting with a grin, holding out a bowl filled with squirming white mealworms. The sight made Lucian's scalp prickle. Come, come. You two must be worn out, Grandpa said with a laugh. This is my special protein-packed late-night snack. A rare treat. In the big cities, something like this would be considered a delicacy worth its weight in gold. Gwen smirked as she watched Ben's miserable expression. Doofus, it'll taste worse when it's cold. Better eat it while it's still fresh. Ben glared at his cousin, then looked down at the bowl of wriggling white worms with the expression of someone walking to his doom. Gwen, you should have some too, Grandpa added kindly. The grin on Gwen's face froze instantly, a twitch forming at the corner of her mouth. Grandpa, you two go ahead. I'm not hungry. Lucian let out a quiet laugh and slipped back into the rust bucket, leaving the pitiful cousins to face their feast. Once inside, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Lucian lay back on the soft bed, his eyelids growing heavy as he slowly drifted into sleep. Silence. A deathly stillness filled the air. Darkness and distortion stretched endlessly in all directions, broken only by fleeting flashes of white shadows that passed by with piercing, sorrowful wails haunting and bone-chilling. Lucian stood alone in the boundless void. He couldn't even see his own hand before his face. There was no light, no sound, no warmth. It was as if the world itself had ceased to exist. No sun, no air, no sky, no earth. Nothing but endless emptiness. Is anyone there? Lucian called out, his voice echoing faintly through the abyss. Suddenly, the darkness ahead split open, tearing wide like a monstrous wound. From within, a massive purple eye emerged, glowing eerily as it stared straight at him. You've come? The enormous violet eye locked onto him, its gaze suffocating. Compared to that vast presence, Lucian was nothing more than a speck of dust drifting in the void. You're ghost freak. Lucian muttered in disbelief. No wonder that eye seemed so familiar. The purple iris flickered with murderous intent. You will die by my hand. Lucian stayed calm, lifting his wrist to activate the Omnitrix only to freeze. The watch was gone. The Omnitrix, it disappeared. The enormous eye began to close in, its pressure crashing down on him like a tidal wave. Lucian tried to run, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, heavy and unmoving. He could only watch helplessly as the eye drew nearer, its glow consuming everything. Wait for me. I'll awaken soon. As the chilling words echoed through the darkness, the massive violet eye descended completely, swallowing Lucian whole. Whoosh. Lucian jolted awake, springing upright from the soft bed. A blinding white light hit his face, stinging his eyes until he had to squint. It took him a moment to adjust. He glanced out the car window. The sun was bright, the sky clear, and the breeze gentle. Lucian let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just a nightmare. He ran a hand down his back. It was soaked in cold sweat. Even if it had only been a dream, he didn't let his guard down. His instincts told him that Ghost Freak was close to breaking free. Outside the rust bucket stretched a lush, green forest alive with birdsong and the scent of flowers. Butterflies in dazzling colors danced among wildflowers, joined by dragonflies gliding beside them, a peaceful, vibrant scene. Rumble? A green SUV roared to a stop, its tires grinding into the dirt as it kicked up a cloud of dust and gravel, shattering the calm. Several men in black masks jumped out, each armed and tense. The leader, Slick, cast a glance at the nearby rust bucket but ignored it. To him, anyone driving that run-down RV was just some harmless retiree, nothing to worry about. Listen up, boys. Slick rested an AK-47 on his shoulder. Today's mission is to catch a Maltese tiger. This species is so rare you won't find one in 10,000 tigers. Our client's offering a fortune. If we bag this little kitty, we'll never have to worry about money again. A stocky man holding a tranquilizer gun scratched his head. Boss, do we need it alive or dead? Slick's face twitched, and he glared at him. Chunk, did a donkey kick your head in? Of course alive if we can. But if it comes to it, even a Maltese tiger carcass fetches a nice price. Chunk ducked his head, mumbling like a scolded kid. But boss, Maltese tigers are a top-level protected species. If we take one, won't we? Relax, idiot. Our client bought this lead from a lumberjack who swears he saw signs of one nearby. No one else knows about this yet. Slick grinned slyly. "Heh, boss is brilliant." Chunk chuckled awkwardly. The others nodded, understanding the plan. Once everyone was ready, Slick raised his hand and shouted, "Grab your gear and move out. This mission will not fail." "Yes, sir." The group responded in unison, energized and ready. With their equipment on their backs, they followed Slick into the forest. Inside the rust bucket, Ben had his face pressed against the window, watching the poachers disappear into the dense trees. A mischievous spark lit his eyes. Time for the heroes to make their move. At the table, Gwen tapped at her laptop while explaining, "The Maltese tiger is an incredibly rare creature, intelligent, spiritual, and proud. Reports say fewer than 5 exist worldwide. And once they're captured and lose their freedom, they'll stop eating altogether until they die. We can't let those poachers succeed," Grandpa said firmly. Lucian nodded slightly. "Good. This'll be a perfect chance for Ben to get some field practice. No matter how great one's talent, true strength only comes through real combat experience." With everyone in agreement, they packed up and headed deeper into the forest. Beneath the towering canopy of lush trees, a powerful tiger lay sprawled on the ground, gnawing at the carcass of a moose. Its coat, a blend of black and blue, gleamed with a bright sheen, radiating an almost spiritual vitality. At that moment, it feasted with relish, savoring its recent conquest. Rustle! Suddenly, movement stirred in the nearby grass. The Maltese tiger's ears twitched, and it sprang instantly from the elk carcass. It growled low, baring bloodied fangs as it scanned its surroundings warily. Unbeknownst to it, 30 meters behind, a silver needle-like glint flashed through the grass. Chunk's bulky frame lay concealed in the emerald grass, a tranquilizer gun in hand, aimed squarely at the Maltese tiger's hindquarters. "Kitty kitty, time for your shot, ha." Chunk murmured softly, then pulled the trigger, firing a silver streak of light. Whoosh! A thick tranquilizer dart, carrying a chilling aura, shot toward the Maltese tiger like a deadly silver serpent, its fangs bared, moving at lightning speed. Almost simultaneously, the Maltese tiger leaped sideways, narrowly evading the tranquilizer dart. It bared its sharp fangs and let out a thunderous roar, scattering birds in all directions and sending beasts trembling, frozen in fear. The Maltese tiger sprang up, its claws leaving deep gashes in the ground as it charged toward Chunk's position, roaring furiously. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, several more tranquilizer darts shot fiercely from other directions, all targeting the Maltese tiger. The Maltese tiger growled lowly, weaving through the trees, dodging every single tranquilizer dart in succession. It then abandoned its attack on Chunk, accelerating at full speed and fleeing deep into the forest. Slick couldn't sit still any longer. He burst out from behind a large tree, waving his arms. "Damn it! What the hell are you lot doing? Not a single shot hit? Get your asses moving and chase it down." The others scrambled frantically, crawling out from their hiding spots in different directions. "Boss, you fired too," Chunk remarked quietly. Slick pounded his chest in fury. "Cut the crap! Everyone chase him! If we don't catch that Maltese tiger, none of you eat tonight." No sooner had he spoken than Chunk, without a word, grabbed his tranquilizer gun and charged deep into the forest. His speed left the others trailing behind him silently impressed. Good grief, was this some hungry spirit from a past life come back to haunt us? But Slick quickly snapped back to reality and led the others in hot pursuit. Following the trail, the group gradually reached the deepest part of the forest. Towering trees stood all around, their heights piercing the clouds and blocking out the sunlight above. Soon, a dimly lit cave appeared ahead. Green vines cascaded down its entrance like a waterfall, obscuring their view. Slick sneered coldly. This beast won't get far now. Once he captured this Maltese tiger, he'd rise to prominence, transforming from a commoner into a noble. At Slick's command, Chunk and the others, weapons in hand, slowly entered the gloomy opening. After an unknown amount of time, a terrifying tiger's roar erupted from within the cave. The Maltese tiger, several syringes stuck in its body, staggered and struggled its way out of the cave. An excruciating numbness instantly engulfed its entire body, slowing its steps to a crawl. Seeing this, Chunk and the others immediately gave chase from behind. They swiftly assembled the portable folding cage they carried and, mustering every ounce of strength, forced the weakened Maltese tiger inside. "Ha ha ha ha." Slick cackled maniacally, slapping the iron cage and grinning. "Run? Why aren't you running now?" "Boss, because it can't run anymore." Chunk scratched his head awkwardly. "Duh." Slick shot him a withering glance before ordering the others to lift the Maltese tiger and prepare to head back. Suddenly, a young boy leaped out from the grass ahead. Hero enters the stage. Ben Tennyson stood straight-backed before the poachers, hands on hips. Silence fell over the group, the atmosphere turning awkward. Slick snorted coldly, snarling, "Kid, get the hell out of here or I won't be polite." "Release the tiger," Ben declared fearlessly. "Move aside." Slick snatched an AK-47 and aimed it directly at Ben. "Looks like the wise man has come down from the mountain to set things straight." Ben pressed his watch, rapidly switching modes. "You bunch of losers, let the superhero teach you a lesson." Boom! Deep within the forest, an intense green light erupted. As the light faded, a burly, muscular man suddenly appeared where the little boy had been standing. With 4 arms and 4 eyes, his skin a blood-red hue, his body covered in bulging muscles like a fierce wild bull, he was incredibly robust. The sight made Slick's eyelids twitch violently, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. But battle-hardened, he suppressed his fear and shouted hoarsely, "Quick, shoot, kill this monster." Click click click. At their leader's command, the poachers raised their guns, all aimed at the forearms. "Seems you won't back down until I show you what I'm made of." The forearms clenched his fists, then thrust his legs forward, charging fiercely toward the poachers. In the nearby grass, Gwen watched anxiously, her eyes fixed on the commotion outside. "I wonder if that doofus can handle those people." Grandpa ruffled Gwen's hair reassuringly. "Don't worry. Ben isn't as fragile as you think. He'll handle this just fine. Poachers are weak fighters. Ben has transformed into forearms. Dealing with them won't take much effort," Lucian stated calmly. Since the opponents were merely ordinary men with guns, he felt confident letting Ben handle it, especially since this was Ben's first real combat experience. Meanwhile, the sound of gunfire and angry shouts echoed from ahead. Slick gripped his high-caliber AK-47, his finger locked on the trigger as he unleashed torrential bursts of bullets. Carried by immense kinetic energy, the bullets screamed toward the forearms. The others followed suit, unleashing their most intense firepower. A terrifying hail of bullets instantly enveloped the forearms' form. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dense clusters of bullets struck the forearm's body with frenzied force, producing a sound like popping beans. Yet they were deflected back, scattering onto the ground. Ordinary firearms couldn't pierce the skin of forearms. Even certain powerful alien technologies inflicted only limited damage. "You losers are in for a world of trouble." Shouldering the fierce firepower, Forearms rushed forward in a single stride, closing in on Chunk. He snatched the machine gun from Chunk's hands and slammed it hard against his knee. With a loud snap, the weapon shattered into two useless pieces of scrap metal under the brute force. Forearms lifted the 200-pound Chunk with effortless ease, as if carrying a small chicken, his eyes blazing with savage intent. "Forearms monster, please, please spare me." Chunk wept in terror, nearly wetting himself. How could such a terrifying monster appear in the great forest? "I am not a Forearms monster, I am Forearms." With that, Forearms hurled Chunk far away, slamming him into a thicket of bushes. Coincidentally, he landed not far from Lucian and the others. Watching the fat man sprawled on his back, Gwen smiled bitterly. If only he hadn't called him wrong, this doofus is really particular about his name. After sending Chunk flying, Forearms' fury showed no sign of abating. He plunged headlong into the crowd of poachers, charging wildly and instantly knocking over numerous men. The weapons in their hands were utterly destroyed by the Forearms, trampled into a heap of scrap metal, completely rendered useless for combat. Terrified, the poachers knelt, begging for mercy, pleading with the Forearms to spare them. "Please let us go, we'll never do it again. Monster bro, I have elderly parents and young children to support. Please be magnanimous and don't hold this against us. It was the boss who ordered us to do this. Go after him instead." Forearms let out a cold snort. He pulled a tough steel cable from one of the poachers and tied them all up tightly before tossing them onto the ground. Suddenly, the poacher behind him, Slick, raised his rifle and aimed at the black and blue tiger inside the iron cage. "If I can't have it, then neither can you, freak." He pulled the trigger, sending a barrage of bullets straight toward the sleeping tiger. Furious, Forearms pushed off the ground like a cannonball, trying to shield the cage. But it was too late. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun bullets. At that critical moment, a blue streak flashed in front of the cage. Dark claws sliced through the air, leaving behind blinding afterimages. Under Slick's horrified gaze, the figure took every bullet head-on. XLR-8 retracted his X-mask, his voice hoarse. "All clean in 2 or 3 hits." In the next instant, his figure blurred and appeared right in front of the poacher. A lightning-fast punch sent the stunned Slick crashing unconscious to the ground. Forearms ran over just then. Seeing the black and blue tiger unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. "Good thing you got here in time, cuz," he said in a deep voice, tearing open the iron cage and carefully lifting the sleeping tiger out. XLR-8 nodded. "Remember, think before you act. Protect the target first, then deal with the enemy." Forearms lowered his head, guilt creeping in. He'd been too focused on beating up the poachers, thinking their attacks couldn't hurt him. He hadn't expected their leader to choose to go down with them. Seeing his dejected look, XLR-8 waved a hand. "All right, Ben. It was your first real mission, and you did great. Don't beat yourself up." Though things nearly went wrong, Ben had still taken down the poaching team, a success worth praising. Hearing that, Forearms relaxed, a small, pleased smile appearing on his face. Soon, Grandpa Max and Gwen emerged from the bushes. "In the end, my cuz always comes through," Gwen said, eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Lucian. Grandpa Max laughed heartily. "You both did an amazing job. In a few days, we'll head to New York Plaza. Grandpa's treating you to some fun." "Oh yeah? The new Sumo Slammers arcade launch is happening there." Forearms jumped with excitement, making the ground quake. XLR-8 smiled faintly, saying nothing. Lucian, however, didn't yet know that this trip to New York wouldn't include him. After Grandpa Max's report, the poachers were soon arrested by the local police, handcuffed and awaiting their sentences behind bars. The black and blue tiger, brimming with a mystical aura, was handed over to the National Endangered Species Protection Association for safe care. With their protection, its future was secure. Afterward, Lucian and the others received the Brave Citizen Award and were made honorary members of the National Endangered Species Protection Association, free to visit their headquarters anytime. Guess sometimes luck's on your side, Lucian said with a wry smile. What does that even mean? Ben asked, looking puzzled. Lucian just shrugged and didn't reply. That night, the rust bucket stayed parked in the forest. Under the hazy moonlight, Lucian continued sparring with Ben, helping him get used to the 10 original heroes. Diamond had raised his arm, transforming it into a cluster of sharp crystal spikes that whistled toward Humungusor. Humungusor shifted to the side, dodging the attack. Clang! Clang! The green spike slammed into a nearby tree, piercing its bark with a crisp crack. Then Humungusor's body swelled, rising more than 10 meters tall in an instant. Under the bright moonlight, his mighty presence left Diamond Head frozen in awe. So this is Humungusor's gigantification. As he spoke, Humungusor lifted his massive foot, ready to stomp down. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body. He clutched his head and rapidly shrank back to normal size. "Cuz, what's wrong?" Diamond Head's eyes narrowed as he rushed over. Humungusor shook his head, about to answer, but in the next second, his small green eyes turned an eerie shade of purple. Chapter 56, The Anomaly. In the shadowy forest, a bitter wind swept through the moonlit trees, rustling the leaves with a chilling whisper. The claw-like silhouettes of the trees stretched across the body of the Humungusor, their darkness merging with the eerie glow of his violet eyes. The sight was unsettling, even frightening. Diamond Head's eyes filled with worry and urgency. Supporting the Humungusor with both hands, he asked, "Cuz, your eyes look strange. What's going on?" Gritting his teeth, the Humungusor suddenly threw Diamond Head aside. Clutching his head in agony, he slammed his fists against the ground again and again. His violent power rippled through the forest floor, shaking the ground as grass and dirt scattered everywhere. The commotion immediately caught the attention of the two inside the rust bucket. Gwen stared at Humungusor in disbelief. What's happening to him? Is this some kind of side effect from the alien form? Grandpa shook his head as he looked at the monster's purple eyes. I don't think so. Either way, we need to calm him down before things get worse. Watching Humungusor's rampage, Diamond Head's expression hardened. His hands morphed into crystal hammers as he charged forward. "Cuz, I don't know what's happening, but I won't let you lose yourself." He leapt into the air, raising his massive crystal hammer high before bringing it down with all his strength. Humungusor's violet eyes flared as he roared, his mountain-sized fist meeting the descending hammer head-on with a gust of wind that split the air. Boom! The thunderous impact shattered the crystal hammer into glittering shards that rained down like broken glass. The force blasted Diamond Head backward, slamming him hard into a towering tree and shaking loose a storm of leaves. What power! Diamond Head muttered, staggering to his feet, staring in disbelief. Roar! Humungusor crushed the ground beneath his feet and charged forward with a deafening roar. Aqua Arrow! Gwen chanted swiftly, releasing a surge of water that shot through the air and struck Humungusor square in the chest. But it only burst into a splash of droplets, barely slowing him down. Seeing the unstoppable beast, Diamond Head reshaped his hands into sharp spikes and charged again. "Cuz, wake up!" He dodged a massive punch and countered, driving his crystal spike into Humungusor's abdomen. The creature howled in rage and pain, then swung its tail with crushing force, sending Diamond Head flying. He hit the ground hard, rolling through the mud before falling still. Humungusor's violet eyes glowed brighter, his body wreathed in a chilling aura as he lumbered toward the fallen Diamond Head. Sensing danger, Gwen began chanting another spell, summoning a swirling mass of water that took the shape of a ferocious dragon. "Water Dragon Soul," she cried, sweeping her hand forward. The water dragon roared, its body twisting with fluid power before hurling itself at Humungusor. Boom! The impact was immense. The raging water dragon slammed into Humungusor's back, knocking him off balance and sending him stumbling forward under its crushing force. "Ben, quickly, trap him with your crystals," Grandpa Max shouted. This was their best chance to take down the Humungusor. Hero time. Diamond Head struggled to his feet, raising his hand toward the Humungusor. From beneath the ground, a towering mountain of crystals surged upward. Boom! The massive crystal formation slammed into the Humungusor's jaw, sending him flying backward like a broken kite. He crashed heavily to the ground and lay there, face down, unmoving. Seeing this, Grandpa Max and Gwen both let out a sigh of relief before hurrying over to check on him. To be safe, Diamond Head used his crystals to bind the Humungusor's limbs. "Is he going to be okay?" Gwen asked anxiously. "Once the transformation wears off, we'll take Lucian to the hospital," Grandpa Max said with a sigh, though his tone held uncertainty. Diamond Head nodded. "Don't worry. Cuz is strong. He'll be fine." Still, until the transformation ended, he refused to release the Humungusor. Just then, a green light burst from Humungusor's body. The sudden brightness made everyone squint, thinking Lucian was finally returning to normal. But what appeared next left them all stunned. A pale, ghostly figure with violet pupils and a body covered in cracks now stood where the Humungusor had been, its hands shackled to the ground. "It's Ghost Freak." Diamond Head's eyes narrowed. "But why?" Gwen began, but before she could finish, the ghostly shadow melted into the air, instantly breaking free from the crystal restraints. It lunged savagely toward Diamond Head. The sudden strike caught him off guard. He was slammed backward, crashing to the ground in a rough roll. "Ben!" Gwen cried out. She quickly cast a spell, firing a sharp water arrow straight at the phantom. Ghost Freak gave a chilling laugh and faded into the air. Gwen looked around in alarm, her pupils shrinking as realization struck. "Grandpa, run," she shouted. At that moment, Ghost Freak appeared behind Grandpa Max, its deathly pale hand reaching out toward him. "Not on your life." Diamond Head raised his arm, launching a volley of crystal spikes that forced Ghost Freak back. "You'll all die," Ghost Freak hissed, shrieking as it dove again at Diamond Head. "Come on, tickle me," Diamond Head taunted, setting himself in a battle stance. Just as Ghost Freak was about to strike, the Omnitrix on his chest began to flash. Ghost Freak clutched its head, screaming in anguish. "No, I don't want to go back." Boom! A burst of red light erupted from Ghost Freak's body, and in the next instant, it transformed back into Lucian. "Cuz." Diamond Head rushed forward. Lucian's eyes were dazed, his mind foggy and heavy, as if he'd been asleep for an eternity. Suddenly, a chilling cold swept over him from behind, making his skin crawl. He turned sharply and froze. At some point, Ghost Freak had appeared again, hovering behind him, its single purple eye locked onto him. Lucian's dazed mind suddenly snapped clear. In an instant, he leapt backward, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the terrifying Ghost Freak. "All right, what's going on now?" Diamond Head groaned, spreading his hands in exasperation. His head was spinning from the chaos. Even so, he stepped protectively in front of Lucian and the others, standing firm against the sinister Ghost Freak. "I finally escaped." Bathed in moonlight, Ghost Freak raised his pale claws, the icy wind cutting through the night as his eerie form loomed before them. Lucian's expression grew tense. Ghost Freak's power was immense. Without transforming into a powerful alien, there was no chance of victory. He looked down at the Omnitrix, only to see it glowing red. Transformation was impossible for now. Grandpa Max frowned deeply as he watched the detached specter. "An ectoneurite, this isn't good." Gwen shivered, glancing nervously at Lucian. "Cuz, what's going on? Why did Ghost Freak break free?" "Because Ghost Freak's DNA can develop an independent consciousness," Lucian sighed helplessly. "Ectoneurites, naturally malevolent, ghost-like aliens, could regenerate from even a single cell, forming a new consciousness to bring themselves back to life." Diamond Head snorted coldly, showing not a trace of fear. "Hey, you ugly ghost! Get back inside where you belong, or I'll make you regret it." He pointed directly at the ghastly pale specter. "Oh, and what exactly are you going to do about it?" Ghost Freak sneered. Diamond Head crossed his arms. "What else? If you don't crawl back where you came from, I'll beat the crap out of you." Ghost Freak's laughter echoed hoarsely through the forest, its grating tone making everyone's ears ache. "Beat me." His single eye glowed with icy fury. "Today, every one of you will die by my hand." "This is bad," Lucian thought, his stomach sinking. Sure enough, Ghost Freak's body began to twist and change. The pale layer of skin tore apart under his sharp claws, revealing his true form within seconds. An inverted skull, gleaming fangs, and a single eerie purple eye glared out. His body shifted from white to dark violet, his skin riddled with jagged cracks that pulsed with a sinister glow. Under the moonlight, his long, razor-sharp claws shimmered with cold menace. "Breaking free feels incredible." Ghost Freak howled, his raspy laughter cutting through the night. "Finally, I'm out of that watch prison." Diamond Head scoffed. "So what? I can just shove you right back in." Ghost Freak's laughter stopped cold. His single eye narrowed, locking onto the defiant Diamond Head. "Kid, I've put up with you long enough," he hissed. "Then come beat me up." With that, Diamond Head kicked off the ground like a cannonball, his arms morphing into jagged spikes as he charged straight at Ghost Freak. "Ben, come back," Lucian shouted, reaching out. But it was too late. Diamond Head had already reached his target. He swung his crystal spikes in a blinding arc, their sharp edges flashing under the moonlight. Ghost Freak's form blurred, dodging effortlessly. In the next instant, his massive bone claw slammed into Diamond Head's chest. Diamond Head grunted in pain, the force hurling him backward. He crashed into a thick cypress tree, shattering it in two before hitting the ground hard unconscious. Who would have thought two Omnitrixes would appear at the same time? Truly astonishing, Ghost Freak murmured. "I wonder what Azimuth would think if he found out." At those words, Grandpa Max's expression changed instantly. "You know Azimuth?" He clenched his fists, his gaze flickering with unease. "Oh, looks like you know him too," Ghost Freak chuckled darkly. "That guy took my DNA. How could I not know him? Once I deal with you all, I'll claim both Omnitrixes. Then no one in the universe will be my match. If that's what you think, you're dead wrong." Grandpa Max shook his head, his gray hair glinting faintly under the moonlight. "Out there in the vast universe, there are countless beings far stronger than you. Your plan will never succeed." "Then let's find out." Ghost Freak twisted, his form wreathed in a dark, sinister aura as he flew straight toward Lucian. "One Omnitrix first. Don't you dare hurt my cousin." Gwen stepped in front of Lucian, summoning a roaring blue water dragon that tore through the air toward Ghost Freak. Ghost Freak dodged to the side, narrowly evading the ferocious blast. He had no intention of taking a magical attack like that head-on. "You're all looking for death," Ghost Freak hissed, charging again. Lucian pulled out his portable blackboard, unfolded his crystal hoverboard, and leapt onto it in one swift motion. He powered it up, soaring away at full speed to lure Ghost Freak off their trail. But Ghost Freak was far too cunning. He immediately saw through Lucian's intent. With a chilling grin, he suddenly shifted course and lunged toward a startled Gwen. Faced with the hideous creature, Gwen hastily conjured a transparent bubble of water around herself. Rip! Ghost Freak's bone claws shredded the barrier instantly, the bubble bursting into mist that scattered into the air. Grabbing Gwen by the arm, Ghost Freak shouted toward Lucian above. Try to run again, and I'll kill her right here. Lucian froze midair, body rigid. He turned toward Ghost Freak, a faint gleam flashing in his eyes there and gone in an instant. Unnoticed, Grandpa Max had quietly crept up behind Ghost Freak. Raising the shard of crystal in his hand, he thrust it hard toward the creature's skull. Sensing the sudden movement behind him, Ghost Freak whipped around, his claws lashing out to block the attack. Crash! The crystal fragment in Grandpa Max's hand shattered instantly, the sharp crack echoing through the dark forest. The next moment, a monstrous force slammed into him, sending him flying. He crashed onto a patch of grass, groaning as he struggled to move. Grandpa! Gwen screamed, trying to rush over, but Ghost Freak's grip tightened, holding her fast. Tap, tap. Diamond Head, having recovered, burst forward with tremendous power, his aura blazing as he charged straight toward Ghost Freak. Insolent wretch! He raised his arm, forming a massive crystal spear, ready to hurl it. You'd better not move. Ghost Freak's cold voice cut through the air as his bone-white claws clamped around Gwen's throat, pressing just enough to draw a bead of blood. One wrong move, and he'd rip it open. Diamond Head clenched his fists, fury blazing in his eyes, but he couldn't act. Lucian sighed softly as he descended from above, dismissing the crystal hoverboard before striding forward toward Ghost Freak. Let her go, and the Omnitrix is yours, Lucian said calmly, his face filled with unshakable resolve. Cuz, don't. Gwen shook her head desperately, tears welling in her eyes. She couldn't believe he would risk his life for her. No, cuz, run. Diamond Head protested, then turned toward Ghost Freak. I have an Omnitrix too. Take mine and let them go. Ghost Freak sneered. Don't worry. Both of your Omnitrixes are mine. I'll get to you soon enough. You. Diamond Head's fists trembled. He wanted nothing more than to charge in and smash this alien freak into the ground. Ghost Freak tightened his grip on Gwen, motioning for Lucian to approach. His meaning was clear: try anything, and she'd die instantly. Lucian's expression didn't waver as he walked forward. Cuz, forget about me? Just go. Gwen cried, tears spilling down her cheeks. She didn't want him to die for her sake. Gwen, I'm your cousin. How could I ever abandon you? Lucian said firmly, his eyes filled with quiet determination. But deep down, he already had a plan. Ghost Freak let out a chilling laugh. How touching. Such moving family affection, I could almost cry. Come on then. Lucian stepped closer. But first, let my cousin run. I don't trust you not to change your mind. No problem. Ghost Freak released Gwen and lunged straight at Lucian. You're going back on your word. Lucian spun around and bolted, feigning anger and panic. In truth, he was trying to draw Ghost Freak's attention and lead it away. Deep down, Lucian knew Ghost Freak would never play fair. Anyone who tried to negotiate with it would end up dead. Ghost Freak let out a chilling laugh, gliding swiftly after him. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Gwen froze in shock. She hadn't expected things to turn out like this. But she quickly snapped out of it, took a deep breath, and forced down her fear before sprinting after Lucian. Diamond Head glanced at Grandpa Max's unconscious body on the ground, then at Gwen's fading figure. His eyes hardened as he made his decision and charged after them. If Ghost Freak succeeded in taking Cuz's watch, they would all die. Better to risk everything than sit and wait for death. At least this way, there was still a sliver of hope. With that thought, Diamond Head's crystal body gleamed as he sprinted into the dark forest. The forest was pitch black, strange creatures hanging upside down from the trees. Dozens of scarlet eyes flickered faintly among the branches. Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed through the woods, startling the creatures into flight as they scattered in all directions. Cold sweat beaded on Lucian's forehead as he ran through the shadowy forest, his clothes snagged with leaves and twigs. He turned his head in panic, but saw nothing, no sign of Ghost Freak at all. Who are you looking for? A raspy voice came from behind. Lucian didn't turn around. Instead, he bolted forward again, widening the distance between them before finally spinning around to face Ghost Freak, who hovered in the air. What's wrong? Not running anymore. Ghost Freak's single violet eye locked onto him. That's right. I'm done running. Lucian pulled out the small blackboard, unfolding the crystal hoverboard beneath his feet. Because I'm flying away. Ghost Freak's expression twisted in alarm. He'd already seen how fast that thing could move. It was far too quick to catch. The moment Lucian stepped onto the crystal hoverboard, Ghost Freak's fury exploded. His form blurred into a streak of purple light as he darted toward Lucian at incredible speed. Don't even think about escaping, you miserable earthling. As he spoke, Ghost Freak raised his sharp white claws, charged with dark, chilling energy, and slashed down at the hoverboard. He intended to shred the cursed board to pieces, then seize Lucian's body and claim the Omnitrix for himself. Lucian's lips curved faintly upward. This guy took the bait. He stomped hard, activating a hidden trigger. The hoverboard vanished instantly, retracting into his device as Lucian dropped back to the ground, landing on his small blackboard. Under Ghost Freak's twisted glare, Lucian raised his wrist and thrust the Omnitrix toward the incoming claws. Ghost Freak's eye widened, but his momentum was too great, he couldn't stop. Boom! The bone claws smashed into the Omnitrix, sending out a burst of bright sparks. A pulse of green energy exploded outward, blasting Ghost Freak backward with a piercing scream as his body flickered violently. Lucian was thrown back as well, crashing into a patch of grass but managing to escape serious harm. You dare trick me? Ghost Freak roared, his purple eye blazing with murderous rage. Didn't see that coming, did you? The real show's just starting. Lucian smirked coldly, glancing down at the Omnitrix. It was glowing green again. The moment Ghost Freak grabbed Gwen, Lucian had already set his plan in motion. He'd faked his resolve to die, making Ghost Freak think victory was certain. Then, he'd used its own brute force to trigger the Omnitrix's defense mechanism. Now, he could transform again. Hand over the Omnitrix. A wave of icy energy erupted from Ghost Freak, shaking the trees as the forest rustled in the cold wind. If you want it, Lucian said evenly, come and get it. He slammed his hand down on the Omnitrix, its holographic projection flaring to life in a ghostly green glow. He switched to Swamp Fire and struck the core. Boom! A blinding light filled the forest, piercing through the darkness before fading away. When it cleared, a small alien stood beneath the moonlight, its body shaped like a battery, crackling with arcs of green electricity. Lucian looked down at his glowing, electric hands, a grin spreading across his face. Buzzshock. Last time, he had deliberately let Buzzshock capture him to extract its DNA, and now it seemed the process was complete. In terms of combat ability, Buzzshock was no weaker than Swamp Fire. Nosedian Ghost Freak spread his cold, skeletal claws. Before you fully mature, I must destroy you. Buzzshock laughed gleefully, raising his small hand as a surge of lightning burst forth. The electric current slithered like a vivid green serpent, streaking toward Ghost Freak at astonishing speed. Ghost Freak failed to dodge in time and took the full hit squarely to his body, letting out a piercing scream. You wretch! He immediately dissolved into a ghostly mist, retreating into the endless darkness. Buzzshock transformed into a streak of lightning, crackling as he zipped through the air in pursuit, scanning the shadows for Ghost Freak's presence. Soon, he found something, a faint trace of chaotic dark energy hidden in the tall grass. The aura was weak, but Buzzshock caught it instantly. With a wicked grin, he gathered a violent storm of electricity and hurled it down. The powerful blast struck hard, forcing Ghost Freak out of hiding as he glared at Buzzshock with venomous rage. Just as Buzzshock prepared to press the attack, Gwen arrived from the side, Diamond Head close behind her. My strength hasn't fully recovered yet, Ghost Freak hissed. But this isn't over. Seeing the situation turn against him, he twisted his eerie form and fled swiftly into the distance. Buzzshock let out a high-pitched screech before transforming into a streak of brilliant green lightning, shooting after him. Watching them disappear once more, Gwen stopped, panting heavily. They're just too fast. I can't keep up anymore. Her face was covered in sweat, her chest heaving. Diamond Head dashed past her, calling out, Gwen, head back and take care of Grandpa. I'll go after them. Beep, beep, beep. The next moment, the Omnitrix on his chest began flashing red, then glowed brightly before reverting him back to Ben. Oh, come on. Ben stared at his hands, barely holding back the urge to curse. With no choice left, the two made their way back to the rust bucket, brought Grandpa to the nearest hospital, and began tending to him. Meanwhile, under the distant night sky, a purple Ghost Freak fled wildly, leaving behind a trail of icy air. Close behind, a dazzling streak of green lightning chased relentlessly, echoing with bursts of mischievous laughter. 3 days later, at New York Plaza. Located in the heart of the bustling city, the plaza was packed with restaurants, entertainment venues, and attractions of every kind. Tourists filled the streets, laughing and chatting, their excitement echoing through the lively crowds. Grandpa Max parked the rust bucket in the underground garage, then took Ben and Gwen upstairs by elevator. Inside, the atmosphere was quiet, so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the silence. I wonder how Lucian is doing. Gwen's fair face showed clear worry. 3 nights ago, Lucian had transformed into Buzzshock to chase down Ghost Freak after it escaped from the Omnitrix. Time had passed quickly, and still, there was no word from him. Ben patted her shoulder. Relax, nerd. Your cuz is tough, he'll be fine. Don't worry, Grandpa Max said, pausing before continuing. Actually, Lucian called me early this morning. He said Ghost Freak got away, but he's on his way back now. Really? Gwen's eyes lit up. She couldn't hide the relief in her expression, she just wanted him to return safely. Hearing that, Ben let out a deep breath. Despite his usual laid-back attitude, he'd been more anxious than he cared to admit. But Grandpa, why didn't you tell us sooner? We've been worrying all morning for nothing, Ben said with a hint of frustration. Grandpa Max, his hair mostly gray now, only sighed softly and didn't answer. He had a nagging feeling that Ghost Freak wasn't done yet, that it was still lurking in the shadows somewhere, waiting for the right time to strike. Soon after, they stepped out of the elevator and into the busy shopping mall. They weren't there to have fun, though, they only needed to pick up some supplies. About half an hour later, Grandpa led them to the checkout counter. Suddenly, Ben, who had looked half asleep all morning, perked up as his eyes went wide with excitement. Doofus, what is it? Gwen followed his gaze. A towering, bald bodyguard wearing dark sunglasses stood like a human wall at the entrance of a high-end arcade. Inside, a crowd of stylish young men and women were cheering, completely immersed in their games, basking in the thrill of leveling up and winning battles. It's the new Sumo Slammers arcade launch, Ben exclaimed, barely able to contain himself. He started to rush forward, but the bodyguard immediately stepped in his way, like a solid barrier between Ben and the game hall. Please present your VIP pass, the bodyguard said flatly, a faint glint reflecting off his sunglasses. Ben, stop fooling around. We're not done shopping yet. Carrying several bags, Grandpa Max headed straight toward the exit. Gwen followed quickly, glancing back to call out, "Doofus, come on." Yeah, Ben replied, but instead of following, he darted into a quiet corner. He pressed the Omnitrix, cycling quickly through options before slamming it down. Thud. A flash of eerie green light flared briefly, startling a nearby delivery man, who spun around nervously but saw nothing there. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Sumo Slammers event, a cold gust swept past the bald bodyguard, making him shiver uncontrollably. Our distinguished alien VIP has arrived. Ghost Freak materialized beside him, leaning in close to whisper into his ear, a chilling breath brushing against his skin. Before the guard could react, Ghost Freak phased into a corner of the arcade and grabbed a controller, joining a game of Sumo Slammers like an ordinary player, leaving the bodyguard standing frozen in confusion. Why do I feel creeped out, but can't tell why? Ghost Freak rasped, hands still frantically working the controls. Maybe it's just the fear of being discovered, haha. With that thought, Ghost Freak relaxed, sinking deeper into the thrilling chaos of the arcade game. A few minutes later, a large, calloused hand suddenly clamped down hard on Ben's shoulder from behind. Kid, when did you sneak in here? The bald bodyguard's forehead bulged with veins as he glared furiously at the stunned Ben. Oh no, this is bad, Ben muttered, realizing he was in trouble. Sure enough, the bald guard soon tracked down Grandpa Max. It took a hefty payment before he finally agreed to release the game-obsessed Ben. Back in the rust bucket, Grandpa Max's chest rose and fell with barely contained anger. He had spent days worrying about Lucian's safety, barely sleeping at all, and now Ben had caused yet another problem. But he was still his grandson. Forcing his temper down, Grandpa Max steadied his tone and said slowly, Ben, your behavior today really disappointed me. Oh, come on, Ben groaned, slapping his forehead. I just wanted to play one game. It's not like it was a big deal. How was I supposed to know the bald guy would freak out like that? That only made Grandpa's fury boil over again. Listen carefully. For the next 2 weeks, no comics, no video games. That's your punishment. The words hit Ben like a slap. He frowned, stepping closer to protest. That's not fair. Not fair. Grandpa shot back. You trespassed into a private area. How is that fair? Standing nearby, Gwen looked between the two of them, unsure what to do. Excuse me. But before she could finish, both turned toward her with the same scolding glare and snapped in unison, this doesn't concern you. Gwen sighed, backing off in defeat. Grandpa then pointed sharply at Ben's Omnitrix. That watch was given to you by Lucian. Its purpose is to help others, not for selfish fun or reckless behavior. Ben's expression stiffened, then he retorted, I know that, but it's not like I've done anything wrong. And I've used it for good stuff too. I saved that rare Maltese tiger last time. What's wrong with doing something for myself once in a while? Grandpa's aging eyes blazed with anger. I don't care. For the next 2 weeks, you stay put. You're not going anywhere. You're not my dad. Ben snapped, slamming the door as he stormed out, leaving the RV in heavy silence. Watching him disappear, Grandpa sighed and said wearily to Gwen, go after him. Make sure he stays out of trouble. Yes, Grandpa. Gwen nodded and ran off after Ben. The arcade was dim and chaotic, filled with smoke and flashing lights. Punks with dyed hair and messy styles loitered everywhere, their faces marked by cocky, rebellious grins. Ben stood alone in front of a Dino Clash arcade machine. But just as he dropped in a coin and got ready to play, bright red letters suddenly flashed across the screen. Game over? Game over. Ben stared in disbelief. What? I didn't even get to play. What a scam. A green-haired punk with a shiny earring sauntered by, smirking at him. Kid, if you come to dump your money in a dump like this, that's on you, he said mockingly. Then why else would anyone come here? Ben shot back. To pick up girls, obviously. The punk laughed, throwing an arm around a flashy-looking girl beside him before swaggering out the door. Ugh, whatever, Ben sighed, slumping like a deflated balloon. Already irritated after getting chewed out by Grandpa, this just made his mood worse. Then a calm but confident voice sounded nearby. He's right. You shouldn't be here playing games. Ben turned toward the voice and saw a black-haired boy, clothes torn and worn, leaning lazily against another arcade cabinet. This place is such a rip-off, Ben grumbled. Yeah, the boy said with a smirk. But to me, it's a money tree. Hearing that, Ben looked utterly confused and couldn't help blurting out, wait, what are you? You're telling me you can make an arcade machine spit out money? Exactly. The black-haired boy raised his hand, resting it casually on the arcade cabinet, a sly smirk curling his lips. Here, I'll treat you to a game. ZZZZT? A blinding bolt of electricity surged from the machine, crackling up his arm. At the same time, coins began spewing out of the coin slot in a silver cascade, clattering to the floor like a rainstorm of money. Ben stood frozen, completely dumbfounded. After a long pause, he finally managed to speak. Dude, that's awesome. How'd you do that? He'd seen plenty of weird stuff before, but never anything like this. Making a game machine vomit coins on command? That was next level crazy. Simple. I can absorb the energy of anything I touch and release it however I want. The boy's tone was cocky, his expression full of defiance. Name's Kevin. The cash on the ground's yours. Thanks. I'm Ben. Ben crouched down, reaching for the pile of coins. He planned to play to his heart's content and teach this rip-off arcade a lesson. Just then, Gwen came running up behind him. Ben, don't. That money isn't ours, she said urgently, trying to stop him before he got carried away. It is now, Ben said, grinning as he scooped up a handful of coins, his eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, Kevin's eyes darted towards something behind Ben. His expression shifted slightly. Gotta bounce. Catch you later. He waved a hand casually. Wait. Let's hang out later. Ben called after him, eager to befriend this cool, easygoing guy. But before he could say more, a powerful shove knocked him aside. Move it, kid. A red-haired punk with spiked hair swaggered in, flanked by a group of goons, all glaring menacingly at Kevin. Caught off guard, Ben stumbled and hit the floor, instantly fuming. The redhead smirked, shoving his hands in his pockets as he sauntered up to Kevin. Well, Kevin. Didn't think I'd see you out here. What, taking a break from being a little battery at home? The jab drew a roar of laughter from the onlookers. Kevin's expression darkened. Dev, what do you want? You trashed our secret base, and now you've got the nerve to ask. Dev sneered, then barked an order to his lackeys. Get him. Teach this electric freak a lesson. Kevin's eyes sharpened. He reached toward a nearby arcade machine, but before he could make contact, the thugs lunged, grabbing and yanking him back. Trying to drain some juice? Not happening. Dev seized Kevin by the collar, glaring down at him. Ben, having just gotten back on his feet, saw the scene unfold. Hero time, he declared, raising the Omnitrix. Ben, no. If Grandpa finds out, he'll flip. Kevin's trouble, we should just go. Gwen pleaded. He helped me out. I'm helping him. Without hesitation, Ben dashed behind the arcade machines, slammed down the Omnitrix, and vanished in a burst of emerald light. A flash of blue streaked across the arcade. XLR8 had arrived. Surrounded by the gang, Kevin had nowhere to run. Panic flickered across his face. A hulking thug with rough, dark skin and a face full of scars stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. You're done for, freak. He raised a massive fist and swung straight for Kevin's face. Kevin tried to dodge, but two other goons pinned his arms, holding him in place. No. The dark fist loomed large in Kevin's vision, then stopped short as a blue blur slammed into the thug like a hurricane. What the hell? The big guy turned pale, staring at the swirling afterimages spinning around him. The other thugs froze, backing away in fear and confusion. Time to go. XLR8's voice came out sharp and low as he sent the big thug flying, crashing into an arcade cabinet with a heavy thud. The sight of the alien sent the rest of the gang screaming, scrambling toward the exit. Not so fast. XLR8's grin widened. His form flickered from spot to spot, scooping up the fleeing thugs and tossing them effortlessly onto a row of arcade machines. They writhed on top of them, groaning and curling up in pain like helpless insects. Don't pick on people again, XLR8 said in a raspy voice. He gave Kevin a quick wave, then blurred into a streak of blue wind and disappeared into the night. Outside the arcade, Kevin leaned casually against a wall, dressed in a black tank top. When he saw Ben approaching, his eyes lit up. Hey, did you happen to see that speedster just now? Kevin asked curiously. Whoever that was had been moving too fast for him to make out clearly, and he wanted answers. Ben tilted his chin up with a smug grin. He's called XLR8. He's my best pal. Cool. Think I could meet him again sometime. Kevin's eyes gleamed with interest. Ben, we should head back. Grandpa's gonna worry if we're too late. Gwen cut in suddenly. Before Ben could respond, Kevin's gaze shifted toward her. Is that your girlfriend? He asked blankly. Ben's eyes went wide, and he waved his hands in exaggerated disgust. Oh, come on. Who'd date a nerd like her? She's my cousin. Kevin nodded slowly, finally pulling his eyes away. Wanna hang out around New York, bro, he said, extending his hand. Ben hesitated only for a second before grinning mischievously and clasping Kevin's hand. Let's go, bro, he said eagerly. After the scolding he'd endured that morning, the sudden camaraderie hit differently. It felt like real brotherhood. Watching them leave, Gwen just sighed and shrugged before heading back toward the rust bucket. By evening, the two had slipped quietly into a warehouse. Using his powers, Kevin effortlessly cracked open a sealed crate, pulled out a box of game cartridges, and tossed one to Ben. The newest Sumo Slammers release. No VIP pass needed this time. Kevin smirked. To him, any problem solvable with powers wasn't really a problem. Awesome. Ben hugged the cartridge tightly, eyes glowing with excitement. Crash. Suddenly, the glass window beside them shattered. Tear gas canisters clattered through the opening, rolling across the floor toward them. Oh no, the guards are here. Kevin grabbed Ben's arm and bolted toward the exit. Boom. A deafening blast echoed as the warehouse door was kicked clean open. A wave of heavily armed security forces flooded in like a rising tide. Laser rifles aimed squarely at the two startled boys. Countless red targeting dots danced over their bodies, ready to fire at any moment. Freeze, the squad captain barked. You're surrounded? Hands where I can see them. In your dreams. Kevin lunged forward, vaulting onto a nearby excavator. Purple electricity crackled across his arms as he forced the massive machine to life. Buzz. The mechanical giant roared, its massive shovel arm lifting high before it barreled toward the guards like a raging beast. Open fire, the captain ordered. He hadn't attacked earlier, thinking 2 kids posed no real threat. But this was far from ordinary. One wrong move against a powered individual could mean death. He had no choice but to go all out to contain the situation. Zap, zap. Dozens of crimson laser blasts shot out like venomous snakes, twisting through the air before slamming into the excavator. Within seconds, Kevin's machine was riddled with smoking holes and exploded into a heap of blackened wreckage, spewing thick white smoke. He could control the machine but not enhance it. Meanwhile, Ben ducked behind a towering stack of crates. XLR8 time, he grinned, quickly scrolling through his options on the Omnitrix. He selected XLR8's icon and slammed his palm down. Thud! A flash of eerie green light flared and then vanished. In the next instant, a huge insect stood in the middle of the warehouse. Its body was leaf green, wings gleaming faintly with a sharp metallic sheen. Its eyes weren't on its head but scattered along its antennae, 4 yellow orbs blinking one after another. Oh, come on. Looking at the wings on his back and the clawed insect legs below, Ben realized instantly he'd picked the wrong alien. A flying bug, huh? Guess I'll call you Stinkfly. With that, the turquoise-winged alien took to the air, stirring up a gust of wind as it swooped toward Kevin. By now, Kevin was completely surrounded. Hundreds of red laser dots swept over his body. One wrong move, and he'd be riddled with holes. You, the captain ordered, gesturing to a nearby soldier, cuff him. Then he turned to the rest. The others go after the other kid. But stay sharp. If he resists, shoot to kill. The caution in his tone was clear. Kevin's earlier stunt had put everyone on edge. Yes, sir, the guards responded in unison. But before they could advance, a violent roar of wind tore through the air above them. The captain froze, looking up instinctively, then went rigid. A massive, teal insect with a grotesque, alien face was plummeting straight toward them, its wings buzzing furiously. Fire? Now, the captain shouted. If that thing got close, they were done for. A dozen guards scrambled to aim and opened fire, unleashing a storm of scarlet beams. Panic fueled their every shot. No one dared to hold back. Stinkfly's eyes flashed. Its razor-edged wings fluttered in a blur as it darted between the beams, twisting through the air. It dodged most of the shots, but a few searing blasts struck its body, sending sharp pain coursing through it. Reacting on instinct, Stinkfly's antennae pulsed as it unleashed a gush of foul-smelling green slime, firing it down at the squad below. The sticky liquid splattered across the guards before they could react, gluing them to the cold concrete floor in thick, oozing strands. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. Let go of me, you disgusting bug, the guard captain shouted. Sorry, didn't catch that. With that, Stinkfly snatched the stunned Kevin and burst out of the warehouse, wings beating furiously as he shot into the night sky. Report? Target in sight. Outside, 2 helicopters circled overhead, their deafening rotors cutting through the air. Powerful searchlights pierced the darkness, locking onto the fleeing alien. Holding tightly to the wide-eyed Kevin, Stinkfly flapped harder, soaring at incredible speed into the pitch-black sky. The helicopters gave chase, firing volley after volley of blazing blue laser rounds. Each blast tore through the clouds, raining down deadly energy toward Stinkfly. Struggling to dodge, Stinkfly darted and weaved, scanning frantically for a way out. Hey, why'd you save me? Kevin yelled over the roar of the wind, one hand clamped over his nose. I'm Ben, Stinkfly said with a grin, his raspy voice carrying through the air. As he spoke, strands of sticky green slime dripped from his mouth, stringing through the wind with a foul stench. I knew it, but man, you reek. Kevin groaned, looking absolutely miserable, half tempted to throw himself off. He felt as though he'd been trapped inside a cloud of rotting garbage. Even with his nose covered, the smell was unbearable. One more word, and I'm dropping you, Stinkfly growled. Kevin sighed in defeat, then focused his attention below, eyes sharp as he searched for any escape route. Looking down at the dark expanse of ocean beneath them, an idea struck him. He smirked. Ben, let's head for the city center. If we're surrounded by people, they won't dare open fire. Stinkfly hesitated. No way. What if they keep shooting? Trust me, Kevin interrupted, confidence flashing in his eyes. They won't. Fine, we'll try it your way. Stinkfly turned sharply, wings buzzing as he sped toward the glowing skyline in the distance. His transformation time was running out. He couldn't afford to stall. Whoosh, whoosh. The helicopters stayed on their tail, unleashing more rounds of searing blue plasma. The air shrieked with the sound of the blasts cutting through the sky, each one striking dangerously close. You think this bug can't bite? Stinkfly snarled, twisting his head back. From his 4 eyes, streams of thick green slime shot out, splattering across the helicopter barrels. Boom! The weapons jammed, the trapped energy detonating inside the muzzles. The barrels burst apart in a fiery explosion, scattering metal fragments across the night. By then, Stinkfly had already dived into the city. Down below, people screamed and scattered as the massive insect swooped overhead. Panic spread through the streets as they ran for cover, terrified of being caught in its path. Spotting no more helicopters behind them, both Ben and Kevin finally exhaled in relief. Beep, beep, beep. The Omnitrix on Stinkfly's face began flashing red. Under Kevin's astonished gaze, Stinkfly dove toward a nearby park and landed roughly in the grass. A burst of red light flared, and in an instant, Stinkfly was gone. Ben stood in his place. Kevin stood up, brushing grass off his clothes, and took a deep, grateful breath of clean air. Was that really necessary? Ben muttered, rolling his eyes. Stinkfly might have smelled awful, but he had just saved them both. Kevin waved it off with a grin. So that speedster earlier was that you too? Not just him, Ben said, lifting his wrist to show the Omnitrix. I can turn into 10 different aliens. Awesome. Kevin's eyes lit up instantly. Come on, I'll take you somewhere cool. The dim underground railway was silent and desolate. Only a few pale light bulbs hung faintly along the tunnel walls, casting a sickly glow that barely pierced the darkness. Every now and then, a train would thunder past, its roar briefly driving away the gloom only to vanish moments later, plunging everything back into shadow. After escaping from the security patrol, Kevin had led Ben all the way down here. Staring at the maze of intersecting rails, Ben frowned. Kevin, what are we doing down here? Kevin didn't answer. Instead, he ran under one of the flickering bulbs and called out, Hey, bro, give me a hand here. Why? What are you even doing? Ben asked, confused. Was Kevin like a cell phone? Did he actually need to recharge? Grinding his teeth, Kevin waved impatiently. I'll explain later. Just come hold me up? Yeah, sure. Ben muttered under his breath. He walked over, crouched behind Kevin, and used both hands to brace his friend's legs so he could reach the bulb above. Now that's teamwork, my man, Kevin said with a cold grin. Crackling sounds filled the air as he absorbed power from the bulb. In just a few seconds, bright arcs of electricity danced across his body like a living battery pack humming with energy. Before Ben could ask what he was doing, Kevin ran to the railway switch and gripped it tightly. Snap! A sharp metallic click echoed through the tunnel as the tracks ahead shifted, twisting at an unnatural angle toward the underground highway beside them. Ben's eyes widened. Hey, what are you doing? Kevin shrugged casually. In a few minutes, a truck full of gold will pass through here. I just changed the rail direction. Once it collides with the train, we'll have a whole load of gold to ourselves. Then you turn into XLR8, we bail out fast, no one will ever catch us. Ben shook his head instantly. No way, that's insane, you'll get people killed. Kevin's grin faltered, his tone dropping cold. Come on, brother, money doesn't come easy. You should have my back on this. No, Kevin sneered. Too late. The tracks are already switched. No changing them now. Who says there's no way? Ben raised his wrist and activated the Omnitrix, cycling rapidly through alien selections. Gray matter, Ripyaws, Wild Mutt, Diamond Head. Watching Ben's determined expression, a glint of hostility flashed in Kevin's eyes. I'm warning you, bro, don't, he growled. You're too selfish to be my brother. Ben glared, furious. He switched to Forearms icon and slammed his hand down hard. He'd use Forearms brute strength to fix the tracks himself. Thud! A burst of green light illuminated the tunnel. But instead of a towering red alien, a slender figure cloaked in flames appeared before Kevin. I wanted forearms, not a walking campfire. Heat Blast sighed, staring at his glowing palms, then raised a burning hand toward Kevin. Fix the tracks now. A blazing fireball began to form in his palm. Or what, Watchboy? Kevin taunted with a smirk. You gonna roast me? I'll turn you into a barbecue if I have to, Heat Blast said flatly. Then try me. Kevin suddenly lunged for the switch again, releasing a violent surge of electricity. Boom, boom, boom. The light bulbs above exploded one after another, showering shards of glass onto the tracks. The dim tunnel plunged into total darkness. Heat Blast froze. He'd lost sight of Kevin completely. Now, the only light came from Heat Blast himself, his fiery body glowing like a human torch, illuminating just a few feet around him. Forget it, let's just get the tracks back in place first. Without hesitation, Heat Blast swept his arm forward, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire that blasted against the twisted rails. The red-hot flames burned intensely, softening the hardened steel within seconds. He stepped up, crouched down, and grabbed hold of the molten metal, forcing the warped sections back into alignment with the main line. Then, with another surge of heat, he molded the glowing rails until they matched the nearby tracks perfectly. Aside from a few rough spots in appearance, the new section was nearly identical to the original, enough for the trains to run safely. Phew. Heat Blast let out a long breath, admiring his handiwork. Man, I'm a genius. Fixing tracks like this, maybe I missed my calling as a railroad engineer. Suddenly, a shadow lunged from behind. A hand shot out of the darkness, clamping hard around his throat and draining away his fiery energy in an instant. Let go of me. Heat Blast struggled, but Kevin's grip clung to him like a suction cup, refusing to budge. Your energy, it's all mine. Kevin laughed wildly. As he spoke, his body began to change, half of it turning crimson, molten cracks spreading across his skin as waves of heat radiated from him. Get off me. Heat Blast seized Kevin and hurled him away, sending him crashing into a pile of scrap metal. Buzz. At that moment, a massive train, lights blazing, rumbled slowly down the track toward them. At the same time, a gold-laden freight truck thundered along the crossing road, its engine roaring. I fixed the track, there shouldn't be any problem now, Heat Blast said, hands on his hips as he watched the two vehicles approach the intersection. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blazing fireball streaked through the air, trailing a scorching heat wave as it slammed into the side of the gold truck. No! Blinding light flared from Heat Blast's golden eyes. He brought his palms together and unleashed a surging wave of fire that roared forward, colliding head-on with the incoming fireball. Boom! The torrent of flames, like a raging fire dragon, devoured the blazing orb in an instant, swallowing it in a flood of scorching heat. Clatter! The brilliantly lit train thundered past, its cars linked like a steel serpent racing through the underground. It sped across the rails and brushed past the oncoming freight truck by mere inches. As it crossed the section heat blast had reforged, the train jolted slightly but stayed on course, continuing safely toward the horizon. The gold-laden truck, too, soon vanished from sight, rumbling away in the opposite direction. Moments later, darkness reclaimed the underground tunnel. Only two glowing figures remained. Watching the truck disappear safely, Heat Blast exhaled in relief. At least he'd stopped Kevin's plan before it was too late. He turned sharply toward the half-charred figure standing beneath the streetlight, anger flaring in his eyes. Kevin, you've gone too far. Too far. Kevin lifted his hand, gathering a burning mass of flame in his palm. Freaks like me have to do bad things just to survive in this filthy world. Ben Tennyson, you ruined everything for me today. I won't forgive you for that. With a furious shout, Kevin hurled the fireball. It twisted midair into a claw-shaped inferno, sweeping forward in a wave of violent heat toward Heat Blast. Still won't give up? Then I'll have to knock some sense into you. Heat Blast raised his hand and crushed the flaming claw in an instant. The scattered flames coalesced again, reshaping into a ferocious serpent of fire. Its molten fangs gleamed as it lunged toward Kevin like a striking bolt of lightning. Gritting his teeth, Kevin extended his single flaming arm, transforming it into a massive hammer. Ben Tennyson, I'll never lose to you. The flames on his head flared wildly as he swung with all his might, bringing the blazing hammer crashing down on the charging fire serpent. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as hammer and serpent collided, unleashing a blast of raw heat that surged through the tunnel in waves. Though Kevin's strike shattered the serpent, the backlash sent him hurtling backward like a snapped kite. He crashed hard onto the cold steel tracks. The fiery hammer shattered on impact, dissolving into white-hot vapor that drifted away into the air. Heat Blast froze for a moment, staring at Kevin's motionless body. Hey, Kevin. You okay? He stepped closer, cautiously approaching. Unbidden, a memory flickered through his mind, the two of them at the arcade. A stranger back then, Kevin had invited him to play at that crooked, coin-eating game hall. When thugs tried to pick a fight, Ben had become XLR8 and stepped in to help, punishing the bullies. If Kevin hadn't tried to destroy the tracks, hadn't gone this far for greed, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Hey, say something. As Heat Blast neared him, Kevin suddenly sprang up, face twisted with fury. Murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He clenched his fist, flames surging around it, and slammed it forward with a violent roar. Bang! The punch landed squarely in Heat Blast's chest, shaking the tunnel with a thunderous explosion. Waves of heat rippled outward from the impact, distorting the air. Heat Blast was thrown backward uncontrollably, smashing through several light poles before skidding to a stop. Kevin, you've really made me mad this time. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Heat Blast's body flared in a blinding blaze. The fire burned away the debris clinging to him, turning to drifting ash that vanished into the air. So what? Kevin scoffed, his voice cold and bitter. Half of his body flickered with unstable flame. No one wants to be friends with a freak like me anyway. Whether you're here or not, it's all the same. No, if you're willing to turn back, we can still be friends, real friends. Heat Blast shook his head slowly. He knew Kevin wasn't evil, just blinded by his own anger and pain. Cut the crap, Ben Tennyson. We're not best buds anymore. Kevin's body erupted into blazing flames, mutating once again. The half of him that still looked human was quickly consumed by fire, and within seconds, he had completely transformed into a true Heat Blast. You're too stubborn, Heat Blast growled coldly. Looks like I'll have to knock some sense into you. He sprang upward, summoning a blazing cloud beneath his feet. Standing tall atop the fiery cloud, Heat Blast streaked through the air like a comet, leaving a burning trail in his wake as he charged straight for Kevin. What the? Kevin's eyes widened in shock, completely caught off guard by the sudden move. Panicking, he thrust out his fiery palm, launching a rapid barrage of blazing fireballs. The searing orbs tore through the air, radiating blistering heat as they hurtled toward Heat Blast. You've only just turned into a Heat Blast, you're still not used to that power, are you? Guiding his flame cloud with precision, Heat Blast weaved effortlessly through the incoming fireballs, then countered with a fierce burst of flame that slammed directly into Kevin. Kevin screamed as he was blasted backward, smashing hard into the stone wall behind him. Cracks spread out like a spiderweb across the surface. He collapsed to the ground, his body flickering weakly as the flames surrounding him dimmed and began to fade. I've trained with my cuz for too long for you to beat me in just a few hits, Heat Blast said, his voice calm but resolute. He stepped closer, each stride measured and steady, until he stood over the fallen Kevin. Lifting his burning hand, he aimed it toward him. Kevin, drained of all strength, could only stare up at him, regret flooding his fiery eyes. Sorry, Ben. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hurt innocent people for my own gain. That flicker of sincerity in Kevin's dim eyes made Heat Blast pause for a moment. A faint smile crossed his molten face. He extended his hand, flames swirling around his fingers. Kevin, I'm glad you came to your senses. We're still buddies. Thanks. Kevin reached out. But before their hands could meet, the Omnitrix on Heat Blast's chest began flashing violently, pulsing red before bursting into light. The transformation faded, and Ben's human form reappeared. He still wore a friendly smile, completely unaware of the danger that had just reignited beside him. Kevin's expression twisted into a sneer. Without warning, he lunged forward, his fiery hand clamping down on the Omnitrix. Hey, Kevin. What are you doing? Ben shouted, panic rising in his chest. Ben Tennyson, you really are an idiot, Kevin laughed maniacally, yanking at the watch. Did you seriously think I'd ever submit to you? You're dreaming. Stop. You can't take it off, it's not possible. Kevin scoffed, ignoring him entirely. He gripped tighter, pulling with all his strength. A wild gleam lit his eyes. If he could claim this device, he'd be unstoppable. Boom! Suddenly, the Omnitrix emitted a strange pulse. The red dial flickered, then turned a vivid green as a powerful wave of energy exploded outward. The blast hurled Kevin backward, slamming him into a pile of debris. A faint streak of blue light flashed across his body, then vanished. Ben was thrown back as well, landing in a heap atop a stack of sandbags. He glanced down at the Omnitrix glowing with green light and smirked faintly. Hero time. Ben twisted the dial, locked in a selection, and slammed his palm down. A brilliant green light burst forth, so intense that Kevin had to throw up his arm to shield his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps echoed through the smoke. Kevin looked up, eyes widening in disbelief. A towering, muscle-bound figure emerged from the haze, massive, stone-skinned, and radiating pure power as it strode toward him. The dim underground tunnel was a wreck, scorch marks, cracked stone, and debris scattered everywhere. Forearm's golden eyes glowed faintly as he strode forward, his massive frame casting deep shadows across the ruined tracks. He stopped before the flaming Kevin, towering over him. Kevin, I'll give you one last chance, Forearms said, his knuckles cracking like gunfire. If you won't change your ways, then I'll just have to beat some sense into you. Kevin scoffed and pushed himself to his feet. Then come and try. Forearms didn't waste another word. His enormous fist, the size of a boulder, swung forward, the sheer force tearing through the air as it crashed toward Kevin. In desperation, Kevin thrust out his hand and unleashed a torrent of blazing fire that surged straight toward him. Boom! The impact echoed through the tunnel. Forearms' punch tore through the flames, scattering them into a burst of heat that evaporated into the darkness. But Kevin was running on fumes. The energy within him was nearly depleted. He couldn't keep up. Kevin Levin, you brought this on yourself. Forearms grabbed him by the collar as if he weighed nothing, lifted him off the ground, and drew back a fist ready to strike. Suddenly, Kevin's hand shot out, clamping tightly around Forearms' forearm. Ha 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 ha, you really are an idiot, Ben Tennyson, he cackled, eyes wild. His palm began to glow as he drained the energy straight from Forearms' body. Forearms' expression shifted. Not good. It's too late. Kevin snarled. Before the words finished leaving his mouth, his body began to twist and bulge. His lean frame swelled rapidly, muscles expanding grotesquely as his skin took on a deep crimson hue. Within moments, thick, corded limbs replaced his arms, and fire coursed across his skin. 2 additional arms erupted from his sides, veins flaring with molten energy. He'd copied him. A four-armed Kevin. Well now, this is gonna be fun. Across the tunnel, Forearms steadied himself, rubbing his head as he got back up. That punch had packed a real hit. Thud, thud. Four-armed Kevin stumped forward, each step shaking the ground. Ben Tennyson, let's see who's beating who now. His eyes burned with a crazed light as he grinned mockingly. I'm not holding back this time. Forearms let out a low growl, then launched forward like a cannonball, the wind howling around him as he charged. In an instant, the 2 giants collided, fists slamming into each other with bone-crushing force. The ground quaked. Shattered rock flew in every direction. Forearms roared, crossing 2 of his massive arms to block Kevin's punch before driving his other 2 fists into Kevin's midsection with explosive impact. Kevin grunted in pain, fury blazing in his eyes. With a shout, he grabbed one of Forearms' limbs and heaved him skyward. Crash! Forearms' massive, red body smashed through the ceiling, bursting up to the surface above. He rolled across the street before coming to a stop, dazed. As he got his bearings, he realized he was surrounded. Dozens of bystanders stared at him in shock. Then, chaos. Screams erupted. People scattered in every direction, terror on their faces. What is that thing? It just came out of the ground? Is it some kind of mole man? It's got 4 arms. That's terrifying. Don't panic, wait. Let me get a picture first. A young woman quickly pulled out her phone, snapped a selfie with Forearms in the background, and then stumbled away to join the fleeing crowd. Call the police? Somebody call the police. Watching the terrified crowd scatter in all directions, Forearms groaned and covered his face with one massive hand. Oh, great. This is definitely gonna hit the news. Boom! A blood-red figure erupted from underground, crashing down a few meters away. The impact shook the entire street, sending dust and debris flying as the ground quaked violently. Ben Tennyson, you're finished. Four-armed Kevin's face twisted into a monstrous grin, his muscles bulging like a prehistoric titan, his presence radiating raw menace. Bring it on, you freak. Forearms shot back, dropping into a fighting stance without hesitation. Just as Kevin lunged forward, a fleet of police vehicles screeched to a halt nearby. Dozens of Special Defense Force agents poured out, dressed in black tactical armor and armed with high-powered laser rifles. They moved in tight formation, surrounding the 2 giants in an instant. Fire, the squad captain barked. ZZZZT, ZZZZT. A storm of golden laser beams rained down, weaving together into a blinding net of light that poured over the 2 combatants like a torrential downpour. Fools, Kevin snarled. He raised his massive arms to shield his face, then grabbed a nearby truck and hurled it with monstrous strength. The vehicle crashed into the front line of soldiers with a deafening explosion, throwing bodies and debris through the air. One strike and the special forces took heavy casualties. Seeing their panic, Kevin threw back his head and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. He tore more cars from the street and hurled them one after another, explosions lighting up the area as chaos consumed the scene. Outmatched, the remaining forces scrambled to retreat, calling for heavier weaponry. When the smoke cleared, the once bustling street was unrecognizable: scorched earth, shattered glass, and scattered belongings left behind by fleeing civilians. Now, only the two four-armed monsters remained. No one else dared approach. Those who stayed hidden could only watch from a distance, trembling. Now there's no one left to interrupt us, Ben Tennyson, Kevin said, cracking his knuckles with a grin. Four arms pointed at him, voice firm. You really are hopeless, Kevin. Keep this up, and you'll never get a girlfriend. That struck a nerve. Shut up. Kevin snarled, yanking a lamppost from the sidewalk and swinging it like a club. Four arms caught it mid-swing and snapped it clean in half with one strike. He roared and charged forward, ready to brawl. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the Omnitrix symbol on his massive arm began flashing. Oh no. A burst of red light engulfed him, and in an instant, Four Arms reverted back into Ben's human form. Kevin froze, a cold smile curling across his lips. Ben Tennyson, you're finished. He thrust out his crimson arm, grabbed the Lamborghini beside him, and prepared to hurl it at the terrified Ben. Beep, beep. A blaring horn cut through the tension. The rust bucket's engine roared to life, surging forward with a deafening rumble until it screeched to a halt nearby. With a loud crash, Grandpa Max kicked open the door and jumped out. He picked up the pistol 6.6 had dropped earlier and aimed it straight at four-armed Kevin. No one hurts my grandson, he barked, a chilling resolve flashing in his eyes. Beside him, Gwen raised her hand, conjuring a fierce water dragon that coiled in midair, ready to strike. Grandpa? Gwen. Relief flooded Ben's face. His chest tightened with emotion, and tears threatened to fall. Only now did he truly understand Grandpa's strictness had always come from love. And Gwen, his nerdy cousin, even though she teased him all the time, would never hesitate to risk herself to protect him. Looks like they're important to you, Kevin sneered. In that case, none of you are leaving here alive. He hurled the car in his hands toward Grandpa Max. Grandpa, look out. Ben yelled. Water Dragon Soul. Gwen's voice rang out as she commanded the raging water dragon to strike. Boom! The dragon roared, its body wrapped in surging mist and explosive power. It slammed into the car, shattering it into pieces. Shards of metal and vapor rained down, scattering across the wet ground. Ben, get over here. Grandpa Max shouted. Ben nodded and sprinted toward the rust bucket. Trying to run? Not happening. Four-armed Kevin ripped a nearby tree from the ground and hurled it with terrifying force. The massive trunk hurtled toward Ben with a deafening whoosh. Zap! At the last instant, Grandpa Max's laser gun fired a blinding crimson beam, slicing the tree into several smoking chunks that crashed to the ground. Grandpa. Ben reached him and threw his arms around him tightly. He remembered their fight earlier, how he'd stormed off after stealing that game, convinced that Kevin was the only one who understood him. Now, he finally saw the truth, only his family truly cared. Grandpa Max ruffled Ben's hair, then stepped forward protectively, eyes narrowing. What's going on? How can he copy Doofus' alien form? Gwen asked, frowning at the monstrous figure that looked exactly like Four Arms. We'll talk later, Grandpa said, raising his pistol. First, we take down this brute. Kevin laughed, unfazed by the weapon aimed at him. You think the two of you can stop me? Don't make me laugh. He kicked off the ground, shattering the pavement beneath his feet. Like a fired arrow, he shot toward Grandpa Max at incredible speed. Grandpa fired repeatedly, beams of light striking Kevin's body with perfect accuracy, but his tough, rock-like skin absorbed every hit. The blasts barely slowed him down. Beside them, Gwen launched aqua arrow after aqua arrow, but the attacks only splashed harmlessly against Kevin's body, turning into mist that vanished into the air. In seconds, Kevin was in front of Grandpa Max. With a single swipe, he knocked the laser gun out of his hands. Then, his red claws shot forward, clamping tightly around Grandpa Max's throat as he hoisted him into the air. Since you're Ben Tennyson's grandfather, you're just out of luck. Four Arms Kevin clenched his fists, ready to strike. Let go of my grandfather. Gwen, drained of magic, desperately grabbed Kevin's pant leg only to be yanked up by the collar. Ben Tennyson's cousin. Kevin's deformed eyes widened as he studied the beautiful girl before him, his gaze filled with conflicting emotions. For some reason, an unfamiliar feeling rose within him. A feeling he had never experienced before. Ben, run. Grandpa Max gritted his teeth, his breathing growing labored. Let go of my grandfather and cousin. Ben rushed forward, swinging his small fists and pounding against Kevin's thick legs. But it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, completely useless. Kevin stared at Gwen for a long moment before finally setting her down. No matter how she struck him, he didn't react. I don't hit women. He murmured quietly. Let go of my grandfather. At those words, Kevin's attention shifted instantly. He grabbed Ben by the leg and lifted him off the ground. You're asking for death, he snarled, glaring viciously as his arms tensed. Grandpa Max's face flushed red, veins bulging and eyes bloodshot. Rage burned inside him. He had saved countless lives, yet now he couldn't even protect his own grandson. In his ears echoed Gwen's sobs and Ben's choked voice of regret. His consciousness began to blur, memories from the past flashing before him: the plumbers, the null void, Ferdinand, Xylene. Let them go. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared at the far end of the street. Hearing that voice, a spark of hope lit up in Ben's bloodshot eyes. Struggling against the suffocating grip, he kicked his legs with all his strength, shaking off one of his shoes. Thud. 4Arms Kevin failed to dodge, taking the filthy shoe straight to the face. Instantly, a foul stench filled his nostrils, the stench of rank athlete's foot. He gagged violently, doubling over as he vomited uncontrollably on the ground. His massive hand flung both grandfather and grandson away, sending them crashing onto a nearby car. Seeing this, Gwen rushed over in panic. Only after checking that they were unharmed did she let out a shaky sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Kevin clutched his reddened neck, retching painfully as he gasped for air. Stinky, so stinky. It's even worse than Ben Tennyson's giant bug. Just then, that voice spoke again. What you're vomiting is pretty stinky too. Kevin looked up, frowning. Before him stood a tall, slender, black-haired boy, his calm eyes watching with detached indifference. Who the hell are you to talk to me like that? 4Arms Kevin roared in fury. If you want to die, I can grant you that wish right now. Lucian said nothing. His gaze remained cold. He slowly raised his watch, summoned the holographic display, switched modes, and pressed a button. The movements were smooth, confident, and precise. Boom! A burst of emerald light exploded outward, and a towering figure materialized before 4Arms Kevin. His skin was a dusky brown, his physique exceptionally strong, with thick, powerful upper limbs that radiated raw, savage strength. His small, beady eyes were wide open as he moved his massive frame forward, each step heavy and deliberate. Tap, tap. Every step he took left deep claw marks on the pavement, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks that spread outward, sending chills down the spine. Ding triggered alien hacker mission. Defeat 4Arms Kevin. Reward, random alien hero. A series of notifications echoed in the humungusaur's mind. At a distant phone booth, Grandpa Max rubbed his sore neck, gazing toward the colossal figure in the distance. A faint, relieved smile appeared on his face. Lucian's back at last, he murmured, smiling softly. It seemed Ghost Freak's plot had failed. Lucian was safe and sound. Awesome? Cuz is back and he's turned into humungusaur. Ben shouted excitedly, before breaking into a few rough coughs. The pain from Kevin choking him earlier still lingered in his throat. A look of relief softened Gwen's eyes, washing away the fear and tension she'd felt moments ago. As long as Lucian was there, she felt utterly safe, like nothing in the world could scare her. The humungusaur is so strong, he's definitely gonna trash that weirdo Kevin. Ben laughed heartily. Kevin. Grandpa raised an eyebrow, a thought suddenly dawning on him. What's his full name? Kevin Levin. The answer struck Grandpa Max like lightning. He turned to look at 4Arms Kevin again, his heart trembling violently. Kevin Levin, with the power to absorb energy, there was no doubt it was him. Boom! A thunderous explosion ripped through the air as the humungusaur and 4Arms Kevin clashed, two prehistoric titans colliding in a storm of brute force. Their sheer power shook the ground, the air vibrating with each devastating blow. Fists slammed against flesh with earth-shattering impact, every punch unleashing violent gusts of wind that howled through the battlefield. And who the hell are you, ruining my fun? 4Arms Kevin snarled, grabbing a nearby road sign and hurling it straight at his opponent. Humungusaur met the attack head-on, punching the road sign into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Let me show you what true power looks like. A green light flashed in the humungusaur's eyes as he stumped forward, his massive legs propelling him like a charging tank. Muscles rippled under his thick skin as he clenched his mountain-sized fists and threw a powerful punch forward. 4Arms Kevin's face twisted in alarm. He quickly raised all four arms to block the incoming blow. Boom! The collision sent shockwaves through the ground. The sheer force of the humungusaur's punch made Kevin grit his teeth in pain, his feet skidding backward uncontrollably. Sparks flew as his claws scraped deep trenches into the cracked pavement. My strength surpasses yours. With a roar, humungusaur unleashed his full might, landing a single, devastating punch that sent Kevin flying into a stone wall. The impact shook the entire street. This is impossible. 4Arms Kevin gasped, clutching his chest as he struggled to stand. Nothing's impossible. You've already lost. Humungusaur's deep, resonant voice rumbled as he slowly advanced. Is that so? Kevin sneered coldly, swiftly scooping up sand and gravel from the ground and flinging it toward his opponent's eyes. Humungusaur sidestepped with ease, catching Kevin's attacking fist in one massive hand, ready to hurl him away. But Kevin had anticipated it. With a fierce twist of his body, he swung both arms upward at an odd angle, locking tightly around Humungusaur's shoulders. You're finished, stupid lizard. 4Arms Kevin roared, driving his final punch straight into Humungusaur's face, sending him crashing backward through the air. The massive figure flew across the battlefield, and Kevin lunged after him like an unleashed beast, covering the distance in a single bound. In an instant, he was beside Humungusaur. Kevin extended his crimson arm, seizing Humungusaur's ankle. Planting his feet firmly into the ground, he twisted his waist and swung with all his strength, spinning Humungusaur's colossal body like a hammer throw. Whoosh! The brutal 4Arms Kevin used himself as the axis, spinning wildly as he hurled the Humungusaur through the air. Violent gusts howled outward, whipping up dust, debris, and shards of plastic that spiraled through the heart of the battlefield. Die! Kevin roared, releasing his grip. Boom! In an instant, the human Gusor was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, propelled by a burst of violent kinetic energy before crashing hard into a towering building. Crash! The once sturdy structure crumbled instantly, collapsing like fragile tofu. Countless chunks of concrete and twisted rebar rained down, burying human Gusor beneath the rubble. Cuz! Gwen shouted in alarm. Ben's eyes widened in disbelief. Could his cuz really be no match for Kevin? Only Grandpa Max remained calm. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he reassured them. Don't worry. The human Gusor's true strength hasn't even come out yet. At that moment, 4 Arms Kevin stood outside the ruins, his bulky figure looming in the moonlight. What a pathetic lizard. You're nothing special. Kevin sneered, giving a thumbs down in disdain. But before his words even faded, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. The surrounding buildings shook, as if the world itself were collapsing. From the rubble ahead, a colossal claw emerged, casually brushing aside the debris. The human Gusor rose to its full height, towering before Kevin. Now enormous, its back was lined with hard, jagged plates, gleaming beneath the moonlight. It stood majestic and awe-inspiring, like an undefeated war god, its presence alone enough to make enemies tremble. In an instant, 4 Arms Kevin was swallowed by the towering shadow. Compared to the gigantic human Gusor, he looked utterly insignificant. This was the human Gusor's special ability gigantification. Its body, once roughly the same size as 4 Arms, had grown to nearly 20 meters tall within seconds, massively boosting its strength and destructive power. For a moment there, human Gusor said slowly, its voice thundering across the ruins, I actually got serious. Despite Kevin's earlier flurry of attacks, the human Gusor's thick hide and incredible endurance made it nearly invulnerable to physical damage. That's cheating? If you've got guts, shrink back down and fight me again 300 more rounds. 4 Arms Kevin's voice wavered. Standing before the gigantic creature, he could barely contain his fear. No need. The human Gusor clenched its massive brown fist, power surging as it swung down with a thunderous boom. Kevin's face went pale. He frantically raised all 4 arms in a desperate attempt to block the oncoming strike. Boom! The impact exploded like thunder. The human Gusor's massive fist slammed Kevin into the ground, the sheer force carving a massive crater into the earth. A shockwave burst outward from the point of impact, sweeping across the area with hurricane force. Wrecked cars, trees, and debris were sucked into the roaring storm, shattering windows along the streets in a deafening cascade of glass. Human Gusor drew back its fist. 4 Arms Kevin lay limp in the crater, his face drained of all fight and color. Before long, his muscular body began to shrink, returning to its normal size at a visible pace. Successfully defeated 4 Arms Kevin. Obtained random alien gene chest. Can be opened anytime. Looking down at the frail figure below, Kevin lay motionless, eyes shut tight, curled up in the filthy mud. Human Gusor extended a massive hand, about to grab the unconscious Kevin. Suddenly, faint blue sparks flickered across Kevin's torn clothes. Within seconds, his body burst into flames, transforming into a blazing heat blast. Fire roared across his form, heat waves distorting the air around him. Sensing the shift, Kevin rose shakily to his feet. He stared at his flaming hands in horror. A surge of searing pain swept through his entire body as his form began to change again. Sensing danger, the human Gusor swung its mighty arm, launching a brutal dragon punch straight into the flaming pit. But the moment his fist connected, there was no heat, only an eerie, chilling cold. Startled, human Gusor drew back his fist. Clumps of wet earth fell away from his knuckles, scattering onto the ground. When he looked down into the crater, his massive reptilian eyes widened in shock. The boundless night sky glittered with stars beneath a silver moon that hung high, casting soft strands of light across the earth. Crack! A bolt of purple lightning ripped through the peaceful heavens. Thunder boomed in its wake, deafening and wild, shattering the night's stillness. Countless black storm clouds, carrying a sharp, briny scent, swept across the sky, blocking out the moonlight. The wind howled through the air, blanketing the ruined battlefield below. A fine drizzle, thin as silk threads, fell into the muddy crater. Within it floated a ghostly figure, skin ashen white, a single glowing violet eye flickering faintly in and out of sight. Why, what's happening to my body? Kevin's voice rasped, hoarse and full of disbelief as he stared down at his hands. Raindrops pattered steadily from the sky, falling onto his pale palms, yet they passed right through, as if he weren't even solid. Ghost freak. Human Gusor's gaze narrowed. So Kevin had absorbed the power of Ben's Omnitrix after all. Not far away, inside a cracked phone booth, Ben pressed against the foggy glass, staring wide-eyed at the spectral figure in the rain. How is this possible? Why can Kevin turn into Ghost Freak? His mind reeled in disbelief. He hadn't transformed, and Kevin hadn't drained any energy from him. Grandpa Max frowned deeply. Ben, Kevin didn't touch your watch, did he? He had seen this kind of power before and no one understood it better than him. Ben thought for a moment, then nodded. Yeah. When Kevin turned into Heat Blast, he grabbed my watch and tried to rip it off. But then he got blasted away. How did he get blasted away? Grandpa's face darkened. Ben shrugged. No clue. Maybe he ticked the watch off. It released this weird energy wave that threw us apart. Grandpa Max sighed, shaking his head but saying nothing more. Grandpa, you don't think Kevin copied all of Ben's alien powers, do you? Gwen asked worriedly. Grandpa Max nodded slightly, his expression growing even more serious as he stared toward the battlefield. Boom! A flash of lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the devastated street in harsh white light. The wind roared like a beast, whipping the trees until their branches bent and their leaves scattered like confetti. From a corner swallowed in shadow, a dark silhouette flickered past, leaving behind a bone-chilling cold. In the rain, the towering humongousaur stood unmoving, its massive green eyes glowing eerily through the darkness. Streams of water cascaded down its thick tail, rippling through the puddles below and vanishing into the mud. No wonder that punch didn't land, you turned into ghost freak, humongousaur said in a low rumble. Kevin blinked, realization dawning. His purple ghostly eyes gleamed as he rasped, I get it now, it's that watch of Ben Tennyson's. Let's see what else I can become. He focused, summoning the strange power within him. ZZZT? A sharp, agonizing pain tore through his entire body, as though every cell screamed at once. It felt like millions of ants were gnawing at his skin, forcing a strained groan from his throat. Before long, his ghostly white body began to shift again, turning solid, crystal-like, and glowing emerald green. Through the humongousaur's bright eyes, Kevin's form solidified into the mighty diamond head. Perfect. I've been waiting for this. Humongousaur lifted his mountain-sized fist and brought it crashing down. Caught off guard, Diamond Head was smashed flat to the ground. Sharp fragments of green crystal shattered off his body, scattering across the street in a dazzling spray. Damn it! You think I'm that easy to beat? Diamond Head snarled through gritted teeth as his body began to change once more. A layer of molten red magma spread over the green crystal, filling the cracks that ran across his body. Blistering heat radiated outward, scorching the ground beneath his feet until it hissed and smoked. Heat Blast raised both hands, forming two blazing fireballs before hurling them toward the towering humongousaur. Pointless. Humongousaur swung its massive claws, batting the fireballs aside. They exploded midair, dissolving into clouds of steam. Then, with a powerful stomp, it shattered the ground beneath its feet and lunged forward like a falling mountain, slamming down on the blazing alien. Boom! The impact echoed like thunder. The entire street shook, buildings crumbling, and trees snapping under the shockwave. Beneath the enormous foot, a small, blue, frog-like creature scrambled out of the rubble. It darted away on quick little legs, fleeing as fast as it could into the stormy night. Grey matter, I see you. Humongousaur roared, stretching out his massive arm and slamming it toward his opponent. Just like in the original story, transforming into one of the Omnitrix's alien heroes didn't just change physical traits, it also subtly influenced one's personality. The hot-headed wild mutt, the wisecracking brainstorm, the steady and honest humongousaur, each form came with its own instincts. In fact, the first time Ben transformed into wild mutt, he went berserk, attacking everything in sight until someone stopped him. If it were Lucian's usual self, he never would have shouted before striking. Thud! Humongousaur's palm slammed down where grey matter had been, but in the next moment, the tiny alien dissolved into a streak of black and green liquid that splashed across a nearby Rolls-Royce. Upgrade? Within seconds, the liquid form completely fused with the luxury car, reshaping it as sleek green circuitry pulsed across its body. The vehicle's sides morphed into twin green energy cannons, glowing with a cold technological light. A green lens blinked to life on the windshield. It was Upgrade's eye. It flickered mockingly as a cold laugh came through the speakers. Looking for a ride, dumb lizard. The words made Humongousaur's blood boil. His tail lashed out furiously, sweeping toward Upgrade with crushing force. The green Rolls-Royce revved its engine and sped away in an instant, narrowly dodging the blow. Its side-mounted cannons swiveled and opened fire, unleashing a rain of glowing green bullets that tore through the air, each one carrying violent kinetic energy. And that wasn't all. Upgrade's eye flashed again, releasing a powerful laser beam that ripped through the rain, cutting the air like a roaring emerald dragon as it surged toward its target. The barrage struck Humongousaur head-on, sparks flying across his thick hide. But his body was built like living armor. With a thunderous roar that shook the ground, Humongousaur pushed through the onslaught and charged straight at the Rolls-Royce. He raised his massive hand and brought it crashing down, smashing the car into a heap of twisted metal. Upgrade's liquid form spilled across the ground, black and green fluids merging with the puddles of rainwater. Die! Humongousaur roared, grabbing a nearby boulder and hurling it down. Whoosh! The pool of liquid suddenly sprang to life, launching forward before transforming midair into a vicious fish-like creature that landed at Humongousaur's feet. Ripyaws opened his razor-filled jaws and clamped down hard on Humongousaur's foot. Snap! A sharp, searing pain shot up from Humongousaur's foot, making him bare his teeth in agony. You beast! Those teeth are way too sharp, he snarled, grabbing Ripyaws and slamming him hard against the ground. Ripyaws let out a pained wail, nearly passing out from the impact. But he gritted his teeth through the pain and transformed again, this time into a savage, feral creature. Its body was covered in bristling orange-yellow fur that stood upright like steel needles. It had no eyes, only a mouth lined with razor-sharp fangs. Wild Mutt kicked off the ground, nimbly dodging Humongousaur's massive punch. In a blur of movement, it leapt onto his arm, clawing its way upward toward his head. With a vicious growl, it raised its claws, sharp and glinting coldly in the rain, and slashed down at him. Humongousaur swatted it aside with a powerful strike, sending it crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, he wrenched a nearby tree from the earth and hurled it like a spear, slamming it toward Wild Mutt. Wild Mutt twisted away, narrowly avoiding the massive blow. It bounded up a nearby building, leaping from wall to wall before launching itself back at Humungusor. Humungusor, caught mid-motion, couldn't dodge in time. The wild beast's claws raked across his face, leaving a shallow white mark. Enraged, Humungusor reached out with his massive hand, trying to grab the wild mutt clinging to his head. Crackle! In the next instant, wings burst from wild mutt's back. Its form shimmered and shifted, transforming into a large green insect. Stinkfly spread its wings and soared upward, dodging Humungusor's grasp as it took to the night sky. Try this instead. Let's see how you like the smell. From the eyes on either side of Stinkfly's head, several jets of green slime blasted forth. They streaked through the air with a disgusting stench, aiming straight for Humungusor's face. Reacting quickly, Humungusor grabbed a large rock and raised it as a shield, blocking the incoming sludge. You can keep that for yourself, little stinkbug. He swung his arm powerfully, flinging the rock like a projectile toward Stinkfly. Stinkfly darted to the side, barely dodging the incoming boulder. But before he could react again, a massive shadow loomed overhead. Humungusor lunged forward and slammed his giant palm down, swatting Stinkfly out of the sky and into the ground. He followed up with a flurry of brutal punches, each strike landing like thunder, the afterimages of his fists flashing through the air as he pounded Stinkfly into the earth. The ground trembled violently. Dust, stones, and rain swirled together in the chaos. When Humungusor finally pulled back his fist, a massive crater tens of meters wide had formed before him. Inside lay Kevin, back in human form, his body covered in wounds and barely clinging to life. Humungusor raised one enormous foot, ready to end it. Wait, Lucian. Grandpa Max's voice rang out as he rushed over, with Ben and Gwen following close behind. His gray hair was plastered to his head from the rain, his soaked clothes clinging to his weary frame. He looked more weathered than ever. Humungusor froze. After a brief pause, he lowered his foot and turned toward Grandpa without a word, waiting for an explanation. Grandpa, why are we stopping him? Ben demanded. Kevin's evil? He almost killed us just now, why let him live? Grandpa Max gasped for breath, his voice strained. It wouldn't matter before, but now, I can't. Because of his father. Huh. Humungusor's eyes narrowed. A sudden chill swept through the air. Crackle! A purple blur tore through the rain, darting like a venomous serpent straight into Kevin's body and vanished. Damn it, ghost freak! Humungusor roared, immediately reaching out to grab him. But in that instant, Kevin's eyes snapped open, glowing an eerie violet. His entire body jolted upward, moving with supernatural speed as he slipped out of Humungusor's grasp. Crackle! A blinding streak of purple light slashed across the stormy sky, illuminating everything below. Kevin's pale face twisted into a grimace, his glowing eyes burning with ghostly light, cold, menacing, and inhuman. Let me see if I can turn into myself, Kevin grinned. The moment the words left his mouth, his body blurred and dissolved into a translucent ghostly form, a ghastly pale specter drifting in the rain. Oh no, this is way too ugly. My original look was way better. The ghost tore away its white outer layer, revealing a twisted purple form with an eerie skull-like face inverted atop its neck. Grandpa Max's face hardened. Ectonu, right? Give that boy's body back. This body's so convenient. Why would I ever give it up? Ghost freak sneered, his voice cold and mocking. Enough talk, let's fight. Humungusor roared, charging straight at the ghostly figure through the downpour. Suddenly, the Omnitrix on his chest flared, releasing a burst of red light before reverting him back into Lucian. Heh. Ghost freak pointed at himself, then toward Ben and Lucian. 1, 2, 3, 3 perfect hosts. Which one should I pick? Keep dreaming, freak. Ben snapped, slamming his palm down on the Omnitrix. Thud. A burst of emerald light flashed, and heat blast straightened his back, flames roaring to life as he appeared. The rain poured down on his molten body, hissing and crackling with steam. Gwen pressed a hand to her forehead. You must be completely overheated to think turning into that in the middle of a storm is a good idea. Even so, her hands were already glowing with spell energy, magic forming between her fingers. Heat blast shook his head. You don't get it, dweeb. When it comes to roasting a ghost, fire's the best weapon there is. Within moments, Heat Blast and Gwen rushed forward, clashing head-on with Ghost Freak in a violent exchange of light and energy. Grandpa Max drew the silver pistol from his waist, the one that once belonged to 6-6. The ammo was nearly spent. He took a deep breath, steeling himself, then charged into the battle. He had to take back Kevin's body. This time, he refused to stand by and regret it later. The heavy rain drenched Lucian to the bone. Staring at the Omnitrix's crimson glow, his thoughts raced. Then, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. When he defeated Kevin earlier, hadn't he unlocked a new alien gene? And if he remembered correctly, the first activation required no charging, he could transform instantly. Open random alien gene chest, Lucian thought silently. Chest successfully opened. Acquired alien hero, Snarrow. Note, each new gene grants one seamless initial transformation. Future transformations will require charging. Snarrow. Lucian blinked. Not bad, this one's pretty strong. Beep beep. A clear tone rang out as the Omnitrix's calibration screen turned back to green, ready for immediate use. This time, there was only one form available, the new hero, Snarrow. Lucian pressed the watch, summoning the holographic projection of Snarrow before slamming it down. Wearing a golden crown and resembling an ancient Egyptian pharaoh, his body was wrapped entirely in white bandages, revealing only a pair of glowing green eyes. An ancient, mysterious aura radiated from him at every moment. A cold light flickered in Snaro's eyes before they burst into a strange blue glow. He strode across the rain-soaked street, splashing through puddles as he charged straight toward the chaotic battle ahead. Heat Blast was the first to respond, riding a fiery cloud as he shot upward above Ghost Freak. Ghost Freak and Kevin, what a weird combo, but I gotta say, you two actually match pretty well. With that, Heat Blast raised both palms, gathering a blazing fireball that he hurled toward Ghost Freak below. Whoosh! The burning sphere roared through the air like divine punishment, bringing a searing wave of heat as it hurtled toward its target. Raindrops evaporated into steam before they even touched its surface. Ha, pointless, kid. Ghost Freak's form dissolved into a phantom, sinking into the rain-flooded ground and vanishing completely. The fireball missed and slammed into the ground with a deafening crash, exploding into a massive crater as dust and debris shot outward. The next instant, Ghost Freak erupted from beneath the earth, forming a purple blur surrounded by chilling energy as it streaked straight toward the heat blast above. Its speed was so fast that Heat Blast couldn't dodge. Don't you dare hurt my cousin! Gwen shouted sharply, summoning a fierce water dragon. Water Dragon Soul. Roar! The dragon, conjured through water magic, was brimming with power. Bathed in the pouring rain, its body shimmered with dense moisture, its strength reaching its peak. With a thunderous roar, it swung its body powerfully and crashed straight into Ghost Freak midair. Hiss! Ghost Freak screamed in pain, twisting his monstrous head before lunging forward with razor-sharp claws, aiming to tear the panicked Gwen apart. At that moment, Grandpa Max rushed in front of her. No one harms my granddaughter. He raised his silver pistol and fired a burst of red laser beams toward the oncoming Ghost Freak. But Ghost Freak's body faded into a phantom once again. The crimson light passed harmlessly through him. With a sinister grin, he lunged again, shrouded in freezing, ghostly energy. Gwen tried to chant another spell, but panic made her words stumble and break, preventing her from releasing any magic. Grandpa Max clenched his teeth and kept firing, but none of it could touch Ghost Freak's spectral form. At that critical moment, two white bandages whipped through the air, wrapping tightly around Gwen and Grandpa Max. With a sharp pull, they were yanked safely out of Ghost Freak's reach. Damn you, how could you turn into something like this? Ghost Freak snarled, seething with rage, wanting nothing more than to tear Snaro apart. Did you forget about me? A deep, resonant voice echoed from above. Ghost Freak looked up, his violet eyes narrowing as Heat Blast unleashed a torrent of flames, ripping through the rain and blasting straight toward him. You insolent brat. Ghost Freak flexed his claws and shot upward, clashing violently with Heat Blast in midair. Meanwhile, Snaro stood in the curtain of rain, his glowing eyes fixed on Gwen and her grandfather, shielding them both. Lucian, we really owe you one, Grandpa Max said sincerely, wiping his pistol. If you hadn't shown up when you did, we'd have been in serious trouble. He knew Ghost Freak's power was something no ordinary human could withstand. Thank you, Gwen murmured, her cheeks tinged with pink. Snaro waved his hand dismissively, as if to say it was nothing. But in those cold green eyes burned a killing intent. Even if it meant taking down Kevin, he would destroy Ghost Freak today. Otherwise, they would never know peace. A death spirit lurking in the dark was far too dangerous to leave it alone. Watching Heat Blast being beaten down in the distance, Snaro clenched his fists. I'm going to help Ben. He can't hold out much longer alone. I'm coming too, Gwen said, about to follow after him. No. Snaro shook his head firmly. Gwen, you protect Grandpa. Ghost Freak is enough for Ben and me to handle. But, Grandpa Max smiled. All right, Gwen, listen to your cousin. Though Gwen's water magic could harm Ghost Freak, she was still human, a frail girl who could easily be hurt by the shockwaves of battle. Fine. Then be careful, cuz we'll wait for you to come back. A faint smile forced itself onto Gwen's fair face. Snaro nodded, turned, and launched himself forward. His legs fired like a cannon, propelling him straight toward Ghost Freak. At that moment, Ghost Freak was clutching Heat Blast's throat. Suddenly, Snaro slammed into him, sending the phantom flying into a stone wall with a piercing scream. You've got some nerve. Ghost Freak pushed himself up with his claws, floating back into the air. His single violet eye burned with hatred. Snaro let out a cold snort, not even bothering to acknowledge him. He turned to the coughing Heat Blast. Ben, can you still fight? No problem. Heat Blast answered quickly, then coughed a few more times. You asked for this, Ghost Freak hissed with a sinister smile. In an instant, his body began to expand. Muscles bulged as his skin took on a blood-red sheen. A towering, muscular figure stood proudly in the rain. 4 arms Kevin, his violet eyes glowing with Ghost Freak's malevolence. This body is truly useful. Now, I can do anything. 4 arms Kevin's voice came out rough and rasping. His gaze hardened as he crushed the ground beneath his feet and rushed at Heat Blast in a blur. What? Heat Blast gasped, startled by his speed. Without hesitation, 4 arms Kevin clenched his massive fists, wreathed in ghostly chill, and hurled them toward Heat Blast. Whoosh! Several white bandages sliced through the rain, instantly wrapping around 4 arms Kevin. Before he could react, Snaro swung him hard into the ground, sending him tumbling across the wet pavement. Snaro pressed his attack, unleashing more bandages that slithered like snakes, rapidly coiling around his foe. Within seconds, 4 arms Kevin was bound tight, wrapped into a giant white cocoon. Ben, prepare your flame attack, Snaro said calmly, knowing the bandages alone wouldn't hold him for long. Got it. Heat Blast nodded, gathering fiery energy in his palms. Through the pounding rain, Snarrow could feel his bindings being torn apart. Forearms Kevin, empowered by Ghost Freak's possession, radiated monstrous strength. Rip. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Forearms Kevin burst free, tearing through the bandages as fragments scattered into the rain. Now, Snarrow's eyes narrowed sharply. Heat Blast let out a laugh as two blazing dragons erupted from his hands. They roared forward, tearing through the storm and engulfing Forearms Kevin in a surge of fire. Boom! Forearms Kevin, who had just broken free, narrowed his ghostly eyes as his entire body was suddenly engulfed in a sea of flames. Waves of heat surged outward, sweeping violently in every direction. Heat Blast clenched his fist and shouted with excitement, "Awesome! A perfect home run! I'm totally winning the school baseball championship this year." Not far away, Snarrow stood atop a cypress tree, the light flickering in his green eyes as he watched the inferno below. Having suffered such a massive blow, could Ghost Freak really withstand it? Grandpa Max sheltered under the eaves of a nearby shop, watching the distant heat blast with satisfaction. Ben's flame powers are getting stronger and stronger. I just hope he learns to use the watch's power wisely and doesn't stray off the right path. Gwen, however, wasn't looking at Heat Blast. Her gaze was fixed on Snarrow standing silently among the branches. The rain was gradually fading. Under the soft moonlight, the mummy stood tall and steady on the branch, his silhouette outlined against the pale glow. The sight left Gwen lost in thought, her expression wistful. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Why did Lucian have to be her cousin? His looks, his demeanor, everything about him was exactly her type. Grandpa Max seemed to sense her thoughts. He gently patted Gwen's hair and let out a quiet sigh, saying nothing more. Flames roared skyward, the heat surging in waves. From within the blazing inferno, a massive green figure emerged. Sharp crystal spikes tore through the fire as it stepped across the scorched ground, moving forward slowly and deliberately. Four violet eyes glared fiercely, filled with hatred and venom, as if it wanted nothing more than to tear Heat Blast and Snarrow apart. Transformed into Diamond Head, but why does he have 4 eyes? Snarrow's gaze tightened. Could Kevin's body be mutating? Heat Blast, however, sneered dismissively. Pointing at the Diamond Head before him, he shouted, "Ghost Freak, get out of Kevin now, or when I lose my temper you'll both be finished. Then come and try." A flash of purple light flickered in Diamond Head's eyes as his arm morphed into a sharp crystalline spike. From his perch, Snarrow extended his bandage-wrapped hand toward Diamond Head below, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, the ground trembled faintly. A low rumble echoed in the distance, growing louder as though something massive was approaching. Snarrow paused, then turned his head toward the source of the sound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the horizon, dozens of green heavy tanks rolled forward, crushing the brittle ground beneath their tracks. The thunder of their engines echoed through the night like awakened ancient beasts charging into battle. It's the army? They've sent in the military. Grandpa Max recognized them immediately. Heat Blast burst out laughing. "You're finished, Ghost Freak. Let's see how you escape our trap now." With tank support, plus himself and Snarrow, there was no way Ghost Freak could get away this time. Haha. And what makes you think they won't attack you too? Diamond Head's eerie purple eyes gleamed with malice, completely unshaken. This. Heat Blast faltered, realizing the ghost might actually have a point. Before long, the heavy tanks rolled into position nearby. Dozens of thick cannons locked instantly onto Heat Blast and Diamond Head, unaware of Snarrow hidden among the branches. Grandpa Max rushed toward the tanks, waving his arms and shouting to stop them, but the soldiers ignored him. Determined to eliminate the monsters, they opened fire without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells blasted from the tank formation, trailing long flames as they screamed through the air toward Diamond Head and Heat Blast. Oh man, today's just not my day. With a leap, Heat Blast sprang into the air, riding his fiery cloud as he sped away, escaping the range of the incoming shells. Interesting. Let's see what you can really do, Diamond Head sneered coldly. He raised his palm and summoned a crystal wall before him. The powerful shell slammed into it, exploding on impact, but only managed to leave shallow cracks unable to break through its solid defense. Thud. Diamond Head slammed his fist into the ground, and in the next instant, massive crystal spikes burst upward beneath the tank formation. The sharp spikes tore through the steel armor, impaling every tank in their path. A deafening roar filled the air as dozens of heavy tanks exploded simultaneously, their wreckage raining down in a shower of mangled metal across the scorched ground. With a single move, Ghost Freak had wiped out the entire armored force. His 4 violet eyes gleamed with contempt and disdain. To him, Earthlings were nothing more than lowly creatures weak in strength, easily possessed, and unworthy of comparison to the noble Ectonurites. On his world, evil was synonymous with nobility. Watching the destruction of the tank unit, Snarrow's eyes remained calm and still, betraying no emotion. He knew he'd only escaped being targeted because the tanks hadn't noticed him. Unlike Heat Blast, he couldn't fly. Though his undead nature made him effectively immortal, even if blown to pieces, he would eventually regenerate. The process was anything but pleasant. Snarrow leapt down, landing before Diamond Head. "Ghost Freak," he said evenly, "you must have noticed it by now. This body is changing. If you don't want to die here, get out of it now." Diamond Head grinned. "Then let's see what you can do to me." Snarrow let out a cold snort and extended a swarm of bandages that wrapped around nearby cars. With both hands, he swung the vehicles inward, crushing them toward Diamond Head. Bang! Diamond Head's crystalline fists pierced straight through both cars. With a powerful heave, he hurled them back towards Snarrow, slamming him under the wreckage. "Cuz!" Gwen cried out anxiously, ready to rush in, but Grandpa Max held her firmly. "Stay calm, Gwen. He's going to be fine," Grandpa said with a reassuring smile. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless white bandages wriggled out from beneath the wreckage, rapidly gathering and reforming into a humanoid shape. Within seconds, Snarrow stood whole once more. With a sharp shout, he launched another flurry of bandages, binding Diamond Head tightly in place. Spikes sprouted from Diamond Head's body, shredding through the bindings, but his movements were too slow. Snarrow's endless barrage of bandages kept him pinned. Then Heat Blast appeared overhead. "Ha ha ha, Ghost Freak, you're done for now." He formed a massive fireball above his head, blazing like a miniature sun, and hurled it down onto Diamond Head. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. Flames burst across Diamond Head's body as deep cracks spread through his crystalline frame, nearly breaking him apart. "Damn it!" Ghost Freak snarled hoarsely, controlling Kevin's body as it morphed rapidly into 4 arms. Just as he prepared to charge, a sudden, burning pain spread through his arm. 4 arms looked down to see golden flame marks scattered across his crimson skin, glowing faintly. At the same time, a strange itching sensation crawled along his back as if something were trying to force its way out. Sensing the change, Snarrow's eyes flashed coldly. He sent out another wave of white bandages, trying to restrain 4 arms once more. He had to drive Ghost Freak out of Kevin's body, fast before it was too late. As Snarrow struck, Heat Blast rained down fireballs from above, engulfing the rampaging 4 arms in blazing heat. "Damn it! You're lucky this time, but I'll be back." Ghost Freak gritted his teeth through the pain and transformed into XLR8, flames burning wildly atop his head, a grotesque fusion of XLR8 and Heat Blast. With a swift kick, he vanished in a streak of blue fire, escaping their combined assault and speeding off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was gone without a trace. "Get back here, coward!" Heat Blast shouted, leaping onto his cloud to give chase. "Don't chase him, Ben," Snarrow said calmly. "Let's go check on Grandpa and the others first. We'll deal with Ghost Freak later." Even if they could catch XLR8, their transformation time was almost up. Charging after him now would only lead them into a trap. As for Kevin, he'd have to survive on his own. When the two reached Grandpa and Gwen, Heat Blast had already reverted to human form. Snarrow tapped his Omnitrix and returned to his original state as well. Grandpa Max quickly checked them over for injuries. Finding none, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Around them, the battlefield lay in ruins, scorched earth and jagged crystal spires marking the devastation. Grandpa Max looked toward the direction XLR8 had fled, his eyes filled with quiet resignation. Taking a deep breath, he turned and led Lucian and the others slowly back to the rust bucket. 2 days later, at a gas station, a worn-out old RV rolled slowly into view, its metal frame glowing faintly under the morning light. "Time to give my old buddy some juice," Grandpa Max said with a smile. The rust bucket had been with him for years, and his attachment to it ran deep. Even if someone offered him a brand new RV in exchange, he wouldn't take it. That kind of bond couldn't be replaced. Still chatting cheerfully, Grandpa Max stepped out and spoke with the attendant. He could have stayed inside and simply said how much to fill or told them to top it off, but he insisted on opening the fuel cap himself, refusing to let anyone else touch it. The attendant's mouth twitched slightly at the sight. Lucian glanced out the window at the pale morning sunlight before closing his eyes again to rest. The past 2 days had been exhausting. He'd been scouring the city non-stop, searching for any trace of Ghost Freak and Kevin. He'd transformed into XLR8, then Stinkfly, and even Ripyaws, covering land, sky, and sea, turning the entire city upside down. Yet there wasn't a single sign of them. It was as if Ghost Freak had vanished into thin air, taking control of Kevin's body and disappearing without a trace. Worse still, a few awkward incidents had happened along the way. Like when XLR8 sped past a few girls and accidentally sent their miniskirts flying. He turned his head for just a second and the scenery that met his eyes nearly made his blood boil. Luckily, Lucian had strong self-control. If he had lost focus at that speed, the result would have been painful. Then came Stinkfly. After flying too long, he landed on someone's balcony to rest, only to be spotted by an older lady. She came at him swinging a broom like a warrior, face fierce and unrelenting. The force behind her blows nearly knocked him out of the air. As Ripyaws, things didn't go much better. He swam along the coast, scaring off a group of bikini girls who ran for their lives, afraid he'd eat them. But then he saved a little girl from drowning. The terrified child burst into tears at first, but once she calmed down, she sniffled, pulled a white rabbit milk candy from her pocket, placed it into Ripya's claw, and said tearfully, "Big Fishy, thank you for saving me, but you look really scary. I won't play in the water again, I promise." Sniff sniff. Ripya scratched his head, staring at the milk candy in his palm, not sure if that counted as a good thing or not. Those vivid moments replayed in Lucian's mind like a slow-motion movie, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Suddenly, a gentle female voice spoke beside him. "Cuz, you've been looking tired lately, so I cut up some fruit for you. You should eat a little to get your energy back." Gwen stood there holding a small box of neatly carved fruit, each piece arranged beautifully, almost like art. Lucian slowly opened his eyes. "Thanks, Gwen, but I'm not hungry. You go ahead and eat." He closed his eyes again, replaying his battle with Ghost Freak in his mind. How could he capture and defeat that thing? Just then, a sweet, fruity scent drifted up to his nose, fresh and tempting. Lucian opened his eyes again. Gwen, her orange hair glinting softly and green eyes full of mischief, was smiling as she held out a slice of mango to his lips. I've already had some. You eat it if it sits too long, it won't taste good, she said with a playful grin, her eyes curving like little crescent moons. Lucian stared at the mango in front of him, momentarily dazed. In either his old world or this one, no girl had ever fed him fruit. It wasn't because he wasn't attractive, it was just that his quiet nature made him seem distant. And now Gwen was feeding him? Eat it or not? Of course he should. Refusing something offered by his cousin right to his lips would be far too awkward. So Lucian leaned forward and ate the slice of mango. A tangy sweet flavor filled every taste bud, and paired with its visually appealing appearance, it felt utterly delightful. Delicious. Lucian gave a faint smile. His handsome face, which had seemed slightly dulled by the cold, instantly lit up like the warm sun rising in winter, making him even more captivating and dashing. Gwen lowered her head, her face flushing crimson like a ripe apple. Hey, nerd. As the cousin of this great hero, shouldn't you feed me some fruit too? Beside them, Ben propped his hands behind his head, opened his mouth wide, and said, I want a banana, please. He then closed his eyes, waiting for his cousin to feed him. Gwen clenched her delicate hands in frustration, but suddenly a spark of inspiration lit her eyes. A faint smile touched her lips as if she'd thought of something brilliant. Under Lucian's puzzled gaze, she walked straight to the passenger seat where Grandpa's protein breakfast lay, a large bowl of fresh, wriggling rice weevils. Gwen extended her finger, fighting back nausea as she picked up 2 squirming live rice worms. Their constant movement made her scalp crawl, and she shook her head repeatedly. But to make her dweeb cousin suffer, this was nothing. Soon, Ben would be even more disgusted than her. By now, Gwen had returned to Ben's side and flung the rice worm straight into his wide-open mouth. Ben instinctively began chewing, then suddenly jerked upright. His face visibly drained of color, turning ashen. He immediately stood up, bent over, and began vomiting uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, doofus. See if you dare talk like that again. Gwen clutched her stomach, laughing so hard her mouth wouldn't close. I only feed fruit to Lucian. Anyone else can just dream on. Disgusting. Ben stared at the chewed-off rice worm on the ground, then glared hatefully at Gwen. You're so mean, Gwen Tennyson. I'm telling Grandpa. Gwen shrugged indifferently. Oh really? But you just wasted Grandpa's favorite rice worms. Better think twice. Ben's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth to retort, but the words died on his lips. Indeed, given Grandpa's fondness for rice worms, he wouldn't let this slide. Better to let his nerd cousin off this time. Ben thought to himself, ultimately claiming a mental victory. Lucian witnessed the entire scene. Even he couldn't help but chuckle. This pair of cousins was truly entertaining, even funnier than watching the original story. After all, this wasn't some fantasy, it was the real world, where everything was real and within reach. After pranking Ben, Gwen turned and returned to Lucian's side. She sat down carefully across from him and asked, by the way, cuz, have you spotted any traces of Ghost Freak these past couple of days? Lucian sighed softly and shook his head. What about Kevin? No sign of him either. Gwen pressed. No, he's possessed by Ghost Freak. It's probably bad news. That thing isn't someone to mess with. Lucian paused, his expression turning slightly puzzled. Why bring this up now? Gwen's pretty face stiffened. She hastily waved her hands, stammering, I was just asking casually. It's nothing, really. Maybe, sort of, possibly. Gwen gave a dry chuckle twice before finally sighing in relief. All right, I just feel like Kevin probably wasn't a bad person. For Ghost Freak to just take over his body like that. She didn't continue, only shaking her head and sighing. As she spoke, the image of Kevin letting her go flashed through Gwen's mind once more, leaving her overwhelmed with mixed emotions. It felt strange. She should hate him, because Kevin had nearly killed Ben and Grandpa. Or perhaps he was consumed by hatred and murderous intent because he couldn't control the power within him, driven to kill Ben? Gwen felt a pang of melancholy. She quickly shook her head, banishing all distracting thoughts, and ran to her desk to play with her laptop. Kevin. Lucian murmured softly, hoping he hadn't turned into a Kevin 11. Morning, New York City gas station. After paying for the fuel, Grandpa Max closed the nozzle and started walking back toward the rust bucket. Just then, an armored cash transport vehicle rumbled past on the highway. Boom! A surge of energy burst through the air as a powerful laser cannon blasted into one of the vehicle's tires, shattering it instantly. The truck flipped sideways, grinding against the pavement with a shower of sparks. Bills flew everywhere, scattering across the street until the vehicle finally came to a stop on the cold asphalt. For a moment, the onlookers froze in shock. Then, the sight of money raining down snapped them out of it. Their eyes lit up, and like starving wolves spotting fresh prey, they charged forward, trampling over each other in a frenzy to snatch the cash. Out of my way, losers. The voice came from a woman at the front of the chaos, eyes flashing with menace. Behind her followed a group of armed thugs wearing hip-hop style masks, each carrying heavy firearms and radiating murderous intent as they stormed toward the wreck. They fired a few warning shots into the air, scattering the looters before seizing the fallen bills for themselves. Inside the overturned truck, Police officers' faces bloodied and battered struggled to open the damaged door. The crash had left them severely injured, and surviving at all was already a miracle. But as long as they were still breathing, they wouldn't let these criminals take the cash. Enduring the pain, the officers who could still move crawled out of the vehicle and opened fire, engaging the attackers in a desperate gunfight. However, the gang's firepower was overwhelming, especially their leader, Rojo. She wielded a massive laser cannon, its energy output far beyond anything a standard rifle could match. The escort team, already wounded, quickly fell behind. Under the intense barrage, they were forced back, one after another collapsing into pools of blood. Yet even as their strength failed, trembling hands still reached for their weapons, unwilling to give up. Rojo, her auburn short hair gleaming under heavy makeup, barked orders as she led the assault. Her subordinates, each armed with a gold-plated AK-47, unleashed a final charge, intent on wiping out the remaining officers and claiming the prize for themselves. But just as they surged forward, a white figure dropped from the sky, landing squarely before them. The newcomer was completely wrapped in white bandages, a golden crown resting on its head, eerie green light shining from its eyes. Its aura was ancient and terrifying. The thugs glanced at each other before bursting into laughter. Through the holes in their masks, their eyes gleamed with mockery and disdain. I thought it was something scary. Turns out it's just a cosplayer. Who are you trying to scare? Right? I'm not afraid of that. I've killed chickens, think I'll be scared of you. Huh? Halloween's still a long way off, pal. Snarrow let out a low, disdainful snort. In an instant, countless white bandages shot from its body, blotting out the sky. Moving faster than the eye could follow, they lashed out, wrapping around 5 of the thugs and hoisting them high into the air, leaving only their heads and necks exposed. Look at you all, pathetic. Several bandages stretched forward, tearing off their masks. Snarrow paused, narrowing its glowing eyes. All women, the mummy rasped, surprised. The voices of these female thugs had been so rough it had mistaken them for men. No wonder some of the bandages had felt strangely soft and squishy like cotton candy. Hard to describe. The wounded officers behind the armored truck stared in shock, jaws hanging open. Then, realization hit, and cheers erupted. Hero? A hero's come to save us. The pharaoh has descended. The pharaoh himself. Mummy bro, use your bandages, teach them a lesson. Yes, we're saved. The surviving officers couldn't help but cheer. What had once seemed like certain death had completely turned around. The scales of victory had finally tipped in their favor. The shock of surviving such a hopeless situation made them forget the Snarrow's frightening appearance. Instead, they found it strangely awe-inspiring, even endearing. Just then, Ben and the others came running over. 4 Arms is about to move. Watch me pound these weirdos into the ground. With that, Ben ducked behind a truck, flipped open the Omnitrix, switched heroes, and slammed his hand down. Thud. A flash of eerie green light burst forth, and XLR-8 appeared in his place. Oh, come on, I was going for the big guy, not some scrawny little dino. XLR-8 rubbed his head in frustration. In a blur of blue, he dashed forward and stopped beside Snarrow. He lifted his visor, glancing at the thugs tangled in bandages. Nice work, cuz. Any enemies left? Snarrow nodded, pointing toward the woman across the street, Rojo. She stood alone with her laser cannon in hand, surrounded by the unconscious forms of her subordinates, yet her expression showed no trace of fear. Rojo hoisted the heavy cannon onto her shoulder, aiming directly at Snarrow and XLR-8. Paperboy, she said coldly, I'd advise you not to stick your nose where it doesn't belong, or I'll blast you into a pile of ash. You're too full of yourself. You need to be taught a lesson. XLR-8's tone hardened as he prepared to charge. But Snarrow reached out and stopped him, gesturing toward the wounded officers behind them. Ben, get them to the hospital. Some of them are barely hanging on. But XLR-8 hesitated. He clearly wanted to teach the gang leader a lesson. Your speed is their only chance, Snarrow said firmly. Saving lives, that's what being a hero is about. Got it. XLR-8 nodded. He pulled down his black visor and, in a flash of blue light, raced toward the injured officers. Meanwhile, Rojo had grown impatient. She adjusted her stance, aiming her massive laser cannon at Snarrow once more. Release my people, she snapped, biting her lip and glaring sharply, or I'll make you regret it. All right then. Snarrow nodded calmly. Under Rojo's stunned gaze, he struck the unconscious female thugs with precision, binding them together tightly before tossing the bundle toward Grandpa Max in the distance. Good Samaritan, call the police, Snarrow rasped, pretending not to recognize Grandpa Max to avoid exposing his identity. You're finished. Rojo growled. She fired. A thick beam of crimson energy exploded from the cannon, radiating intense heat as it streaked toward Snarrow. He didn't move. Boom! The blast tore through his chest, leaving a massive hole that went clean through his body, a gruesome sight. The laser, weakened after piercing him, continued forward and slammed into the elevated bridge behind, blasting chunks of stone and debris into the air. As the falling rubble threatened the vehicles below, Gwen summoned a water dragon soul. Streams of water surged upward, striking the boulders midair and shattering them into countless fragments. Before the debris could rain down, she conjured a wave of shimmering bubbles, forming a barrier that shielded the cars beneath. The vehicles that should have been crushed remained untouched, protected by Gwen's magic from certain destruction. But the intense spell drained her strength rapidly. Gwen's face went pale, and she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Grandpa caught her just in time and helped her back into the rust bucket. At that moment, the gaping hole in Snaroa's chest began to close, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if torn to pieces, he could regenerate completely, let alone withstand such a low-grade weapon. This is impossible. Rojo, who had been smirking moments earlier, froze in disbelief. Her eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. This is a real mummy. As her words left her mouth, Snaro unleashed a torrent of white bandages that surged forward like a storm, blanketing the sky as they swept toward Rojo. Rojo was stunned. She raised her laser cannon, ready to blast this infuriating Snaro to pieces. But Snaro moved faster. White bandages shot out, wrapping around the cannon in an instant. With a sharp, forceful twist, he crushed the steel weapon, grinding it into useless scrap that scattered across the cold ground. Rojo's heart plummeted into despair. Why are you doing this? She shouted, her voice trembling. She was certain she hadn't provoked this monster. Could it be? Snaro wanted the money too? Snaro said nothing. His eerie green eyes flickered faintly before countless bandages burst from his body again, slicing through the air as they surged toward her. Rojo's eyes widened. Gritting her teeth, she snatched the golden AK-47 from the ground and, consumed by fear and rage, squeezed the trigger with all her might. Her eyes burned with fury and killing intent. Rat-a-tat-tat! A storm of bullets screamed through the air, dense and relentless, each one carrying terrifying force as they tore toward Snaro. Yet, facing the barrage, Snaro didn't flinch. His feet anchored firmly to the ground, unmoving as the bullets riddled his body. Sparks flew, but he stood still, unshaken and fearless. Soon, his form was filled with charred bullet holes, looking like a human-shaped hive of scars and burns. Stubborn to the end, Snaroa's glowing eyes flared brighter. More bandages erupted from his body, weaving through the storm of bullets and reaching Rojo in the blink of an eye. Under her horrified gaze, the bandages slithered around her like living serpents, coiling tightly around her body. Her chest, thighs, and neck were all bound. Her wrists locked up as strength drained from her arms, the golden AK-47 slipping from her hands and clattering to the ground. Rojo was completely helpless. Her body ached as the bandages constricted tighter, making her want to scream and cry all at once. Ah, she cried out, kicking wildly, but it was useless. Does it hurt? Snaro asked coldly, pulling her closer with the bandages. You killed plenty of people today, all for money. When the armored truck overturned, one escort had already died. Then, in the firefight against Rojo's gang, several police officers had been killed as well. By the time Snaro arrived, the survivors were barely clinging to life. Even though XLR-8 had rushed them to the hospital, it was uncertain whether they'd make it. Bound tightly, Rojo's breathing grew ragged. Her neck throbbed painfully as she shut her eyes, struggling to speak. I was wrong. I'll never do it again, she stammered through trembling lips. Please, spare me. I'll do anything you want. Not necessary, Snaro replied flatly. A single bandage lashed out, striking her across the head. Rojo went limp, collapsing like a rag doll as she lost consciousness. Snaro grabbed her by the arm and tossed her aside with the others, intending to leave them for the police. Boom! Suddenly, two blazing fireballs erupted in the sky, streaking downward with immense heat. They crashed into the ground ahead with a thunderous explosion that made the entire city shake. What was that? XLR-8 reappeared beside Snaro, his eyes narrowing as he looked up. He had already delivered the injured to the hospital and rushed back as soon as possible. Snaro cast the unconscious Rojo aside and turned his glowing gaze toward the sky, his expression hardening as he prepared for battle. Clack, clack, clack. From the thick smoke ahead, two massive silhouettes emerged, towering 6 or 7 stories tall. Their eyes burned a deep crimson as they stepped forward on spider-like limbs, advancing directly toward Snaro. Detected Omnitrix! Detected Omnitrix! Their mechanical voices droned in unison as their sensors locked onto the emblem glowing on Snaroa's chest. The sound was cold, emotionless. XLR-8's eyes narrowed. It's those weirdos from the forest last time. He still remembered that day clearly. His cuz had transformed into Diamond Head, fighting with incredible strength and taking down a massive robot to save the campers. Exactly. These robots look identical to the ones before. They must be from the same faction, Snaro said calmly. He guessed that Vilgax had likely detected the Omnitrix's transformation signal and sent these machines to capture it. Which country made these things? They don't look like they came from Earth, XLR-8 muttered hoarsely. Snaro shook his head. Doesn't matter. Let's take them down first. Meanwhile, the two colossal robots were advancing along the highway, forcing vehicles to brake hard. Horns blared, cars collided, and chaos erupted. But the drivers didn't stay to argue. One look at the towering machines sent them fleeing in panic, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Commence operation, retrieve the Omnitrix. From the shoulders of the two giant robots, smaller spider drones detached. Their heads glowed red as they hovered into the air, emitting sharp mechanical screeches before streaking toward their targets. 4 spider drones in total. Just a bunch of small fry, Snaro said coolly. He was just about to move when a streak of blue lightning shot past him, stirring up a violent gust. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, XLR-8 appeared beneath the spider drones, spinning rapidly. A massive whirlwind burst upward, forming a blue tornado that swallowed the smaller machines whole. Not bad, Snaro remarked, retracting his bandages. When the whirlwind dissipated, the 4 spider drones crashed heavily to the ground, crushed flat into a pile of mangled metal. Sparks flickered across their broken bodies as short circuits crackled through them. XLR-8 let out a short, cold snort and kicked one of the wrecked drones away. It tumbled across the ground and landed beside the still unconscious Rojo. Your turn, XLR-8 said, turning to face the towering robots ahead. Snarrow stepped forward. One each, he said evenly, his tone calm and composed. First come, first served. XLR-8 grinned, then vanished in a flash of blue. An instant later, he reappeared beneath one of the massive robots, already locked in a fierce clash. Snarrow scanned the area, then flicked his wrist. His bandages lashed out, wrapping around a nearby traffic light. With a powerful pull, he swung himself forward, hurtling toward the other giant robot. Rojo's eyelids twitched. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a heap of strange mechanical debris, yellow and red pieces scattered across the ground, flickering with bursts of electricity. ZZZZT? Suddenly, a metallic tentacle shot out from the wreckage, striking like lightning. It lunged forward and pierced into Rojo's neck. A wave of searing pain tore through her body, flooding every cell. Rojo screamed, clutching her head as she slammed it against the hard ground over and over. It felt like her skull was about to burst. At the same time, her body began to change in horrifying ways. Her once pale skin turned a deep, blood red. A red film crept across her eyes, and sharp iron claws burst from her fingertips, gleaming with a cold metallic light. From her shoulders, twin scarlet energy lenses emerged, pulsing faintly with a menacing glow. What's happening to me? Have I turned into a monster? Rojo stared in shock at her claws. The agonizing pain that had overwhelmed her moments ago suddenly faded like a receding tide replaced by a rushing, intoxicating surge of power. Can you hear me, Earthling? A deep, gravelly voice boomed in her mind. Who are you? Rojo gasped, looking wildly around. No questions. The sharp tone sent a shiver down her spine. Her surroundings blurred. Suddenly, she felt as if she were floating in the vast emptiness of space. Before her loomed an enormous head octopus-like, its skin a sickly green and its features twisted and grotesque. The creature's cold eyes fixed on her with predatory focus. Listen carefully, Vilgax said slowly. You now possess power beyond anything you can imagine. But you don't yet know how to wield it, unless I teach you. Who are you? Why are you in my head? Rojo demanded. That's not something you need to know. Just do as I command. Who do you think you are? Rojo snapped. I only listen to myself. The words had barely left her mouth when agony exploded in her skull once more. The pain was so intense she let out a broken cry. Vilgax's eyes narrowed. You should be grateful you still have value. Obey me or face annihilation. Choose wisely. Rojo froze, trembling, before finally lowering her head in silence. The highway was a war zone, shattered and burning. Snarrow hovered in midair, his bandages whipping in the wind before he dropped steadily in front of a towering robot. Target acquired. The robot's eyes flashed crimson. It raised its claw and fired a beam of searing red energy. Boom! The laser struck the ground with explosive force. Red light flooded the scene, and the resulting shockwave sent cars flying like toys, crashing and tumbling in every direction. Dust and debris filled the air. The giant robot's scanners swept back and forth, searching for its target. It never noticed the white bandages silently creeping up from beneath the dust, wrapping around its massive legs and climbing higher. Within seconds, the bandages reached its head and from them, Snarrow emerged, his form solidifying atop the mechanical titan. His eyes glowed an eerie green. With a flick of his hands, 2 powerful bands of writhing cloth shot forward, spearing into the robot's eyes and shredding its inner mechanisms. The robot screeched, claws scraping into its own face as it tried desperately to rip the bandages out. But Snarrow's bindings had already burrowed deep into its central core, tearing through countless circuits and delicate components. Its movements became erratic, slowing rapidly. ZZZZT? A surge of electricity crackled through its frame before it froze, then collapsed with a thunderous crash. The impact crushed several cars beneath it, scattering metal fragments and debris in every direction. Snarrow extended a bandage toward a nearby tree, pulled tight, and swung gracefully onto a branch. The motion was fluid, effortless. Turning his gaze toward the other side of the battlefield, he saw XLR-8 still locked in combat with the second giant robot. But things weren't looking good. XLR-8's speed was unmatched, but his attacks lacked the power to inflict any real damage. What a lump of iron. XLR-8 unleashed a rapid barrage of kicks, striking the giant robot's head in a blur of motion. Sparks flew, but all he managed to leave were shallow dents across its metal surface. The robot raised one massive claw, swiping upward to grab him, but XLR-8 easily evaded the strike, flashing down to the ground as a streak of blue light. Weirdo robot, try this on for size. Grinning, XLR-8 kicked off the ground, sprinting in circles around the massive machine. His speed whipped up a roaring vortex of wind, forming a towering blue tornado that surrounded the robot. Yet, no matter how fast he spun, the colossal machine refused to budge. It stood unmoved on the highway like a steel tower. This thing was just too heavy. Seeing this, Snarrow stepped forward. Target acquired. The robot's glowing eyes locked onto him. It raised a palm, and a thick beam of crimson energy burst forth, roaring toward Snarrow like a raging dragon of light. Snarrow caught hold of a nearby lamppost, pulled tight, and used the momentum to swing to the opposite side, narrowly avoiding the deadly blast. "'Cuz, you done over there?" XLR8 flickered beside Snarrow, pulling back his mask. MHM. Snarrow nodded, his gaze still fixed on the massive robot ahead. XLR8's eyes widened in disbelief. That huge mechanical monster taken down in just a couple of moves? Cuz, you're way too strong. The thought sent a spark of determination burning through him. He wanted to grow stronger fast. Meanwhile, the giant robot, still locked onto the Omnitrix's signal, moved forward. Its heavy, spider-like legs struck the ground with booming steps, shaking the highway. Each spear-like limb punched deep holes into the pavement, radiating a terrifying aura of raw power. Snarrow extended his bandages, wrapping them around the robot's legs like crashing waves before swinging himself upward, aiming to reach its head. The robot's eyes flared with red light, firing a blast directly at his chest in an attempt to vaporize him on the spot. But Snarrow's glowing eyes narrowed. With a thought, he parted the bandages across his chest, revealing a massive hollow cavity that spanned nearly his entire torso. This was Snarrow's unique ability. Not only did he possess near-limitless resilience, but he could reshape his body at will to evade attacks. Aside from his eyes, every part of him was made of bandages. In an instant, the searing laser tore through his hollow chest, missing any vital core before slamming into the green belt behind him. The blast detonated in a thunderous explosion, scattering leaves and dirt like a violent storm. Before the smoke cleared, Snarrow's chest had already reformed. He lashed out a mass of white bandages, wrapping them tightly around the robot's neck, then yanked hard. A powerful force surged through the giant's frame. Its legs scraped against the pavement as it lost balance, and with a deafening crash, the massive robot was ripped off its feet and slammed to the ground. The colossal robot, dragged down to the ground, thrashed wildly. Its claws gouged deep trenches across the pavement, the dense claw marks sharp and terrifying to behold. Snarrow gripped his bandages tightly and gave them a forceful pull, launching himself up onto the robot's head. He extended a surge of flexible white bandages, writhing like serpents as they slithered into the robot's eye sockets one after another. An overwhelming power tore through the machine's inner structure, shredding its components apart. The giant robot's massive body convulsed violently, arcs of electricity crackling across its frame in bursts of blue light. My cuz is insane. If only I could turn into a mummy too, XLR8 muttered to himself, clicking his tongue. Still, that alien form looked like it took some skill to handle. He quickly shook the thought away. No matter the alien hero, there was nothing Ben Tennyson couldn't manage. ZZZZT? A piercing surge of electricity rang out. The giant robot's body stiffened before its head exploded with a deafening blast. Shattered metal and mechanical debris scattered everywhere as thick black smoke billowed upward into the sky. With that, both colossal robots were down, brought to ruin by Snarrow's overwhelming power. Beep boop. Sirens echoed in the distance. Police vehicles were closing in, no doubt responding to emergency reports about the giant robots. Heavy units had already been dispatched to contain the situation. Beep beep beep. At that exact moment, the Omnitrix symbol on XLR8's body began flashing, pulsing red before bursting into a vivid glow. In an instant, Ben reverted to his human form. Oh, man. Ben groaned, staring at the glowing watch. Come on, you piece of junk, where did they even make you? Of all the times to time out, it had to be now just when he was about to make a run for it. All right, Ben. We should head back, Snarrow said evenly. Originally, his transformation time lasted 10 minutes, but after the system upgrade, it had increased to 12. Unless something interfered, his transformations always lasted 2 minutes longer than Ben's. Ben sighed, shoulders slumping as he turned to leave only to feel the ground vanish beneath his feet. His body lifted weightlessly into the air. What the? Ben turned his head, eyes going wide in surprise. Snarrow's eyes glowed faint green as he unraveled several bandages from his body, wrapping them around Ben with effortless precision. Holding him securely, Snarrow swung from building to building, gliding through the air between the skyscrapers. He vaulted off walls and rooftops with smooth, acrobatic grace like a mummy version of Spider-Man. In a nearby office building, a white-collar worker tilted his head back, stretching his neck to relieve some tension only to freeze mid-motion. Oh my god, what the hell is that? He shouted, his green eyes widening in shock. Elsewhere, a couple pressed up against a floor-to-ceiling window, sweating and breathless in the middle of their moment of harmony. Suddenly, a pale figure streaked past the glass, leaving behind 2 trails of ghostly green light. The man jolted in fright and immediately lost all composure, collapsing in defeat. What was that? He stammered, rubbing his eyes. But when he looked again, there was nothing there. The woman turned her head with a cold, disappointed glare, her face full of unspoken disgust. No, seriously? Listen, there was a mummy out there just now, he began frantically. The woman shot him a deadly look. A mummy? Really? If you've got that kind of imagination, why don't you call it back so the 3 of us can have fun together? With that, she yanked on her clothes and stormed out, slamming the door behind her, leaving the man standing there, dumbfounded and speechless. Before long, Snarrow returned to the rust bucket with Ben in tow. The moment they touched down, the Omnitrix symbol on his chest flashed, then dimmed, revealing Lucian's original form. Not far from the vehicle, Grandpa Max was speaking with the police, giving his statement. He had already arranged for the female thugs to be taken into custody to face justice. Awesome, we're heroes again. Ben laughed, his chest swelling with pride. But Lucian's expression darkened. He glanced around, scanning every direction. There was no sign of Rojo anywhere. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. The wail of police sirens pierced the air. After cuffing the female criminals, officers escorted them into their patrol cars and drove off toward the city. Once things were settled, the group boarded the rust bucket again, continuing toward their next travel stop. None of them noticed the two faint, crimson lights flickering in a shadowy alleyway, watching their vehicle fade into the distance. The rust bucket roared along the winding mountain road, racing past thick forests that blurred into streaks of green. Grandpa Max kept his eyes on the road, smiling as he said, "Good thing you two heroes were around today. Otherwise, the people in that city would have been in real trouble." "No problem. That's what superheroes do," Ben said with a grin, grabbing a handful of Sumo Slammer's corn chips and shoving them into his mouth. After saving a bunch of people, he figured he deserved a reward. "Ugh, look at you, all smug," Gwen huffed, though her color had mostly returned. Earlier, she had burned through nearly all her magic to hold back the collapsing boulders on the bridge. She'd nearly fainted, but thanks to Grandpa getting her back to the rust bucket in time, she recovered after a short rest. "Grandpa, what about that gang leader?" Lucian suddenly asked. "I didn't see her anywhere." Grandpa Max paused. "Now that you mention it, I didn't see her either. Must have slipped away in the chaos." Lucian nodded, saying nothing more. "Don't worry, cuz, if she dares to show up again, I'll make sure she regrets it," Ben said with a mouthful of chips, laughing proudly. Bang! The roof of the rust bucket suddenly shuddered under a heavy impact. Ben froze, his face turning pale. "No way, don't tell me it's that evil woman again." "Wow, nice going, doofus. So where's your big alien hero now?" Gwen snapped, irritation flaring as energy began to glow in her hands. Ben hunched his shoulders, glancing sheepishly at the Omnitrix still glowing red. He gave a nervous laugh. Still recharging." "Lucian, what about your watch?" Grandpa Max asked, frowning. With the enemy still unknown, charging out blindly would be reckless. Lucian shook his head. His Omnitrix wasn't charged either. Screech! A piercing sound ripped through the air as something clawed at the roof. The screech of tearing metal made everyone's skin crawl. Then rip! The top layer of the rust bucket's roof peeled away under a single, sharp claw, revealing a horrifying figure. Her skin was deep red, her eyes sealed by a strange crimson membrane. Mechanical parts were embedded all over her body like armor plating, radiating an ominous, unstable energy. "It really is that evil woman? But why does she look like this?" Ben gasped. Gwen's eyes widened. "I'll bet my mana that's not a costume." On the roof, Rojo's lips twisted into a smirk. The laser cannons on her shoulders began to hum and rotate, locking onto the people below. "None of you are getting away," she hissed, raising her weapon to fire. "Grandpa, break now," Lucian shouted. They couldn't risk being trapped inside the vehicle. Grandpa Max reacted instantly, slamming his foot down on the brake. The rust bucket screeched as it swerved violently across the narrow mountain road, tires carving deep black arcs into the asphalt. The RV came to a halt right at the edge of the guardrail, mere inches from a deadly drop. Meanwhile, the half-mechanical Rojo had been thrown forward by the sudden momentum, tumbling hard across the ground ahead. She pushed herself up, glaring back at them with seething fury. "You dare do this to me? Fine, then die for it." Her shoulder cannon rotated again, locking squarely onto the rust bucket. Beep! A familiar chime sounded from Lucian's wrist. The Omnitrix's red glow shifted to bright green. "A mechanical life form, huh?" Lucian muttered, turning the dial rapidly as the holographic icons flickered before his eyes. 4 arms. Swamp fire. Humungusaur. All strong, but not the right pick. The display shifted again, landing on upgrade. "You'll do?" A spark of confidence flashed in Lucian's eyes as he slammed his hand down on the watch. Thud! A flicker of ghostly green light flashed and vanished in an instant. Inside the rust bucket, a small black and green creature appeared, its body crackling with electricity as it floated in midair. It stared at its hands in confusion before letting its head droop. "Buzzshock," it muttered softly. "Cool," Ben exclaimed, eyes lighting up the moment he recognized the alien. "That's Buzzshock? The one that chased Ghost Freak all over last time. This guy's awesome." Gwen's face was pale as she conjured streams of water bubbles, layering them in front of the rust bucket to block Rojo's laser blasts. Each crimson beam shattered bubble after bubble with terrifying force. The drain on Gwen's magic was immense. Sweat beaded across her forehead as her trembling arms struggled to hold up. She was moments from collapse. "Cuz, help me," Gwen said through gritted teeth, her voice tight with strain. Buzzshock grinned, then transformed into a dart of green lightning. In a flash, it shot out of the rust bucket, hurtling straight toward Rojo. "What the hell is that thing?" Rojo's eyes widened in alarm. She immediately stopped firing at the rust bucket, turning her cannons toward the incoming blur. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of crimson lasers erupted from her shoulder-mounted weapon, each beam laced with deadly energy as it rained toward Buzzshock. He. Buzzshock zipped through the air, twisting and darting like a streak of living electricity. The lasers missed one after another. Its speed was too fast to track with the naked eye. In a blink, it was right in front of Rojo. How is this possible? What kind of freak are you?" Rojo gasped, her face twisted with disbelief. To come out unharmed from that kind of onslaught, what kind of monster could do that? Buzzshock raised one claw and fired a blinding bolt of green lightning. It cut through the air like a scorching blade and slammed directly into Rojo's chest. She barely had time to raise her iron claws in defense before the blast struck. Electricity surged through her body, charring her armor black. Her crimson hair curled and frizzed, smoking as she staggered back. Ah! Rojo screamed, coughing up a puff of thick black smoke. Ha 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 ha. Buzzshock laughed, eyes glinting with mischief. I'm done with this. Flames ignited from the boosters on her back, and she shot into the air, vanishing into the forest canopy at high speed. She knew perfectly well she couldn't outfly that electric gremlin in a straight chase. Staying exposed in the sky would only get her fried. Diving into the dense forest was her only shot at escape. Watching her flee, Buzzshock flashed once more, turning into a streak of green lightning that weaved through the trees in hot pursuit. By the roadside guardrail, Grandpa Max wiped the sweat from his brow as he worked under the blazing sun, struggling to replace the rust bucket's blown tires. Though he had managed to shake off Rojo earlier, the intense friction from their wild ride had shredded 3 tires in a row. Fixing them would take time, and on this narrow mountain road, a delay meant risking a traffic jam. Still, Max wasn't too worried about Lucian. His combat instincts were sharp, and he was far more composed than Ben. Besides, with Buzzshock's speed, even if he couldn't beat the mechanized Rojo, he could easily get away. Inside the rust bucket, Ben kept fiddling with the Omnitrix. Doofus, is that thing still not charged? Gwen sighed, wiping sweat from her brow. Before Ben could answer, the Omnitrix let out a sharp beep, switching from red to green. Hero time. Ben grinned and bolted out of the rust bucket, diving straight into the dense forest. Just as Gwen moved to follow, Grandpa Max's voice called from behind. Gwen, give me a hand here. He was crouched by the tires, wrench in hand. Gwen lowered her eyes, letting out a resigned sigh. Okay, Grandpa. She turned back once more, gazing toward the forest. Faint flashes of green lightning pulsed through the trees, and unease flickered across her face. Amid the dense forest, Rojo tore through the sea of green, slashing wildly at the branches and vines in her way. Her iron claw sliced through the foliage with brutal force, scattering leaves and grass that drifted silently to the forest floor. I'm done with this? What a useless watch. That stupid squid face can get it himself. Rojo snarled, seething with frustration. It was that voice in her head that had dragged her into this mess. She'd nearly been fried by that lightning brat because of him. A deep, thunderous voice suddenly reverberated in her mind. The next instant, everything went dark. It felt as if she'd been pulled into the vast emptiness of space. Before her, a massive octopus-like head took form, its skin a sickly green, its face twisted in fury. Who did you just call Squid Face? Vilgax bellowed, his eyes burning with rage. Rojo, tiny and powerless before him, clenched her fists to stifle her fear and shouted back, Did I say anything wrong? You never told me that guy was this strong? He almost killed me out there. If she was doomed either way, she might as well speak her mind. Vilgax let out a cold, rumbling snort. Earthling, you'd better retrieve that watch quickly. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. As his words fell, unbearable pain surged through Rojo's skull worse than before. I give up, but if I get you that watch, you'll give me back my freedom, she gasped, clutching her head in agony. No problem, Vilgax replied icily. Moments later, the pain receded like a fading tide, leaving Rojo trembling but conscious. That guy's too strong. How the hell am I supposed to steal that watch from him? She muttered under her breath. Crack. Before she could think further, a surge of green lightning tore through the air, splitting the silence as it came crashing toward her with terrifying speed. So you were here. The light flickered, and Buzzshock appeared on a rock ahead. You just don't quit, do you? I'm not someone you can mess with. Rojo snarled. She raised the cannon on her wrist and fired a dazzling beam of violet light. The blast tore through the leaves and shot straight toward Buzzshock. The blinding glow expanded rapidly in Buzzshock's eyes, moments from striking. Not bad speed, but you're still lacking in power. Buzzshock extended a hand, unleashing a surge of green lightning that wrapped around the searing violet beam, grinding it away in midair until it vanished completely. What had been a devastating blast dissolved into waves of heat that slowly faded into nothing. Seeing this, Rojo growled and shifted her iron claws into a chainsaw. With one powerful swing, she cleaved a nearby tree in two, seized the severed trunk, and hurled it straight toward Buzzshock, aiming to crush him into dust. The massive black shadow of the falling tree swallowed the light below, wind roaring as the trunk came crashing down with terrifying force. Buzzshock only chuckled. He stood calmly atop the rock, unflinching, as if patiently waiting for the tree to hit. Still laughing. Rojo's fury flared, her chest rising and falling sharply. We'll see if you can keep laughing after this. Anyone who crosses Rojo never has a good end. Boom! A deafening crash shook the forest as the heavy trunk slammed down where Buzzshock had stood, shattering the rock beneath it. Dirt, stones, and green leaves burst upward, swept high into the air. Even after burying him beneath the wreckage, Rojo wasn't convinced. She unleashed her full firepower. Her shoulder-mounted lasers rotated, the cannons on her wrists flaring to life. A relentless barrage of scarlet beams rained down on the shattered trunk, determined to obliterate everything underneath. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed through the mountains, sending birds and beasts fleeing in every direction, terrified by the chaos. After a long barrage, Rojo finally stopped, panting heavily. The great tree was gone. Nothing remained but scorched fragments and piles of ash scattered across the clearing. The nearby forest had suffered as well. The once vibrant trees now stood blackened and broken, smoke curling up from their smoldering remains. Rojo surveyed the destruction with a mocking smirk. Let's see if you're still alive after that, little lightning freak. SSSCZZT. The faint crackle of electricity buzzed through the air. It was soft at first but grew sharper, ringing in Rojo's ears. Then her eyes widened in disbelief. From beneath the scorched ash, streams of black energy surged upward, spiraling into the air before splitting apart into countless buzzshocks. Hundreds of tiny electric creatures floated above her, green lightning crackling across their bodies. They all stared down at Rojo with mischievous grins, emitting shrill, piercing screeches. The sound shook the forest. Trees swayed violently, leaves raining down like green snow as if the entire forest were bowing to the god of lightning above. Rojo's face went pale with terror. Fighting one buzzshock had been nearly impossible, hundreds were a nightmare. The swarm hovered in midair, exchanging curious glances before raising their small hands, as though testing their own existence. It was a strange sensation. For Buzzshock, it felt as though his body had been split into hundreds of fragments, yet there was no pain, each part remained linked, bound by an invisible thread. With a single thought, he knew he could pull them back together. But then, the light around the many buzzshocks began to dim, like lanterns running out of power. Lucian's expression hardened. His gaze swept across the forest. It made sense. Maintaining hundreds of buzzshock copies demanded an enormous amount of electricity. Without enough energy, they couldn't last long. He recalled the words once spoken by the blue-shirt park manager back at Sparksville. The more power, the greater the strength. Faced with the swarm of buzzshocks surrounding her, Rojo panicked. The thrusters on her back roared to life, spewing flames as she shot into the sky, desperate to flee the area. "You're ruthless," she snarled through gritted teeth, regret flickering in her eyes. If she hadn't hurled that tree earlier, none of this would have happened. But just as she was about to escape, dozens of dim buzzshock clones shot forward, swarming her in a tight formation. They crackled with blue-green electricity, weaving their power together into a glowing net of lightning that trapped her completely. Meanwhile, the rest of the buzzshock raced toward a nearby power tower, greedily absorbing electricity like whales gulping down seawater. Within seconds, Rojo was bound tight inside the electric cage. She raised her laser cannon, firing crimson blasts again and again. Each time she tore open a gap in the net, it was instantly repaired by the swarming buzzshock. The repairs came at a cost. Some of the smaller buzzshock grew dim and sluggish, their light fading, while others completely burned out, dispersing into static and vanishing into the air. Fortunately, the hundreds that had finished charging returned just in time. They chattered gleefully, releasing streams of electricity from their tiny claws to recharge their exhausted comrades. Power surged through the air, and the dim lights blazed bright once more. Soon, more than 500 buzzshock hovered densely in the sky, their bodies brimming with power. The entire forest pulsed with their energy. Even Vilgax himself would have struggled against such a force. "Let me out!" Rojo screamed. "I was wrong, little monster. No, big brother. Please, let me go. I'll do anything you want. I'll serve you forever." Pride meant nothing when death was staring her in the face. Better to live and plot revenge later. If he dared humiliate her, she'd bide her time, and strike back when the chance came. The countless buzzshock shook their heads in unison, movements eerily synchronized. Then, as one, they raised their arms. Above the forest, a colossal sphere of lightning began to form, blindingly bright, its radiance dimming even the sun. Rojo's eyes widened in horror. Her face drained of color as tears welled up. "No, please, don't. I'm begging you." Just then, a familiar digital chime echoed in Buzzshock's mind. "Ding, alien hacker mission triggered. Suppress yourself and do not destroy the controlled Rojo. Complete this mission to receive a mysterious reward." Buzzshock froze. His glowing eyes narrowed before the massive lightning bomb faded away. The countless clones dissolved into streaks of light, merging back into his core body. The crushing pressure in the air vanished. Rojo collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. "Thank you, little monster. I'll make sure to repay you," she said, patting her chest, still shaken though behind her trembling words, a treacherous glint flickered in her eyes. "Shut up." Buzzshock shot her a cold glance, then flicked his wrist. A surge of electricity wrapped around her, forming a glowing restraint vest that pinned her to the ground. She couldn't move an inch. His body crackled with raw lightning, power surging through him like a living storm. But Lucian's expression turned contemplative. This mission was different from all the ones before. Previously, completing the system's objectives had required defeating an enemy or saving someone. Yet this time, simply letting go of his killing intent seemed to be enough. Was it because of something connected to the original timeline? The thought lingered. Buzzshock frowned, unable to make sense of it. "As a reward for relinquishing yourself, no random hero will be generated for this mission. Instead, 3 alien cards have been prepared. Choose one to unlock as your new alien hero." A cascade of mechanical tones echoed through his mind. 3 holographic cards appeared before Lucian, glowing softly as they floated in the air. When he saw the images on them, his pulse quickened. Big Chill. Brainstorm. Echo. Lucian was quite familiar with these 3 alien heroes. Big Chill, covered in icy blue, resembled a celestial moth when flying. When its wings retracted, however, it took on the form of a mysterious, cloaked figure. It possessed abilities like flight, freezing, and phasing, making it a formidable fighter, though it did come with some side effects on the user's body. Unlike Ghost Freak, Big Chill's phasing form was visible. It concealed its body within another dimension to evade enemy attacks, making it untouchable unless struck by attacks with spatial properties. Ghost Freak, on the other hand, dispersed his molecules to widen the gaps between them, allowing him to pass through solid walls. But compared to Big Chill, Ghost Freak was easier to hit though he could turn invisible, giving him his own edge. Both had their strengths, and how much power they could unleash depended entirely on how skillfully the user wielded them. Brainstorm, by contrast, was a boastful genius who introduced himself as a master of both intellect and combat. His shell was bright red, making him look like a giant, feisty crab. Despite his arrogance, his intelligence was undeniable though slightly below gray matters, it still ranked among the highest in the galaxy. He possessed immense intellect and psychic abilities. When in danger, Brainstorm could open his shell to reveal a swollen pink brain, generating a psychic barrier to block attacks or firing a powerful brainwave shock cannon. Echo appeared as a small white child wearing an MP3 player, but its true form was a sentient cluster of sound waves. It had the power to create duplicates, emit ultrasonic attacks, and use echolocation. Its duplication ability, however, was very different from Ditto's. Ditto's clones shared all pain and injuries if one clone died, so did the original. Echo, on the other hand, did not share pain. As long as one duplicate survived, he could instantly regenerate at the same spot without dying. After some thought, Lucian ruled out Brainstorm and began weighing his options between the other two. Both Big Chill and Echo were highly capable in battle, leaving him torn between them. But soon, Lucian made his decision. He still had plenty of chances to unlock other alien genes later, there was no need to rush this one. However, he didn't plan to unlock it just yet. Each time he gained a new hero, the Omnitrix granted him a seamless transformation, no charge time, instant morphing. He planned to save that opportunity for when he truly needed it. Just as Lucian reached his conclusion, the nearby bushes rustled suddenly. His eyes narrowed, and lightning crackled in his palm, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Whoosh! Ben Tennyson burst out of the bushes, weeds tangled in his hair, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Whether it was because of the angle or Buzzshock's small size, Ben immediately spotted Rojo lying on the ground but failed to notice his cousin. "You wicked woman! What did you do to my cousin?" He sprinted forward, racing right past Buzzshock. Without hesitation, he slammed his hand down on the Omnitrix, cycling through forms as he prepared to give Rojo a serious beating. "No." Rojo shook her head frantically, her face filled with panic. But the electric vest held her firmly to the ground, leaving her completely immobilized. She could only stare helplessly as the kid approached step by step. "Ben, stop." Buzzshock flashed into a streak of light, darting toward him. Thud! A surge of green light erupted, instantly lighting up the surroundings. Ben glanced down at his black and green arm, its surface gleaming with a sleek, mechanical glow. He groaned, clutching his head in frustration. "Oh, come on. I was going for Diamond Head, not upgrade." Buzzshock paused, floating behind the upgrade. Well, at least the busted watch worked properly this time. Under his direction, upgrade flowed onto Rojo's half-mechanical body, beginning the process of restoring her to normal. As a techno-organic being, upgrade could merge with both inanimate machines and living cybernetic systems, though the more intelligent the target, the harder it was to control. Fortunately, thanks to Lucian's earlier conditioning, Rojo didn't show even the slightest hint of resistance. At first, she squirmed uncomfortably. The slimy, liquid-like texture of upgrade clinging to her skin made her tense and uneasy. After a while, upgrade's body melted back into liquid metal and slid off her like a receding tide. Clatter! Dark, metallic parts fell away from Rojo's body, scattering across the ground. Her skin slowly regained its natural color, and the crimson substance that had covered her eyes lost its energy, drying up and disintegrating into the air. Upgrade reformed into human shape, pressing a hand to his head as if lost in thought. While he had been merged with Rojo, he'd caught a fleeting glimpse of something, a massive octopus-like head. After restoring her to normal, Lucian handed Rojo over to the police. No matter how much she begged or promised to serve him loyally, he didn't budge. What could she possibly offer him anyway? Back on the mountain road, Grandpa Max had already finished repairing the rust bucket. Once he confirmed that both of them were safe, he smiled and nodded. Then, the group set off on their journey once again. A week later, in a small town, the full moon hung high, its hazy light spreading across the road like a thin veil, casting a pale, eerie glow that made the place seem cold and deserted. The rust bucket rolled slowly along the rural road. Yellowed leaves drifted through the air, mixed with a few colorful ribbons that fluttered and danced in the wind. Houses and shops on both sides had their doors tightly shut, windows pitch black without a hint of light. Only the distant night sky shimmered now and then with bursts of color, as if a grand performance was taking place there, forming a sharp contrast to the stillness around them. It was already 11 p.m. Ben pressed his face to the car window, frowning. Why's the whole town empty? And those lights, you don't think UFOs took everyone, do you? Doofus, look over here. Gwen pointed at a road sign, smiling. Zombozo's circus is in town. That's awesome. She hadn't seen a circus in years, and now that there was a chance, she wasn't about to miss it. Grandpa Max's eyes lit up from the driver's seat. I bet it'll be great. Come on, Grandpa's taking you to the show. Ben quickly shook his head. No way. That's kid stuff. Doofus, like you're not a kid, Gwen shot back, hands on her hips. The circus is fun, and we're going tonight. Who knows when we'll get another chance. Oh please, you're acting like one of the clowns yourself. Ben shrugged, then quickly changed the subject. It's late. We should just find a place to rest. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Ben, what's up with you today? You're not usually like this. Lucian, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly opened his eyes. A glint of cold light flashed through his dark pupils. Ben didn't want to go? That wouldn't do. Lucian knew the reason. If Ben kept running from it, that fear would stay with him forever. The only way to overcome it was to face it head-on, to fight poison with poison. Lucian turned his head slightly and gave a faint smile. Ben, you're not scared, are you? A superhero afraid of a circus? That always worked on Ben. Without a little provocation, he'd never agree. Sure enough, Ben froze, his face stiffening. Who said I'm scared? This hero fears nothing. Fine, let's go. He lowered his head, clenching his fists, muttering something under his breath. Following the bright lights, Grandpa Max, his gray hair catching the glow of the headlights, steered the rust bucket carefully down the road. Before long, they arrived at the circus grounds. The place was packed. Brilliant lights, colorful lasers, and an ocean of excited voices filled the air. Nearly the entire town had shown up. For this quiet, remote town, a circus like this came once in a decade. Best of all, admission was free. No tickets, no fees. A free show was always irresistible. Soon, Lucian and the others parked and joined the crowd for Zombozo's performance. After a bit of pushing and squeezing, they managed to get front row seats. The place was overflowing, but when a child nearby suddenly felt sick and was taken home by his parents, a few spots opened up just in time for them. Luckily, Lucian had been standing right there, otherwise, they would have been stuck at the back. Each of them grabbed a bucket of popcorn and settled into their seats, waiting for the show to begin. Under the dazzling lights, Ben's eyes were glued to the clown model hanging above. Its blood-red nose, jagged yellow teeth, and sly, menacing eyes made his neck tense up and his breathing quicken. Lucian caught it from the corner of his eye. He pointed at the clown and shook his finger, signaling that it wasn't real. But Ben still looked uneasy. Seeing that, Lucian exhaled quietly. Ben had to face this himself. Only then could he overcome it. On stage, the host in a red tuxedo, with a long curled mustache, grinned and gestured animatedly as he introduced the next act. Ladies and gentlemen, and all our dear little friends, next up is the star attraction of our circus of laughs. Bam! Fireworks exploded at the side of the stage, showering the area in dazzling light as a towering, muscular man slowly stepped into view. He is the formidable powerhouse of a man, Thumbskull. As the MC finished speaking, Thumbskull pulled a steel pipe from behind his back. With a deep, guttural growl, he bent the pipe clean in half with raw strength, showing off his tremendous power. He gave a goofy grin and casually tossed the bent pipe aside. Suddenly, a lock of crimson hair snaked out, wrapping around the pipe and flinging it neatly into a trash can. All eyes turned in the direction of the movement. There stood a slender young woman with long, flowing red hair that moved like living serpents, swaying even without wind. She had used her hair to throw the pipe into the trash, and that supernatural display of power instantly drew thunderous applause and cheers from the crowd. This is Frightwig. Who knows what dangerous power lies beneath that beautiful exterior, the host declared passionately, then turned to the other side. And now, the final member of our trio. He is the arrogant and treacherous Acid Breath. A thin, masked man staggered forward under the lights. He removed his mask, revealing a mouthful of jagged yellow teeth, his breath so foul it seemed to taint the air itself. Splash! A wave of nauseating yellow gas burst from his mouth, instantly corroding the trash can before him. The steel pipe inside dissolved with it, melting into a pool of foul, bubbling sludge. The audience erupted with excitement, clapping and cheering at the bizarre and spectacular performance. Their voices blended into a single roar of enthusiasm, the whole tent brimming with laughter and joy. How disgusting! Gwen wrinkled her delicate brows. That Acid Breath guy's mouth is worse than a 100-year-old septic tank. This kind of performance is a rare treat, Grandpa said with a kind smile, completely unfazed. Lucian nodded. That's how circuses are, strange and full of surprises. But I think the real main act hasn't appeared yet. How do you know that? "'Cause," Gwen asked softly, blinking her bright eyes as she looked straight at Lucian. "Just a hunch," Lucian replied with a faint smile, not elaborating further. In the original story, the circus had 4 major oddballs. 3 had already shown up, which meant the last one should be Zombozo. After displaying their individual talents, the trio exited the stage one by one. The host's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, our next performer is the second in command of the Circus of Laughs, the Queen of Clowns herself." Queen. Lucian's eyes narrowed. That character hadn't appeared in the original storyline. Bayu? Amid a burst of fireworks, a graceful figure slowly stepped out from the back. She was young and stunningly beautiful, her twin ponytails of blue and white swaying lightly as she walked. Her tall, elegant figure exuded charm and allure with every movement. This is the queen of the clown world. Clown girl, Eliza. On the dazzling stage, a graceful figure stood with her arms raised high, bathed in thunderous applause. Clown Queen Eliza, her skin pale as snow and her charm unmistakable, snapped her fingers with a crisp sound. Snap! Behind her, brilliant fireworks burst open, and several towering iron cages appeared through the smoke. Inside each cage loomed massive shadows, as if terrifying beasts were waiting to be revealed. When the haze cleared, the audience finally saw what was within. For a moment, they were stunned into silence, then erupted into cheers so loud they seemed to shake the sky itself. Lucian's eyes narrowed. Inside those reinforced cages were savage beasts, baboons, lions, tigers, rhinos, even an elephant. He recalled that this character hadn't appeared in the original story. But to be the second in command of the Circus of Laughs, Eliza clearly wasn't ordinary. Seeing the animals, Gwen let out a soft, delighted laugh, her voice like the ringing of silver bells. "'Cuz, look, that white tiger's so cute, and that elephant, its trunk is so long," she said with a bright smile, speaking excitedly to Lucian. Lucian only nodded, his gaze fixed on Eliza, curious to see what kind of power she possessed. Grandpa Max propped his chin on his hand. "An animal act, huh? I doubt it's that simple. If it were just a normal circus performance, any group could do it. But as one of the world's most famous circuses, the Circus of Laughs had to have something far more impressive up its sleeve. And since the trio had already opened the show, Eliza, as the next performer, would surely deliver something spectacular." "Really? She looks kinda dumb just like Gwen," Ben said with a lazy grin. Turns out clowns weren't that scary after all. The MC raised the microphone and shouted enthusiastically, "Now, please welcome our Queen of Clowns as she brings you a stunning visual feast." The audience exploded into waves of applause, thunderous and endless, echoing through the tent as if it could shake the clouds above. Lucian sat calmly in the front row, quietly waiting for the Clown Queen's act to begin. Click. With a faint sound, every light on the stage went dark, plunging the space into complete blackness. The crowd murmured in confusion. Then, with a flash, the lights blazed back on, focused directly on Eliza. Her crimson lips curled into a captivating smile as she turned gracefully, walking toward the iron cages behind her. The golden stage lights followed her elegant steps, illuminating the massive beasts inside. Roar. A white tiger suddenly lunged forward, baring its blood-red fangs as it let out a thunderous roar. The audience flinched, their scalps tingling from instinctive fear, a primal reaction that needed no explanation. Lucian felt the air tremble with the sound, his eardrums aching from the sheer force of it. Sitting in the front row, they took the full brunt of the tiger's roar. Gwen clapped her hands over her ears, wincing. "Okay, I said the white tiger was cute earlier. I take it back." Ben groaned and covered his head, gritting his teeth at the deafening sound. Grandpa Max, however, remained completely unbothered. Reclining comfortably in his seat with his hands behind his head, he even let out a yawn. On stage, Eliza stood before the ferocious white tiger, calm and unshaken. "Good boy, I'm your master, and you must obey my commands." As she spoke, her eyes glowed pink, the light reflecting in the white tiger's pupils. The once ferocious beast instantly turned docile, like an adorable kitten. It let Eliza rub its head without the slightest hint of anger. "Looks like some kind of enchantment ability," Lucian murmured to himself. Such psychic attacks were extremely troublesome, the slightest carelessness could leave one vulnerable. Especially for those with unstable minds, it could be deadly. The other animals were similarly affected, one after another falling under Eliza's control and beginning to obey her commands. Cool. Ben's eyes widened. So this is a clown's act? How fascinating. Lucian stayed silent, because the main attraction hadn't appeared yet. If Ben saw it, he probably wouldn't be talking like that. Soon, Clown Queen Eliza guided the massive beasts into a classic circus routine. She tossed a colorful ball to the baboon, which roared and flung it to the elephant, passing it along from beast to beast in perfect succession. Mid-performance, Eliza flipped onto the white tiger's back, leaping through several blazing hoops before landing with perfect poise. The audience erupted in wild cheers, excitement peaking to a frenzy. No one there had ever seen someone command such creatures, not cats or dogs, but ferocious giants subdued within seconds, bowing to the clown girl's charm. Endless cheers and clamor filled the air, deafeningly loud. Lucian frowned slightly, lost in thought. Merely controlling beasts wasn't the real concern. What if Eliza could manipulate humans too? After a moment, Eliza bent down, ending her performance amid thunderous applause, and silently exited the stage. The host, dressed in an elegant suit, reappeared before the crowd. Gripping the microphone tightly, his face alight with excitement, he shouted, "Next up is the star attraction of our Circus of Laughs. He is also the king of our kingdom of laughter, the heartthrob of the clown world, the man who makes you laugh until you cry, Zombozo." As he said the name, the host stretched out the syllables, pouring all his fervor into it. Boom! A massive burst of multicolored streamers erupted from the stage. Amid the swirling confetti, a rotund clown gradually came into view. His eyes were deep as an abyss, his nose a round blue bulb. He wore an ornate magician's hat, like a fusion of magician and clown. His arms were studded with blue beads, embedded tight and faintly exuding an eerie aura, as if hiding some unspeakable and profound secret. "Hello everyone, I'm Clown Zombozo." He bowed politely, then straightened with a wide grin. "Welcome to the Circus of Laughs? If you're looking for fun, you've come to the right place, haha." The audience roared, nearly shouting themselves hoarse, eager to witness the headliner's brilliance. The previous acts had already dazzled them. As the star of the show, Zombozo had to be even more spectacular, right? When Ben saw Zombozo's face, a chill crawled up his spine. That deep blue nose, those monster-like eyes, it felt like he might charge over and swallow him whole. It was terrifying. He pretended he needed the restroom, left his seat, and headed outside for some air. Soon, Zombozo began his performance. Bullfighting with cars, vanishing acts, a cutting-in-half routine. He had the crowd roaring with laughter, cheers rolling non-stop. But Lucian was unmoved. To him, these were just dry jokes. Watching Zombozo on stage, he saw nothing but a buffoon putting on airs. His gaze swept left and right, searching for the machine that absorbed Joy the Cyclown. In the original story, Zombozo used the Cyclown to siphon everyone's joy, amplifying his own power and leaving them dazed and empty, filled only with sorrow. Back then, Zombozo had said it on the stage, secretly draining the audience's energy. But after watching for a long time, Lucian still couldn't find the clown machine. If he could destroy it, this Zombozo wouldn't be able to make much trouble. Soon, people around him began acting strangely, laughing foolishly, and drooling. Lucian had wanted to act immediately and subdue Zombozo, but he hadn't found the Cyclown yet, and Eliza was still lurking in the shadows, watching. Moreover, he wanted Ben to defeat Zombozo himself and overcome his fear of clowns. After a split-second calculation, Lucian left his seat and sprinted to the backstage area. Switching to XLR8, he struck downwards. Thud! A faint green light flickered, but compared to the laser-filled stage, it drew no attention. Looking down at his pitch-black claws, XLR8 rasped, "All right." This time, the transformation was correct. In the next instant, he became a blue afterimage, sweeping past the front rows. In a blink, he carried off Gwen and her grandfather, racing far away. Zombozo's bell-like eyes widened for a moment. He felt a gust of wind rush by and then vanish. He chuckled, paid it little mind, and turned back to the packed audience, continuing his absurd yet deadly performance. Inside the rust bucket, XLR8 had already brought the two back. Thanks to his timely rescue, Gwen and Grandpa Max didn't keep grinning like fools. They were only a bit worn out, and a short rest would set them right. XLR8 tapped the Omnitrix on his chest, reverting to his original form. He stepped out of the car, planning to find Ben first. At midnight, under a moonless sky, the wind howled cold and sharp. The desolate street lay empty and silent. A chilling gust swept through, lifting scraps of old newspapers from the ground and scattering them in the air. In the small town, nearly all the residents had gathered at the Circus of Laughs. Only a few who weren't interested had long since drifted into deep, peaceful sleep. Bang! A sudden crash shattered the stillness. A burly man, powerful and brutal, kicked open the iron door of a jewelry shop. He barged inside, greedily sweeping up gold and silver treasures. Had Lucian been there, he would have recognized the man at once, one of the trio, Thumbskull. Not far away, the scrawny, foul-smelling acid breath walked up to a Ferrari. He let out a disgusting breath that instantly melted the car door into a puddle of ooze. He grinned, showing his filthy yellow teeth that looked like they hadn't been brushed in centuries. The stench was so vile it seemed to rot the very air. After ruining the car door, acid breath looted the wallet and a pile of expensive goods inside, leaving nothing but an empty shell behind. Meanwhile, the slender Frightwig stood before an ATM. She smiled slyly, then whipped her red, snake-like hair, driving it into the wall behind the machine. With a sharp pull, she tore the entire ATM out of the wall. Crash! Stacks of green bills spilled out, fluttering down like a rain of money enough to drive anyone mad. "We're rich now." Frightwig laughed loudly. Most of the townsfolk had already lost their joy to Zombozo's powers, left dazed and hollow, too far gone to notice what was happening around them. Taking advantage of that, the trio planned to make a fortune and live easy from now on. As one of the circus freaks, Frightwig was already imagining how she'd blow the cash. Because of her strange hair, people had always called her a monster. They said she was cursed by a demon, and everyone kept their distance. Finding love was impossible, even her family wanted nothing to do with her. So she decided she'd hire a dozen male models to serve her, bringing tea, pouring water, worshipping her until she was satisfied, and then she'd slap them across the face with money. That night, under the dark sky, the circus trio kept robbing the townspeople blind. After looting the jewelry store, Thumbskull turned his sights on a nearby mansion. But just as he climbed over the wall into the yard, a sudden bark startled him so badly he almost fell. Woof! Woof! A little black dog spotted the intruder and bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at Thumbskull. The mansion's owner, however, was already lost in the haze of Zombozo's spell, too deep in false joy to wake. Thumbskull snapped out of his fright, his face twisting into a cruel sneer. "Stupid mutt. You picked the wrong guy to bark at." He cracked his knuckles, ready to deal with it. The moonlight cast his massive shadow over the tiny dog. The poor thing whimpered, stepping backward on its short legs, but the iron chain around its neck held tight. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. Thumbskull gave a cold snort and grabbed the dog by the neck. He squeezed hard, ready to snap its life away. Roar! At that instant, a blinding yellow blur crashed into him, sending him flying. Thumbskull slammed into a large tree, shaking loose a rain of leaves. The creature that landed before him was covered in yellow fur, bristling like steel needles. It had no eyes, only a mouth filled with sharp fangs that jutted outward. A black and white emblem gleamed on its forearm. Wild mutt? The rescued little black dog trembled before the beast but still wagged its tail slightly, tilting its head as it stared curiously at Wild Mutt. Wild Mutt growled twice, signaling it to move aside, then turned its attention to Thumbskull lying beneath the tree. "Good dog, sit down." Thumbskull extended his palm like a fan, attempting to calm the ferocious Wild Mutt. But this casual gesture only enraged the creature further. Did he really think it was a dog? Absolutely outrageous? In a fit of rage, Wild Mutt roared and launched forward with explosive power. Its sharp claws scraped against the stone tiles beneath its feet, sparking fire as it charged toward its opponent with terrifying ferocity. Despite his imposing size, Thumbskull was utterly petrified by the monstrous creature before him, frozen in place. Roar! Wildmutt swung a mighty paw, unleashing a blow packed with tremendous kinetic force that struck Thumbskull squarely in the chest. Thud! The burly villain took the full impact, sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. He crashed into the courtyard wall with a thunderous crack, spiderweb fractures spreading rapidly across the stone. Woof woof! Seeing Thumbskull's humiliating defeat, the little black dog's eyes sparkled like stars. It wagged its tail at Wildmutt with a fawning expression, clearly aware that the big creature had just saved its life. Wildmutt turned its head and gave a deep, low growl, signaling the little dog to stay back. The small dog whimpered softly, crouching down with its head drooping, yet its eyes remained fixed on Wildmutt's imposing figure. Tumbling down from the wall, Thumbskull hit the ground hard, his face covered in dirt. Groaning, he clutched his chest and gritted his teeth as he staggered to his feet. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. That one fierce strike from Wildmutt had nearly knocked the air out of him. It had been a long time since he'd been hurt this badly. Even being hit by a pickup truck wouldn't normally leave a mark. Who could have guessed this big dog was this powerful? As the thought crossed his mind, Wildmutt let out another snarl, ready to strike again. Suddenly, a voice called out from atop the wall. So that's who it is, just a big yellow dog off its leash. Under the bright moonlight, Frightwig stood on the courtyard wall, her crimson braids writhing like serpents. Her resilient red hair was still coiled around Acid Breath, and the two of them glared down coldly at Wildmutt below. Thumbskull's face brightened. You're finally here? Come help me deal with this damn dog. With Frightwig and Acid Breath present, the trio was now complete. There was no way they couldn't handle one beast. Baldy, you're getting worse with age, Frightwig said as she leapt down from the wall, casting him a disdainful glance. Can't even handle a little dog? How do you expect to serve Lord Zombozo? Thumbskull's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He wished he could crawl into a hole and disappear. Enough. Let's finish this quickly, Acid Breath said, removing his custom mask. The town's full of treasure waiting to be looted. No point wasting time here. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Frightwig struck first. Her whip-like red hair lashed through the air, carrying a sonic boom as it snapped straight toward Wildmutt. Sensing the deadly threat, Wildmutt's hackles rose, fur standing on end. It kicked off the ground, leaping sideways just in time to dodge the attack. Boom! The crimson braid slammed into the stone tiles, shattering them into pieces. Dust and debris burst into the air, filling the courtyard with smoke. Barely avoiding the strike, Wildmutt prepared to counterattack. But before it could move, a wave of nauseating stench wafted from its side. Acting on instinct, Wildmutt leapt upward, landing on a large tree in the courtyard. Its claws clamped tightly around a thick branch, anchoring itself to avoid falling. Damn it, you dodged that. Below, the scrawny Acid Breath wiped his mouth, his face twisting with rage. Moments ago, he had unleashed a cloud of corrosive stench, hoping to melt the big yellow dog into a puddle of goo, but to his disbelief, it had dodged. Leave it to me, Thumbskull roared, clenching his massive fists and slamming them into the tree trunk. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow left deep craters in the bark. The whole tree trembled violently, shaking loose a shower of green leaves that drifted slowly down onto the lawn. Thumbskull's brute strength was incredible. He was a walking tank among ordinary men. Yet the fact that he could rattle such a sturdy tree barehanded caught Wildmutt completely off guard. As the trunk was about to snap in two, Wildmutt made its move, leaping straight down toward Thumbskull. I've been waiting for you. Frightwig snarled, cracking her red, whip-like hair through the air, trying to ensnare the ferocious hound. Wildmutt slammed its paw against the tree trunk, propelling itself into a spin midair and narrowly avoiding Frightwig's strike before landing steadily on the ground. It roared furiously and charged at the stunned Frightwig like a thunderbolt. Before she could react, Wildmutt's claws pinned her chest, pressing her flat to the ground, completely immobilized. Let me go, you big dumb dog. Frightwig shrieked in pain, her chest aching as though crushed beneath a giant hammer, each breath a struggle. Wildmutt's grip tightened, her eyes bulging under the pressure. She flailed wildly, whipping her red, serpent-like braids at its head. With a growl of pain, Wildmutt released her and bounded backward, creating distance from the chaotic trio. Thumbskull rushed forward and helped Frightwig to her feet. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Shut up. None of your business, she snapped, her face flushed with fury. Biting down hard on her teeth, she glared at Wildmutt, seething with the urge to rip it apart. Rubbing her sore chest, her eyes hardened with venom. Kill that stupid dog, or I'll make you regret it. Thumbskull and Acid Breath exchanged a quick glance, their faces twisting into vicious grins before charging at Wildmutt. Watching the two clash with the beast, clearly falling behind, Frightwig hesitated. Then, biting her lip, she pulled out her phone and made a call. Die, you filthy mutt. Thumbskull leapt high into the air, arms raised overhead, then slammed them down with tremendous force. Wildmutt's sensory organs flared, its jaw tendrils twitching, and it instantly detected the attack from above, leaping clear of the impact. Thumbskull's blow missed, smashing only the dirt below. He roared and prepared to lunge again, but Wildmutt was faster. It tackled him to the ground, sending him sprawling as stars danced in his vision. At that moment, Acid Breath arrived, spewing a wave of acrid fumes so toxic they corroded the very air, surging toward Wildmutt. Wildmutt's fur bristled in fury. Its sense of smell was razor-sharp. It couldn't stand the stench of acid breath, let alone the reek of acid filling the air. The suffocating odor made its senses burn, driving it into a rage. Dodging several bursts of foul vapor, Wildmutt darted in close. Under Acid Breath's horrified gaze, it slammed its paw into him, sending him flying across the courtyard. He crashed into a stone table and lay motionless. Woof woof. From afar, the little black dog wagged its tail excitedly, tongue lolling as it watched Wildmutt's display. Its dark, glimmering eyes sparkled with admiration, as if dreaming of one day becoming as strong as the mighty dog before it. Wildmutt stepped forward, its muscular limbs carrying it slowly toward Frightwig. I'd advise you not to try anything stupid, big dumb dog, Frightwig stammered, retreating step by step while clutching her chest. Wildmutt grinned, bearing a disturbingly human-like smile as it advanced. Remembering what had just happened, pain shot through her chest again. Terrified, Frightwig screamed, "All right, I surrender. Big dog, please don't hurt me. I won't hit you again, I promise." Wah! Roar. Wildmutt raised its heavy paw, ready to strike. Boom! Suddenly, fireworks burst behind it, exploding in a shower of sound and light. Wildmutt spun around, its thermal sensors flaring. Its massive frame shuddered, stumbling backward. Colorful ribbons drifted down from the sky as a bulky figure stepped out from the haze. The newcomer's face was pale, his eyes dark and bottomless, a sinister grin curling across his lips to reveal jagged yellow teeth. Both arms were lined with translucent blue orbs, something writhing within them, releasing eerie, haunting wails. Zombozo swept his gaze across the scene, then locked onto the trembling Wildmutt. So that's what it was, just a cowardly, stupid dog. He gave a chilling laugh, striding forward with long steps, then drew back his fist and struck down hard. Boom! Zombozo's powerful punch, filled with terrifying energy, sent the massive Wildmutt flying through the air. It crashed down onto the puppy's wooden hut, smashing it to pieces beneath its weight. The little black dog whimpered softly, scurrying over on its short legs to the fallen Wildmutt, gently licking its fur. Seeing this, Zombozo smirked smugly and spread his hands. That little mutt managed to beat all three of you like this. Frightwig looked stunned, unable to respond. That big yellow dog had been so ferocious before. How did it suddenly turn into a harmless puppy the moment the boss showed up? Zombozo slid one hand into his pocket, patted Thumbskull's shoulder, and said coldly, "Go on. Kill it, boss." "I can't." Thumbskull lowered his head, shaking it repeatedly. "Useless fool." Zombozo snarled, stepping toward the wrecked kennel. "I've already absorbed half the audience's happiness and was wondering how to use it. Perfect, I'll use it to slaughter this big dumb dog." He had been on stage, performing and stealing joy from the crowd, when Frightwig suddenly called to say the three of them were in trouble and needed help. Woof woof. As the clown approached, the little black dog bared its teeth and barked fiercely, fur bristling as it tried to appear threatening. To it, even Thumbskull seemed scarier than this creepy clown. Wildmutt struggled to its feet. Its sharp thermal vision clearly picked up every expression on the clown's face. All its confidence drained away. Its body trembled as it instinctively backed up, step by step. Watching it retreat, Zombozo grinned with amusement. "Big dumb dog, let me send you to the afterlife." "I don't think so. You won't get the chance." A lazy voice suddenly echoed from nearby, carrying a tone of casual disdain. Everyone froze and turned toward the source. A tall, lean figure stood atop the courtyard wall. Bathed in moonlight, his handsome face and slightly messy black hair were revealed. His entire presence radiated a cold, quiet intensity as he gazed indifferently at the scene below. It was Lucian. Sensing his arrival, Wildmutt let out an excited roar, as if recognizing its savior. Then, the Omnitrix on its arm began to flash. Wildmutt quickly ran to the back of the house and reverted to its original form. "I hate being interrupted," Zombozo said irritably, pointing at Lucian. "Get him? Beat him senseless? I'll make him my personal entertainment slave." The trio nodded and charged forward. They couldn't handle the big yellow beast, but surely they could take down an ordinary human. Ding! Alien hacker mission triggered. Defeat the circus trio. Successfully completing this grants a random enhancement effect. A string of mechanical notifications echoed through Lucian's mind. Lucian's lips curved slightly. He pressed the Omnitrix, switching to the forearm's holographic projection, and slammed his hand down. Thud! A burst of brilliant green light erupted, so bright it forced the charging trio to halt. When their vision cleared, their eyes widened in disbelief. The handsome young man had vanished, replaced by a towering, four-armed, four-eyed giant. His blood-red skin was covered in rippling muscles that radiated explosive power, like a primordial beast awakening from ancient times. Zombozo narrowed his eyes. "Interesting. Looks like today's a good day. All kinds of freaks are coming out to play." He turned to deal with the big yellow dog first but froze. It was gone. Only the wreckage of the wooden kennel remained, and the puppy still tied to the wooden post. Aside from the empty collar, there was nothing else. Zombozo looked around but saw no trace of them, as if they had vanished into thin air. Eventually, he gave up searching and focused on the battle ahead. Meanwhile, Ben held the frightened black puppy tightly, hiding behind a tall building. The pup licked Ben's arm with its tongue, its dark, glossy eyes full of curiosity. It could still smell the big dog's scent on him and wondered how it had changed. Feeling the ticklish sensation on his arm, Ben sighed softly, covering the little dog's snout with his hand. Then, he cautiously peeked out to watch the fight unfold. In the courtyard, Four Arms opened his glowing yellow eyes, flexing his fists until his knuckles cracked. He stepped forward, his towering frame casting a shadow over the three villains. You three, come at me together. Thumbskull glanced around, grabbed a nearby sedan, and swung it wildly before hurling it with all his strength. The car tore through the air with a deafening howl, crashing toward Four Arms. Too weak. Four Arms stretched out a blood-red arm and tore the car clean in half. He gripped one of the halves tightly in his palm, wielding it like a weapon. With a powerful kick, he launched himself 5 or 6 meters into the air. His immense strength propelled him upward, and he swung the car fragment down with crushing force toward Thumbskull. Thumbskull raised his arms to shield his head, bracing for impact. Boom! The blow landed with the sound of thunder. Four Arms' overwhelming power slammed Thumbskull deep into the lawn. The car fragment shattered into countless metal pieces, spraying debris and dirt in every direction. The once arrogant Thumbskull now lay buried in the ground, only his head sticking out, his face covered in mud, eyes spinning in dizziness. Cool. Ben blurted out, excitement surging through him. That was his cuz for sure, taking down that thick-skinned brute the instant he showed up. Luckily, the chaos in the courtyard, the roars, crashes, and explosions drowned out Ben's voice. Zombozo didn't notice him at all. Impressive, Zombozo said calmly, his beer belly jutting out as he clasped his hands behind his back. He didn't seem the least bit worried. Once he finished draining the happiness from the entire town, no one would be able to oppose him, not even this four-armed creature. Watching Four Arms grow fiercer by the second, Zombozo's lips curled into a sinister grin. Maybe he wouldn't even need to get involved. Behind the house, Ben looked down at his watch glowing red and sighed. Going out now would only drag his cuz down. Better to stay hidden and wait for the Omnitrix to recharge. After subduing Thumbskull, Four Arms sidestepped, dodging a burst of acid breath's corrosive fumes. Damn, you stink. Ever heard of mouthwash? He snapped, waving a hand to clear the foul air. This is just how I am. What are you gonna do about it? Acid Breath sneered, flashing a malicious grin. He took pride in his stench. Why else would he have gone decades without brushing his teeth? Enough talk. Let's finish this fast. Frightwig rushed in, her crimson hair lashing out wildly as she engaged Four Arms. Her tough, whip-like strands cracked against his muscular arms, each strike ringing sharply through the air. How's that, big guy? Doesn't feel so good, huh? She taunted, stepping back with a smirk of disdain. Her hair could smash stone. No way this four-armed brute would walk away unscathed after taking that many hits. Four Arms shrugged. Sorry, didn't feel a thing. What? Frightwig's eyes widened in disbelief. Four Arms grunted and reached out a massive hand to grab her. Facing the unstoppable giant, Frightwig immediately retreated, her scarlet tendrils shooting out like venomous snakes and piercing into the stone tiles beneath her. She flipped backward, yanking several slabs of stone into the air, then flung them in rapid succession like a storm of projectiles, raining down on Four Arms. Four Arms roared, raising his arms to shield himself. The heavy tiles shattered against him one after another, exploding into dust and debris. Without slowing, he burst forward through the cloud of smoke and fragments, closing in on Frightwig in an instant. Her expression twisted in panic. She unleashed another barrage of red hair, trying to hold him off. Four Arms ignored the assault, seized her hair in one massive fist, planted his feet firmly, and with a powerful twist of his waist, hurled her through the air. Acid Breath, who had just opened his mouth to spew another blast of fumes, was crushed beneath the falling Frightwig. He let out a strangled groan before losing consciousness. The two of them lay in a heap, motionless out of the fight for now. Not far away, Thumbskull remained stuck in the ground, completely immobilized like a tree with roots buried deep in the earth, only the top of his head still visible. With that, the circus trio had been defeated, crushed single-handedly by Four Arms. Successfully defeated the trio. Four Arms' strength increased by 10%. A series of notifications echoed in Lucian's mind. Awesome, my cuz Lucian is seriously amazing. Ben clenched his fists, his heart pounding with excitement. Boss, save me. Thumbskull's hoarse scream broke the air, his rough face twisted in terror and panic. He had never seen anything so terrifying, someone who could tear through cars and stone slabs as if they were paper. It was like facing an unstoppable monster. A cold glint flashed through Zombozo's deep, sunken eyes as he walked forward at an unhurried pace. What a bunch of useless idiots. Seems I always have to clean up after you? If only Eliza were here. As he muttered, Zombozo drew one fat hand from his pocket and raised both arms high. His thick, pale skin was lined with glowing blue beads that pulsed with faint, eerie light. Four Arms narrowed his eyes. That glow, he could sense it. It was the happiness of the townspeople, drained by Zombozo and turned into his own power. I must admit, Mr. Four Arms, you're quite something, Zombozo chuckled. Then his grin darkened. But you hurt my subordinates. That's the same as slapping a clown in the face. I can't just let that slide, he sneered. Behind the house, Ben tensed up. The clown looked terrifying. Could his cuz really handle him? The little black dog in his arms whimpered softly and nuzzled Ben's chest, its dark, glossy eyes glinting as if trying to calm him down. Oh, great, even a dog can see right through me, Ben muttered, lowering his eyes before glancing back toward the courtyard. After the brutal battle, what was once a quiet, beautiful yard had been reduced to ruins. Cracked walls, shattered tiles, half-uprooted trees, torn-up grass and the splintered remains of the doghouse littered the ground. Facing the eerie clown, Four Arms planted his feet and launched forward like a cannonball, his massive frame tearing through the air as he charged at Zombozo. Kid, you should be the one afraid of me. With a burst of colorful fireworks, Zombozo vanished from sight only to reappear an instant later behind Four Arms. His fist tightened, swirling with a strange blue energy, and he swung it like a bolt of lightning at the giant's broad back. Sensing the gust of power surging from behind, Four Arms twisted his massive body, unleashing a burst of terrifying energy that collided with Zombozo's fist in a thunderous crash. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed across the courtyard. At the center of the impact, a violent shockwave erupted outward. The howling wind tore through the air, whipping up gravel, leaves, and debris, sending them spiraling high into the night sky. Within the raging storm, Zombozo's arm began to tremble uncontrollably, surprise flashing across his face. I didn't expect you to be this strong, you bastard. His feet skidded backward, gouging a dark trench through the grass. And that's not all. Four Arms roared, his immense power surging through his clenched fists. With a single, crushing strike, he sent the clown flying, smashing him through a thick tree before Zombozo tumbled helplessly across the ground. Seeing the clown sprawled on the grass, Four Arms seized the momentum and charged forward. That brief clash had told him plenty. Zombozo's strength was far greater than expected. He must have absorbed the audience's joy, transforming it into raw power. Otherwise, he'd have been flattened by their first collision. Thud, thud, thud. The earth cracked beneath Four Arms' pounding strides as he charged like a runaway train, bearing down on Zombozo with unstoppable force. Feeling the tremors beneath his feet, Zombozo gritted his teeth against the pain, pushed himself upright, and pulled a small, purple gift box from his pocket. Its surface gleamed beautifully under the light. For you, he shouted, hurling it straight at the oncoming Four Arms. Four Arms tensed, instantly sidestepping the throw. Then, with a powerful swing, he struck the box away with his palm, sending it spinning skyward with a shrill whistle. Boom! The box exploded midair, bursting into a blinding flash that lit up the entire courtyard like daylight. A scorching wave of heat swept down, mingled with a pungent chemical odor, blanketing everything within 50 meters. Four Arms narrowed his eyes against the glare, scanning the fiery haze for Zombozo's silhouette. Farewell, dear Mr. Four Arms, Zombozo's mocking laughter echoed through the smoke. The battered trio stood behind him as he continued, once I've absorbed every ounce of joy from the crowd, we'll finish this properly. Four Arms lunged forward, reaching for him. Bayou? A massive burst of fireworks exploded in his face, and in an instant, Zombozo and his lackeys vanished without a trace, gone as if they'd never been there at all. Moments later, the bright flare in the sky faded, and silence returned to the shattered courtyard. The Joker and his crew were gone, leaving behind only the wreckage of battle. After confirming they wouldn't return, Four Arms tapped the Omnitrix on his chest, reverting to his human form. That guy, clown or magician, Lucian muttered, rubbing his forehead. I've never seen anyone slip away like that. Cuz. Ben came running up from behind. Lucian gave him a calm glance and smiled faintly. You finally decided to come out, huh, kid? I didn't want to drag you down, Ben mumbled, his head hanging low. You're scared of that clown, Lucian said flatly. I'm not. Ben protested, but under Lucian's steady gaze, he slumped and admitted, okay, fine. I was scared. Really scared. I don't even know why, but clowns just freak me out. Lucian shook his head. I'm not going to feed you some motivational nonsense. It won't help. So, tonight, you're going to defeat that clown yourself. Understand? What? Ben gasped, shaking his head furiously. Cuz, come on, no way. I can't beat him, he's way too strong. You've already decided you can't win before even trying. Lucian asked calmly. He escaped even from your Four Arms. I don't stand a chance, Ben admitted, his voice trembling. Escaped. Lucian's lips curved slightly. That just means he was afraid. As long as you're stronger, more determined, more ruthless than he is, he'll be the one afraid of you. Just like right now. Ben froze for a moment, then slowly lifted his head. Determination began to flicker in his eyes. After returning to the rust bucket, Lucian found Gwen and Grandpa Max already fast asleep. Moving quietly, he took Ben and headed straight for the Circus of Laughs. Midnight. The empty streets were strewn with plastic litter bottles, popcorn buckets, and scraps of garbage. A cold gust of wind swept through, lifting a crumpled circus poster off the ground. It drifted lazily through the air before settling on the fountain's surface, slowly sinking into the dark water below. All around, dazed townsfolk wandered aimlessly, their eyes vacant and lifeless, as though their souls had been drained away. The once vibrant atmosphere was now dead silent, sending a chill through the night. Passing through the dim, abandoned stage, Lucian led Ben toward the circus camp. As soon as they arrived, they spotted the circus trio. Bandaged from head to toe, they were gritting their teeth as they hauled crates and sacks of loot. These were stolen goods from the town, and they were preparing to flee before sunrise, abandoning this place for good. As for the townspeople, the Circus of Laughs didn't care in the slightest. They'd just leave them behind to rot. Hidden behind a pile of debris, Lucian whispered, Ben, don't transform yet. Why not? I want to help you beat up those weirdos, Ben said, frowning. You'll understand soon enough. Lucian gave a faint, knowing smile. He already had a plan in mind. Thud. A flash of eerie green light burst out, startling the three nearby. Well, what little mouse dares to peek at the show? Frightwig sneered, her fiery red hair lashing out like whips. In an instant, the junk pile was shredded into splinters, sending a cloud of dust billowing through the air. From within the haze, a towering figure slowly emerged. Its body was made entirely of crystal, gleaming under the moonlight with a pale green sheen. Jagged spikes jutted from its chest and back, and a circular green Omnitrix emblem glowed at the center of its torso. The trio froze, their eyes widening in shock. First came that four-armed monster that ruined their plans, and now a stone giant? And an even stronger one at that. Were they cursed tonight? Who are you looking for? Thumbskull asked awkwardly, scratching his bald head with a sheepish grin. Zombozo. Tell him to come out, Diamond Head said, his tone cold and steady. Realizing the intruder wasn't friendly, Acid Breath reacted instantly. He spat out a cloud of yellow, reeking gas that surged toward Diamond Head. Diamond Head lifted his hand, forming a shimmering crystal barrier that easily absorbed the poisonous fumes. Then his forearm shifted, transforming into a row of sharp, gleaming spikes. In the next second, he unleashed them in a blinding barrage like a hailstorm of crystal shards, pelting toward Acid Breath with unstoppable force. Acid Breath's face went pale. In a panic, he stretched out his bony hand, grabbing a shining steel plate nearby and raising it just in time to shield himself. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of emerald crystal spikes slammed into the steel with explosive force, sending Acid Breath flying. He crashed to the ground, pinned beneath the heavy metal sheet and unable to move. Even with the steel plate as protection, the shards had still pierced him. His torso was riddled with small holes, thin streams of blood seeping through the gaps. Damn rock freak, I'm done holding back. Thumbskull snarled, limping forward. His bandage-wrapped fist swung with all his strength, aiming straight at Diamond Head. Diamond Head met the attack head-on, driving his crystalline fist deep into Thumbskull's abdomen. A violent surge of nausea hit him like a wave. Thumbskull gagged, spitting up foul liquid as his face twisted in pain. Without mercy, Diamond Head unleashed another burst of strength, blasting him backward. Thumbskull hit the ground hard, rolling to a stop beside the motionless Acid Breath. In the same motion, Diamond Head conjured a crystal spear in his hand, its razor-sharp tip glinting menacingly. He was ready to end it, to pierce both of them in one blow. Ding host, please release your killing intent. Do not execute the unfortunate circus freaks. Mission successfully completed. Random reward granted. A series of mechanical chimes echoed in his mind. Again. Diamond Head muttered, his eyes narrowing. After a moment, he lowered his arm, the deadly spear dissolving back into crystal dust. So the system didn't allow him to kill, probably because of the world's original logic. Too much bloodshed would break the rules. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Transformation time extended by 3 minutes. Previous duration, 12 minutes. Current duration, 15 minutes. A faint smile crossed Diamond Head's face. His transformation time had finally increased. But, what if he didn't listen? Acting on impulse, he lifted his arm again. It shifted into a mass of gleaming crystal spikes, all aimed squarely at Thumbskull and Acid Breath. Before he could act, the system's voice rang out once more. Host, do not kill the targets. Failure to comply will result in forfeiting the reward, and no similar missions will be issued in the future. Diamond Head froze mid-motion, then slowly lowered his arm. Killing them wasn't worth it. Losing the reward was one thing, but forfeiting future missions like this? The loss far outweighed the gain. Besides, small-time thugs like these weren't worth dirtying his hands over. Regaining his composure, Diamond Head turned and began walking toward Frightwig. Who are you? She hissed through clenched teeth, fear twisting her expression. Diamond Head raised his hand, forming a razor-edged crystal sword midair, ready to strike. When suddenly, a graceful figure stepped out from a side door, positioning herself between him and his target. Clown Queen Eliza. Tall, striking, her curves accentuated by her tight outfit. Heavy makeup framed her pale face, and her twin ponytails, one white, one blue, flowed like ribbons. Every movement she made radiated charm and danger in equal measure. Step aside. I'll handle him, Eliza said lazily, a lollipop stick resting between her lips as she glanced toward Frightwig. Yes, Frightwig replied at once, retreating to check on her injured teammates. By a wooden crate nearby, Ben caught sight of the newcomer and immediately reached for the Omnitrix, ready to jump into the fight. But Diamond Head shook his head, motioning for him to stay put. Ben hesitated for a second, then nodded. He trusted his cuz Lucian wouldn't put him in danger. Now, facing the towering, battle-hardened Diamond Head, Eliza didn't flinch. Instead, her gaze smoldered, her beautiful, electric blue eyes locking onto his crystalline form, sparks of mischief dancing within them. Diamond, can't we talk this out? No need to get violent. Eliza's tone dripped with teasing sweetness, every word languid and sultry. Tell me where Zombozo and the Cyclown are. Otherwise. Diamond Head extended his arm, and a crystalline longsword materialized in his grip, its tip gleaming coldly as it leveled at her. Oh, how boring. Eliza pouted, pulling the lollipop from her lips. If Diamond insists on being rough, then I suppose I'll just have to play along. She raised one slender, pale finger and snapped crisply. Roar! From the back of the warehouse, a massive white shadow burst out, its presence savage and suffocating, its killing intent thick in the air. In the blink of an eye, it lunged straight for Diamond Head. Without hesitation, Diamond Head struck out with his palm. The impact sent the creature flying, crashing into the muddy ground with a dull thud. A white tiger. His gaze sharpened. Its snow-white fur was patterned with black stripes, a symbol marked on its forehead, and its eyes glowed with a strange pink hue. The white tiger roared furiously, shaking off the dirt. Its muscles tensed like coiled steel springs before it charged forward again with even greater ferocity. "Careful, Diamond, don't let it bite you to death," Eliza teased, stepping back with a smirk. "Ever heard of a rock getting bitten to death?" Diamond Head snorted coldly and swung a heavy fist straight into the tiger's snarling face. But just then, pink light flared from the tiger's body, swirling around it and hardening into a barrier that resisted the blow head-on. Roar! The beast slammed both claws down, pinning Diamond Head to the ground. Its jaws opened wide, fangs flashing as it tried to bite down. Diamond Head didn't panic. He caught its jaws in both hands, sparks skittering off his crystal palms. Then, with a powerful kick, he launched the tiger into the air. Boom! The massive creature flew backward like a kite with its string cut, smashing through a nearby tent. Turning back, Diamond Head met Eliza's gaze only to see her eyes glowing with the same eerie pink light, almost spilling out of her pupils. So the glow on the white tiger's body had come from her. This strange ability of hers not only controlled her targets but also amplified their power. If the tiger had been in its normal state, it would never have survived a single punch from him. Such strength, Diamond, I like that. Eliza's voice was soft and playful, her eyes shimmering. But, there's someone even stronger than you. Moo? From a nearby iron cage, a massive elephant suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze burned with pink light as it reared to its feet and let out a thunderous bellow. With one violent swing of its tusks, the iron bars crumpled and split apart like paper. Thud, thud, thud. Each step it took made the ground quake, cracks spreading through the earth beneath its weight. Eliza grinned, controlling the beast as it charged forward like a runaway tank straight at Diamond Head. And she didn't stop there. Running from cage to cage, she flung every door open, releasing the entire menagerie of circus beasts. Snarling baboons bearing sharp teeth, roaring lions, enraged rhinos, snapping crocodiles. In the darkness, pairs of glowing pink eyes began to appear one after another, each filled with madness and bloodlust as the horde of beasts surged toward Diamond Head. Behind the old wooden crate, Ben clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, torn between fear and determination. He wanted nothing more than to rush out and help his cuz take down those monstrous beasts, but the words Lucian had spoken echoed in his mind, stopping him short. Deep down, he knew what his cuz was doing, pushing him to face his fear of the Joker, to stop being the coward he'd been. Taking a deep breath, Ben lowered his gaze to the eerie green glow of the Omnitrix and made a firm decision. He was going to defeat the Joker himself. Scanning the area, he noticed a faint blue light flickering from a nearby cave. It pulsed softly in the darkness, strange and unnerving, like something alive. Glancing back toward the battlefield, he saw Diamond Head steadily gaining the upper hand, holding off the raging beasts with overwhelming power. Relieved, Ben slipped quietly into the dark cave, vanishing as if swallowed whole by some unseen creature. At the circus camp, a maze of tents sprawled across the grounds. Broken cages stood open beneath the cold silver moonlight, their iron bars twisted and bent. A fierce, earth-shaking battle was unfolding under the icy night sky. Wind howled. Dust billowed. The cracked ground split apart, spreading black fissures in every direction like webs spun by a monstrous spider. Eliza sat astride a massive rhinoceros, smiling as she watched Diamond Head surrounded and besieged. Her lips were crimson, her skin pale, her beauty dazzling even amidst the chaos. The circus trio, however, was nowhere to be seen. They had disappeared completely. At the center of the battlefield lay deep craters from pounding hooves, savage claw marks gouged into the earth, and countless crystal spikes jutting upward. Faced with the horde of frenzied beasts, Diamond Head finally stopped holding back. He unleashed his full power, cutting through them without mercy. The monsters came from every direction, their eyes glowing pink, their snarls echoing like thunder. Under Eliza's enchantment, their bodies shimmered with a faint rosy light that vastly enhanced their strength and defense, making them deadlier than ever. Within mere moments of combat, Lucian realized how dangerous they were. These enhanced creatures fought on par with the biomutants created by Dr. Animo. The rampaging elephant before him was easily as strong as the mammoth from the prehistoric museum. Moo! The maddened elephant bellowed, swinging its enormous trunk with terrifying speed and power. The air cracked as it came crashing down toward Diamond Head. Diamond Head raised both arms, summoning a shimmering crystal shield above him that expanded to envelop his entire body. Boom! The trunk struck like a giant iron whip, slamming into the barrier and leaving it covered in a web of fine cracks. But Diamond Head's crystalline form had been strengthened, its durability increased by 25%. Even under Eliza's spell, the elephant's raw power wasn't enough to break through his defense. Crack! With a sharp sound, Diamond Head burst out from behind the shield. His crystalline form moved like lightning, dodging the attacks of the other beasts as he lunged straight at the elephant. The colossal beast showed no fear. It raised its massive foot high, blotting out the moonlight, and stumped down in an attempt to crush him. Diamond Head's eyes hardened. He slammed his fist into the ground. Boom! A colossal crystal mountain erupted upward from beneath the elephant, glowing emerald green under the moonlight. Sand and dirt exploded skyward, raining down gently over the glittering crystalline slope. At the mountain's sharp peak, the elephant thrashed violently, its pink eyes blazing with fury and bloodlust. It kicked and writhed, desperate to break free, but the razor peak had already impaled its abdomen. No matter how it struggled, there was no escape. Diamond Head raised his hand and summoned a gleaming halberd of pure crystal. With a powerful swing, he hurled it upward at the massive elephant. Crack! The halberd tore through the air with immense force, shattering the glowing aura around the beast before piercing straight through its body, striking deep into its chest. Atop the crystal mountain, the elephant thrashed twice before its glowing eyes dimmed, a trace of clarity flickering within them. But its life force was fading fast. It wouldn't last much longer. Even after bringing down the elephant, Diamond Head didn't relax. More beasts were charging in from every direction. The situation was dire. He had no choice but to fight ruthlessly. If he let himself get bogged down too long, once his transformation time ran out, the consequences would be catastrophic. He still had one last trump card, but he wasn't ready to use it yet. Roar! A powerful lion, its neck covered in thick, bristling mane, launched itself like a cannonball. Its massive claws gleamed as it lunged at Diamond Head. From the opposite side, the white tiger burst from a ruined tent, its fur matted with dirt and dust, muscles tensing as it bounded forward. With a tremendous leap, it slashed down at him with dagger-like claws. One from the left, one from the right, an attack meant to crush him completely. In a flash, Diamond Head lifted his arm, forming a crystalline staff that extended across his body. With a surge of will, the staff expanded at blinding speed. Its hardened tip struck outward, slamming into both beasts and sending them crashing to the ground. What a big stick! Eliza blinked in surprise, her eyes wide. The game's over. Diamond Head's low growl rumbled as he charged straight into the horde. From the heart of the beast pack, countless sharp crystal spikes exploded outward in all directions, glittering with cold, deadly light. They sliced through the air like a storm of blades, cutting down everything around them. Under the devastating assault, the frenzied beasts were skewered in an instant, their bodies riddled with crystal spikes until they looked like grotesque hedgehogs. They howled in pain, and in their final moments, their eyes cleared then dimmed forever. Your turn. With a single bound, Diamond Head appeared before Eliza. She sat gracefully atop her rhinoceros, her eyes glowing with an eerie pink light that reflected in his golden gaze. Diamond Head froze, his body locking in place. His pupils began to glow pink, confusion and resistance flickering across his face. Dear Diamond, I'm your little darling. Eliza leapt lightly from the rhino's back, walking toward him with slow, deliberate steps. The air around her carried a sweet, intoxicating scent. Her pale fingers brushed against his face, tracing slowly downward as her voice slipped out soft, lazy, dangerously sweet. So, you belong to me. From now on, you'll obey my every command. You'll do whatever I tell you. No questions. No resistance. Her voice whispered through his ears like a siren's song from the depths of hell, irresistible, consuming, seductive. Diamond Head's eyes glowed brighter with pink light. A primal heat rose within him, his self-control slipping away under the pull of Eliza's power. He clutched his head, gritting his teeth. He knew that if this continued, he would fall completely under her control, reduced to nothing more than her puppet. Watching his struggle, Eliza laughed softly, her tone dripping with satisfaction. As long as the target's male, whether animal, human, or alien freak, none can resist my charm. Don't worry, Diamond. I'll take good care of you. Diamond Head's eyes narrowed. Target, male. Ha ha ha, that's right. Eliza giggled, twirling one of her blue and white ponytails. I can only control the opposite sex. It's just how my ability works. I see. Diamond Head's lips curved upward slightly. But so what? It's not like you can change your gender now, can you? Eliza teased, her hand resting on his crystal chest, her expression smug and playful. That's not necessarily true. Before his last trace of reason was lost, Diamond Head clenched his crystalline fist. 3 alien silhouettes flashed through his mind as he muttered in a low, focused voice. Big chill. Boom! A surge of eerie green light burst from Diamond Head's body, dazzlingly bright and flooding the entire area with its glow. What's happening now? Eliza cried out, shielding her eyes. When the light finally faded, she slowly lowered her hand and froze in disbelief. What? This is impossible. Her beautiful eyes widened, her lips parting in shock. Who are you? Where did my dear Diamond go? The towering Diamond Head had vanished completely, as if he'd been erased from existence. In his place stood a tall, slender figure cloaked in blue. His frame was sleek and ethereal, his eyes glowing with deep luminescent green specks that shimmered like starlight. His entire body carried a faint, icy glow like a being born from frozen skies. A wave of chill radiated from him, mingling with an aura both noble and otherworldly. The new alien hero, Big Chill. Before Eliza could react, Big Chill exhaled sharply. A blast of freezing breath shot forward at incredible speed. Whoosh! The air itself froze solid in its path, the biting cold surging forth like a howling blizzard, tearing straight toward her. Startled, Eliza scrambled back and vaulted onto the rhino's back. Go, she shouted, panic flickering across her face as she slapped its flank. Moo! The rhino bellowed in pain, its eyes flaring with pink light. It kicked off the ground with immense force, smashing through the floor and barreling away like a runaway tank. None of you are getting away. Big Chill spread his enormous wings, his blue form glowing as frost swirled around him. With one powerful beat, he soared into the air, a streak of icy mist trailing behind him as he closed in on the fleeing rhino. Clinging to the rhino's back, Eliza kept glancing over her shoulder. Her face was pale, eyes wide with fear, silently wishing the beast could somehow grow 2 more legs to run faster. Just moments ago, victory had been hers, now she was reduced to running for her life. Panic consumed her so completely that she'd forgotten she could even use her powers. Crackling frost rained down from above, coating the ground in a trail of solid ice as the freezing mist closed in fast. It was almost upon her. What the hell is this thing? Eliza shouted, voice trembling. She could feel the bitter cold crawling up her spine, stealing the warmth from her skin. The attack was seconds away from hitting her. In desperation, Eliza gritted her teeth and rolled off the rhino's back, tumbling into the weeds. She hit the ground hard, scrambling up with dirt on her face and panic in her eyes. Almost instantly, the rhino was caught in the icy blast. Its movements slowed, frost crawling across its body until it froze, completely transformed into a flawless sculpture of solid ice. Ignoring her bruises, Eliza staggered to her feet and ran as fast as she could. Her blue and white twin ponytails bounced wildly behind her, leaving a faint trail of sweet perfume in the cold air. But Big Chill was far faster. Whoosh! A gust of freezing wind swept down as Big Chill descended in front of her, folding his massive wings around himself like a royal blue cloak. He moved forward slowly, each step deliberate, his translucent body flickering in and out of visibility like a ghost caught between worlds. Eliza's heart pounded. Her face drained of color as she bit her lip, trembling. Please, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I'll even tell you where Zombozo is. Then talk, Big Chill said coldly, his tone calm but commanding, unconcerned by her pleading. Come closer, Eliza whispered, swaying her slender figure as she approached. Now only inches separated them, so close she could feel the icy breath brushing against her cheek. Zombozo, he's hiding in a cave, she murmured, standing on tiptoe to whisper in Big Chill's ear. Her warm breath carried a faint sweetness against the cold air. Big Chill remained expressionless, unconvinced by her sudden cooperation. That's the truth, but be careful, Zombozo is very dangerous. Her voice suddenly cut off. In an instant, Eliza's hands shot up, gripping Big Chill's face tightly. Her eyes flared with an intense pink glow. As her psychic energy surged, her expression twisted into a dangerously alluring smile. The curve of her red lips was mesmerizing, her beauty like a blooming rose covered in thorns, deadly and impossible to resist. Dear Blue Ghost, have you forgotten me already? I'm your little baby, how could you possibly hurt me? A pink vortex swirled in Eliza's eyes, glowing like molten fire. The energy burned with fierce brilliance as she pushed her psychic power to its very limit. Facing such a powerful opponent, she dared not make a mistake. One slip, and she'd be lost in her own illusion forever. In that moment, a faint pink shimmer flickered in Big Chill's eyes. Seeing it, Eliza let out a soft, delighted laugh. She lowered her delicate hand and released him. From now on, you belong to me. Understand? She whispered, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Her heart pounded with excitement, her eyes gleaming with heat. If she could control this blue ghost, no one in the world could stand against her. She would reign supreme, even Zombozo himself would be reduced to crawling at her feet. I don't understand, Big Chill said calmly. Ha ha ha, that's right, you don't understand. Eliza's words cut off. Her smile froze, her face stiffening. What? You're not under my control. She immediately leapt backward, putting distance between them. Big Chill closed his eyes for a moment, then reopened them. The pink glow had vanished, replaced by his usual cold, steady gaze. Done playing? He asked, his voice laced with an icy edge. This can't be. My charm failed. Eliza's face drained of color, her expression twisting with disbelief and disgust, as if she'd just swallowed a fly. I was able to control that diamond man earlier. Why not you? She cried, a mix of panic and fury in her tone. There's nothing impossible about it. Big Chill's form shimmered, his body becoming translucent as he advanced toward her. Every male falls under my spell, Eliza stammered, biting her red lips. Why are you completely unaffected? Because. Big Chill's wings spread wide, unleashing a surge of freezing wind that roared across the space. I'm both male and female. The icy storm engulfed the stunned Eliza in an instant. The instant she touched the freezing air, Harley Quinn was encased in ice, her body solidifying into a crystal-clear statue that shimmered under the cold moonlight. Big Chill lifted one claw, ready to crush the ice sculpture to pieces. Ding host, please let go of your killing intent. Be careful not to kill the alluring Harley Quinn. Successfully completing the task will grant a random reward. A series of mechanical prompts echoed in his mind. Lucian, in the form of Big Chill, was already used to such interruptions. He lowered his claw, withdrawing the attack. Then, phasing into his ghostly state, his form flickered and slipped effortlessly through Eliza's frozen body. Crack crackle. The crystalline statue began to melt rapidly, turning into a pool of clear water that revealed the Joker girl within. If he had left her that way, she would have frozen to death. Congratulations, host, on suppressing your killing intent. You have obtained the seamless transformation effect. Description: within your transformation duration, you may switch between two alien heroes once without delay. However, the combined total time of both forms cannot exceed the current available duration. Big Chill blinked, then smiled faintly. So now he could swap alien forms once during a single transformation cycle. Though his current limit was only 15 minutes, both forms combined would share that same timer. Still, since the Omnitrix's duration varied with environmental factors, Lucian wasn't too worried. Freed from the ice, Eliza stood soaked to the bone, her hair clinging to her face and her body dripping with melted frost. She looked up at Big Chill, her wide eyes filled with fear. But she didn't dare run. She knew she wouldn't get far. You. She stammered, her voice trembling, unsure of what to say, afraid that one wrong word could seal her fate. Big Chill exhaled sharply, the air around him frosting over. He grabbed her by the collar and glared straight into her eyes. You said you knew where Zombozo was. Were you lying? His gaze was cold and merciless, utterly serious. Eliza nearly broke down crying. She shook her head desperately, her twin ponytails swinging like rattles. And no, I swear I wasn't lying. I wouldn't dare deceive you, not even if I had 100 lives. Just as Big Chill was about to respond, a brilliant flash of blue light erupted behind him, the explosion rumbling like thunder. He turned, his expression darkening. That's the direction of the circus. Without hesitation, he tossed the clown girl aside and unfurled his wide, sky-blue wings. With a single beat, he shot into the air like a streak of ice, racing toward the source of the light at incredible speed. Left behind, Eliza sat trembling on the ground, her drenched figure motionless, her eyes wide in shock. She looked up at the empty sky, wanting to cry, but no tears came. Half an hour earlier, Ben Tennyson stepped cautiously into the cave, guided only by the faint glow of the flames flickering along the walls. Each step felt heavier than the last. His heart pounded in his chest, terrified that at any second, the terrifying clown might jump out of the shadows. He didn't know how long he had been walking when he finally reached the end of the cave. But just as relief began to settle in, unease crept back over him. He had entered a strange chamber. The dark room was lined with tall mirrors on both sides of a narrow, muddy path. From the ceiling above hung a single candle. Its sickly white flame flickered weakly, reflecting endlessly through the mirrors, twisting the space into something eerie and distorted. Ben swallowed hard, inching forward, searching for an exit. As he stepped into the center of the mirrored corridor, the polished surfaces suddenly multiplied, his reflection countless. Ben staring back at him. So it's you, little mouse, sneaking into my home, a sinister voice echoed. Perfect timing, I was just getting hungry. He. The reflections in the mirrors shifted instantly, transforming into countless Zombozos. Their ghastly faces twisted under the ghostly candlelight, eyes filled with venomous delight, as if they were ready to tear him apart. Ben froze, fear flooding his body, and instinct screamed at him to run. But then his cousin's voice echoed in his mind. Be fiercer than him. Be stronger than him. And he'll be the one who's afraid. Ben stopped mid-step. Slowly, he straightened his back, clenching his fists as his fear melted into determination. He glared at the mirror, locking eyes with the army of Zombozos. Don't think I'm scared of you? I'm a superhero? Beating up a gross clown like you is easy. Zombozo blinked in surprise before bursting into maniacal laughter. Excellent. Then come down here and play with me. Thud. The ground beneath Ben collapsed in an instant, swallowing him into endless darkness. Under the dim, yellow light, Ben lay motionless on a dusty, cracked stage. Not far away stood a massive machine, covered in tangled pipes and studded with glowing blue orbs. Inside each orb, faint white shadows flickered, releasing haunting wails that echoed through the room. If Lucian had been there, he would have recognized it immediately, the Cyclown machine, designed to drain human joy. Wake up, kid, Zombozo sneered, leaning over the unconscious Ben before kicking him sharply in the side. Ben gasped and jolted awake, springing upright in alarm. Good. You're awake, Zombozo grinned, his teeth glinting in the dim light. Now let's see what you can do. Ben clenched his fists, forcing down the fear boiling inside him, and raised the Omnitrix on his wrist. Forearms. Diamond head. Heat blast. He hesitated. No, they're strong, but not scary enough. His eyes hardened. If the clown was terrifying, then he'd just have to become something even more terrifying. Hey, kid. You ready? Because I'm about to begin. Zombozo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the blue orbs embedded in his arms pulsing with flashes of white light, each one brimming with stolen human joy. Got it. Ben's eyes lit up as he slammed his hand down on the Omnitrix. Thud. His skin turned pale and cracked with dark fissures. A single purple eye gleamed from his chest, radiating a chilling, deathly aura like a specter risen straight from hell. Ghost Freak floated in midair, his cold gaze locked on Zombozo. Zombozo blinked in surprise, then broke into mocking laughter. Huh? I thought you'd turned into something impressive, but this? Just a second-rate magic trick? Pathetic. Is that so? Ghost Freak rasped, his voice low and hollow. Then let's see if you're still laughing in a minute. Before Zombozo could react, Ghost Freak's body began to fade, dissolving into the air until he vanished completely. Zombozo's expression twisted in alarm. He spun around, scanning the shadows. A cold breath crept up behind him. Before he could turn, a force slammed into him like a hammer, sending him flying across the room and crashing into the massive machine nearby. Zombozo gritted his teeth, forcing down his panic. He staggered to his feet, grabbed one of the machine's thick pipes, and drove it straight into his back. Boom! A deafening roar shook the room. The blue canisters on the Cyclown machine glowed violently, the white shadows inside writhing and churning in chaos. Moments later, the energy merged into a blinding blue beam that burst upward, tearing through the ceiling and streaking toward the sky. Streams of stolen joy flowed endlessly into Zombozo's body, his power swelling at a terrifying pace. Ghost Freak's expression darkened. This isn't good. He shot forward, trying to stop the flow of energy. But as he phased through the air and swung a punch toward Zombozo, the clown easily sidestepped. Too slow, Zombozo sneered, swinging his fist backward. His punch landed hard, sending Ghost Freak crashing into a wall. So strong. Ghost Freak groaned, his voice rasping as he pulled himself free from the cracked surface. For several minutes, the two battled fiercely. But as Zombozo continued to absorb power, his strength only grew, each strike heavier, faster, more brutal. He was turning into a monster. In the end, Ghost Freak couldn't keep up. An explosion from a rigged gift box sent him flying across the stage, his battered form landing hard among the broken boards, his body covered in deep gashes and burns. Meanwhile, Zombozo absorbed the last of the energy from the cyclone. His aura swelled until the air itself seemed to shudder. Throwing his hands high, his grin split wide with madness. I've absorbed the joy of everyone in this town. There's no one left who can stop me. This filthy world will soon belong to me, Zombozo, the Clown King. As his laughter echoed, a streak of blue light pierced through the darkness and burst into the chamber like a meteor. Big Chill emerged from the shadows, his icy gaze sweeping briefly over Zombozo before landing beside Ghost Freak. "Cuz, you're here," Ghost Freak rasped, his voice weak but relieved. He glanced at the familiar emblem on Big Chill's chest. Lucian felt a strange sense of unease at hearing Ben's tone directed at him. It was still surreal seeing his cousin trapped inside that eerie alien form. "I couldn't beat him," Ghost Freak admitted, shame thick in his voice. "He's too strong." "You did well," Big Chill said calmly. "You faced him head-on and that already means something. So, what now?" Ghost Freak asked hoarsely. "We take him down." With that, Big Chill spread his massive wings. A surge of freezing wind burst forth as he shot upward toward Zombozo. Ghost Freak's single eye gleamed faintly. A ragged laugh escaped him. "Ha, then let's do this together." From opposite sides, two ghostly figures, one wreathed in icy blue mist, the other cloaked in shadow, rushed forward, their powers intertwining as they launched their assault on Zombozo. The damp air in the underground chamber clung to the skin. From the heavy soil above, droplets of water dripped steadily, splashing onto the cracked stage below and scattering into brief, glittering bursts before vanishing. Zombozo stood atop the cyclone machine, his bloated belly jutting forward as he looked at his two opponents with a mocking grin. "Interesting," he sneered. "Two freakish little brats. Fine, come at me together." He waved his hand lazily, daring them to attack. Big Chill exhaled sharply, unleashing a wave of freezing air that surged toward Zombozo. Crack, crack. Frost rapidly spread across the clown's body. In mere seconds, he was encased in thick layers of ice, transformed into a solid, lifeless sculpture. His grotesque face was frozen mid-expression beneath the transparent shell, every twisted feature perfectly visible. "Awesome, cuz, that was amazing," Ghost Freak shouted, awe flashing in his single purple eye. Just one breath and the enemy was frozen solid. To Ben, that was beyond cool. Big Chill, however, shook his head. "It's not over. Don't let your guard down." Back in town, Zombozo had absorbed only half the joy of the townspeople, and even then, he'd fought 4 arms to a standstill. Though he lost, the boost from the absorbed joy was enough to prove how dangerous it was. Now, after devouring the happiness of the entire town, his power had reached its peak. There was no way he'd go down that easily. Sure enough, the moment Big Chill spoke, the ice began to crack. Fissures spread rapidly across the surface, the frozen statue trembling violently. Boom! With a shattering roar, Zombozo flexed his massive arms and burst free, shards of ice scattering across the muddy ground. "Ha ha ha ha, that's it," he cackled wildly, his laughter echoing through the cavern. "Pathetic? I was actually hoping this would be fun. Freak, let a real superhero show you how it's done." Ghost Freak growled, his body turning transparent as he faded into the shadows. "That same old trick again." Zombozo scoffed, flipping his palm to conjure a gleaming, ornate music box. "I'm getting tired of this act." His eyes darted back and forth, sharp and cunning, his expression brimming with confidence. Big Chill snorted coldly and shifted into his spectral form. His blue wings spread wide as he shot forward, cutting through the air like a frozen blade. Unlike Ghost Freak, Big Chill's spectral state remained faintly visible, but his concealment was far more advanced. He could phase his body into another dimension, making him untouchable without specific spatial powers. Ghost Freak, on the other hand, expanded his molecular structure, allowing attacks to pass through him. It granted him invisibility but also made him easier to disrupt. Both forms had their strengths. Their one shared ability, moving freely through solid matter, let them glide effortlessly even underground. Big Chill's form shimmered as he approached, reduced to a ghostly blue silhouette surrounded by an icy aura. He streaked straight toward Zombozo, silent and deadly. Zombozo had been fiddling with the music box, preparing to expose Ghost Freak's position, when Big Chill lunged unexpectedly, vanishing into near-nothingness mid-flight. Wah! Caught off guard, Zombozo panicked. He hurled the ornate music box directly at the incoming specter. Boom! Just as it neared Big Chill's face, the music box burst open, releasing a blinding wave of fiery light. The explosion roared through the cavern, a searing torrent of heat so intense it seemed to burn the air itself. Flames engulfed Big Chill's body in an instant. In Zombozo's crazed eyes, 2 tiny reflections of fire danced, flickering like twin furnaces. Watching the alien engulfed by flames, he threw back his head and laughed, revealing rows of stained yellow teeth. "Ha ha ha ha, you little punk. Thought Zombozo was an easy target? How's that for a lesson in pain?" Gradually, the blazing inferno began to fade. A slender blue silhouette floated motionless in midair, completely unharmed. Its expression was calm and distant, as if untouched by the mortal world. This is impossible." Zombozo stammered, eyes bulging in disbelief. I packed that music box with concentrated explosives, and you're not even singed. The scene before him shattered everything he thought he understood. His entire worldview was on the verge of collapse. Wrong, Big Chill said, lazily wagging a clawed finger. It's not that I'm unscathed, I didn't even move. Though surrounded by the blinding blast, it had been safely phased into another dimension. Not a trace of heat had touched it, nor had the tremendous shockwave shifted its form in the slightest. Such was the wonder of dimensional space. Before the terrified eyes of the clown, Big Chill spread its vast wings. With a blur of motion, its form sliced straight through Zombozo's body. Crack! A chilling sound rang out as frost began spreading from within him, crystalline ice forming outward from his stomach, radiating an intense cold that rapidly spread across his body. Just as the freezing reached his head, a sharp glint flashed in Big Chill's eyes. It dropped out of its phased state and swung its fist. The blow landed squarely against Zombozo's face. Ah! Zombozo screamed, his body flung through the air like a kite with its string cut. He crashed into the rocky wall with a deafening impact, sending dust and debris cascading down. The pipe connecting him to the cyclone snapped violently, throwing the entire machine off balance. Thick white smoke began to pour out. Without the cyclone to sustain him, Zombozo could no longer convert human joy into power. The stolen energy within him began to surge out uncontrollably, turning back into pure happiness that shot skyward, returning to its rightful owners in the town. The mighty power that had filled him melted away like frost under the sun, vanishing rapidly. Ding! Alien hacker mission triggered. Completely destroy Zombozo's cyclone to save the souls of the town's residents. Complete the mission to unlock a random alien hero. The series of system prompts echoed in Lucian's mind. Big Chill's eyes narrowed. With a flap of its wings, it soared above the cyclone, then exhaled a torrent of freezing mist. Within seconds, the entire machine froze into a massive block of glittering ice. Game over, it said flatly, snapping its fingers. Snap! The frozen cyclone shattered in an instant, exploding into a storm of frost and shards that scattered like falling snow over the muddy ground. Mission complete, cyclone destroyed. Random alien hero chest obtained. Can be opened anytime. Big Chill nodded slightly, then turned its gaze toward the fallen Zombozo. The clown lay covered in dirt and bruises, barely managing to push himself up on trembling legs. He glared upward, his eyes burning with venom and hatred. You little brat, you're dead. Snarling, Zombozo pulled a blood-red mask from his coat and wound his arm back to throw it. But before he could, a chilling voice spoke from the shadows. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Ghost Freak materialized beside him, his hand snapping around Zombozo's arm like a vice. With his power drained, the clown could do nothing. No matter how he struggled, Ghost Freak's grip didn't budge. The alien tore the mask from his grasp and flung it aside. Leaning in close, its single purple eye gleamed as it rasped, You like scaring people, huh? Then let me show you something really fun. The words had barely left its mouth before Ghost Freak ripped open the fissure across its chest, unleashing a mass of black and white tentacles that writhed violently in the air. Zombozo let out a shrill, blood-curdling scream, staggering backward as if he'd just seen a ghost. His face turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. You, what kind of monster are you? You're terrifying. As a clown who thrived on devouring human joy, he'd always considered himself frightening enough. But now, he realized there were creatures even more horrifying than him. You're not scared of this ordinary little ghost, are you? Ghost Freak said in a chilling tone as he slowly drifted closer. He wasn't afraid of clowns anymore. Seeing the ghastly spirit closing in, Zombozo hurriedly pulled out a handful of streamers and threw them into the air. Don't run, loser! Ghost Freak roared, swinging his fist toward the panicked Zombozo. Bio! The thick bundle of streamers exploded with a sharp pop, bursting into colorful confetti. Zombozo vanished instantly, leaving only a rain of shimmering ribbons fluttering to the ground. Oh, man. I wanted to play a bit longer. Ghost Freak scratched his head. The Big Chill hovered in the air, his ghostly form flickering in and out of sight. Arms crossed, he said coldly. All right, Ben. Let's go. Grandpa and the others are still waiting for us. Got it. Ghost Freak nodded, grinning. I'm not scared of that clown anymore. If Zombozo dares to show up again, I'll give him a real beating. Big Chill nodded slightly. It seemed Ben had finally overcome his fear. With Zombozo fleeing in panic and the cyclone destroyed, the battle was over. After making sure no remnants were left behind, Big Chill and Ghost Freak phased into their spectral forms, slipping through the thick layers of soil and heading straight for the surface. Since the tunnel housing the cyclone machine wasn't far below ground, the two quickly emerged, greeted once more by the soft glow of moonlight. Big Chill's icy blue wings fluttered with quiet grace as he turned toward Ghost Freak. Ben, head back to the rust bucket. I'll check if that circus freak is still around. Though he couldn't kill them, that didn't mean Lucian had no way of handling them. At least with someone timid like Eliza, he had his own methods. Letting these people off too easily wouldn't teach them anything. The circus crew had long grown addicted to the thrill of taking what wasn't theirs. They needed a firm reminder. But Ghost Freak began, but the Omnitrix on his chest started flashing red. A blinding light burst out, and in an instant, he reverted to his human form as Ben. He stood stiffly on the withered lawn, motionless. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Big Chill's wings beat gently, sending a chill through the air as he floated closer. Could he have been injured during the fight? Ben stared at his hands in confusion, shaking his head. "Cuz, I'm fine. It's just, this feeling's really weird. I don't know why, but when I changed back just now, I felt resistant. Like when you're about to win a game of sumo slammers and Grandpa tells you it's bedtime." Big Chill's eyes narrowed. This wasn't a good sign. He had thought the replica Omnitrix was completely safe, which was why he'd let Ben use it. But now, it didn't seem that way. And with the Omnitrix already fused to Ben's wrist, taking it off wouldn't be easy. After a moment's pause, the Big Chill croaked, "Try to transform into Ghost Freak less often from now on, understand?" "Fine," Ben shrugged, sighing helplessly. "Even though Ghost Freak is terrifying, I think it's pretty cool." "It's dangerous," the Big Chill shook her head slightly. "Hey, cuz, remember that Ghost Freak that escaped from your watch? After it possessed Kevin last time, it hasn't shown up again. Wonder where it went now." Ben paused, glancing down at his Omnitrix. "I wonder if the Ghost Freak in my watch might escape too. Don't worry too much. Just stay vigilant." The Big Chill scooped up Ben and soared through the night sky. "Listen to me, just avoid transforming into Ghost Freak. If it really does escape, we'll just catch it again." Though he said this, from Ben's blind spot, the Big Chill's gaze was unusually grave, a feeling Ben had never sensed before. Currently, Ghost Freak was possessing Kevin, its whereabouts unknown. What if the two joined forces? Or worse, what if Kevin was completely controlled by Ghost Freak, becoming a ghostly version of Kevin 11? Combined with Ben's earlier concern about another specter appearing, the situation would become truly perilous. A single Ghost Freak was already troublesome enough, two would be unbearable. Of course, such futile worries were pointless. The greater the crisis, the more urgently Lucian craved to grow stronger. Lost in thought, Big Chill had already carried Ben back to the circus camp. After the battle between Diamond Head and the circus freak, the place was now a desolate wasteland, utterly ravaged. Torn tents, giant beast footprints, pools of corrosive acid, and shards of emerald crystal littered the dark, muddy ground. "Stay here. I'll be back soon." With that, the Big Chill transformed into a blue phantom, swiftly darting through the debris to search for the circus trio. Moments later, the Big Chill returned, finding no trace of the others, likely already long gone. Just as Ben was about to respond, the Big Chill suddenly grabbed him again, enveloping him in a chill as they soared toward the distant highway. But when they landed, they found nothing unusual except a frozen rhinoceros and a path paved with ice. "Cuz, why did you bring me here?" Ben asked, puzzled. The Big Chill scanned the surroundings, then sighed. "Looks like that little girl got away. Let's head back." When the two returned to the rust bucket, they found Gwen and Grandpa had fully recovered. All traces of the fatigue and drowsiness they'd felt during the performance vanished. Not only that, but the townspeople had also returned to normal. Their eyes were bright and alert as they bustled along the crowded pedestrian street, chatting and laughing, their merriment filling the air. Ben sat in the passenger seat, his expression fired up as he excitedly recounted his heroic deeds underground to Grandpa and Gwen and, of course, Lucian's timely rescue. Gwen snorted lightly, retorting without hesitation, "I bet it was Cuz who took down the clown. You, with your doofus ways, would have been scared out of your wits." She even made a silly face to tease Ben across from her. "No way, I did my part too." Ben protested indignantly. All right. Grandpa Max believes you both did great," Grandpa Max said with a kind, gentle smile. Chatting and laughing, they drove the rust bucket away from the town under the morning glow, heading toward their next destination. Inside the glass case lay one of the greatest discoveries of the century, the peerless, priceless Archamata Book of Spells. In the ancient museum, an elderly tour guide spoke in a slow, weary tone as she introduced the rare collection. Her voice was so monotonous that Lucian nearly dozed off beside her. "Cool. I know about the Archamata Book of Spells." Gwen's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on the spellbook inside the glass case. "It contains every ancient spell and incantation recorded since the late 15th century. It's a treasure every wizard dreams of owning." "Oh, please, nerd. If it's that amazing, how come no one's stolen it yet?" Ben rolled his eyes. Gwen smacked him lightly on the head. "Idiot. Museums have security, obviously. Regular wizards can only pull off simple tricks to fool kids. How could they possibly steal the Archamata Book of Spells?" "That might be true, but I still think such a priceless tome shouldn't be kept here," Grandpa Max said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The old museum was steeped in history, filled with the murmurs of curious visitors moving from exhibit to exhibit. The air carried a heavy sense of age as people gawked at artifacts they'd never heard of, let alone seen in person. Among the displays were the scepter of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh, the monkey's paw sealed within an iron gauntlet, the sword Aim no Murakumo, the armor of a holy knight, the eternal spear Gungnir, the holy grail, the star coin, and even the cursed doll Annabelle. As the crowd grew thicker, Grandpa Max began to sweat. The air was heavy and stuffy, filled with heat and the unpleasant mix of body odor and carbon dioxide. He wiped his forehead. "Let's go somewhere else. It's too hot in here. My old bones can't handle this anymore." "Awesome. Finally, we're getting out of this place. It's so boring." Ben cheered, practically ready to turn into XLR8 and dash through the crowd. "Lucian, could you help keep an eye on Gwen and Ben?" Grandpa asked with a kind smile. "They're short, so they might get pushed back in the crowd." "No need, Grandpa. I got this." Ben pounded his chest only to be shoved aside by a burly man, nearly falling right into Lucian's arms. Gwen, her orange hair and green eyes catching the museum's dim light, brushed her bangs aside and whispered shyly, this doesn't feel right. It's too much trouble for Lucian. It's fine. Let's just get out of here first. Lucian smiled calmly. Standing at about 5 feet 10 inches, he easily towered over most of the crowd. Protecting 2 10-year-olds was no problem at all. With you around, Lucian, this old man can finally relax, Grandpa Max chuckled, a note of admiration in his voice. But just as Lucian was about to lead them out, his feet suddenly felt weightless. His body lost its anchor to the ground, floating upward toward the museum ceiling like a drifting feather. What's going on? Lucian's expression sharpened as he looked around. To his shock, everyone else in the museum was also suspended midair, as though the earth had suddenly lost its gravity. The crowd erupted into chaos. Faces went pale as screams, cries for help, and terrified wails filled the vast hall. Help? Somebody, please. Oh my god, I must be dreaming. I'm totally telling my girlfriend about this when I wake up. What's happening? Did Earth turn into the moon? This is bad. Don't tell me the museum artifacts are behind this. People suspended in midair kicked their legs desperately, but it was useless. They were frozen in place, unable to return to the ground. Cuz, what's happening? Gwen cried out in panic, glancing anxiously at Lucian beside her. Did the museum's gravity just vanish? Lucian looked down, then shook his head. No, the exhibits haven't moved. And that tissue on the floor hasn't either. This isn't gravity, it's affecting only the people inside the museum, making all of us float. After a quick, calm analysis, Lucian came to the conclusion without losing his composure like the others. So, what now? Ben drifted up and down in the air, staring at the Omnitrix on his wrist. He was already thinking about turning into Stinkfly to save everyone. At that moment, Grandpa Max frowned slightly, about to say something when his pupils suddenly shrank. At the museum's entrance, a strange figure stepped slowly inside. He was gaunt and pale, draped in a dark crimson robe. A necklace hung from his neck, inlaid with a glowing stone. In his hand, he held a grey wand shaped like an open bird's beak, as though it could unleash deadly magical energy at any moment. A chilling, sinister aura surrounded him. It was Hex. Lucian recognized him instantly. The man's power was formidable, especially when he possessed the charms of Bezel. The Archamata Book of Spells is mine now, Hex declared, striding straight toward the glass display case. Fatami Duf. He chanted an incantation, and the reinforced glass shattered instantly. Countless shards rained down like crystal raindrops, scattering across the museum's tiled floor. Seeing the intruder about to seize the tome, Ben clenched his fists and shouted, "Freak! I'm not letting you steal the Makamaka Archamata Book of Spells." "It's the Archamata Book of Spells," Gwen sighed helplessly. "Whatever? He's not leaving here today." Ben slammed down on the Omnitrix. Thud! A burst of eerie green light flashed, instantly drawing Hex's attention. Meta waits. Hex raised his grey wand high, chanting an ancient, obscure spell that echoed through the entire museum. Whoosh! As the final syllable fell, a powerful wind surged in all directions, dispelling the levitation magic over everyone in the building. The crowd hanging in the air suddenly plummeted like falling dumplings, crashing toward the hard tile floor below. Screams erupted everywhere. The roaring wind shrieked in their ears, striking fear deep into their hearts. From this height nearly 2 stories, anyone landing headfirst would be doomed. Among the falling crowd was Ben, who had just transformed into Upgrade. His gelatinous body stretched outward, wrapping Gwen and Grandpa Max in his embrace. Enveloping them completely, he morphed into a black and green sphere, hurtling toward the ground. He had intended to turn into XLR8, but his faulty Omnitrix had other ideas. Now he was Upgrade, unable to protect everyone else. At this critical moment, he could only focus on shielding those closest to him. Just as the crowd was about to hit the ground, a blue blur swept past above them, wings spread wide, releasing a surge of icy air. Whoosh! From Big Chill's mouth burst a torrent of freezing air that condensed beneath the falling crowd, forming a vast, crystalline curtain of ice. It spread like a dreamlike blue galaxy, instantly dispelling the museum's stifling heat as a cool wind swept across the hall. Amid the chorus of terrified screams, panicked visitors slid down the glittering sheet of ice and landed safely on the ground. Thanks to the icy curtain's cushioning effect, most escaped with nothing worse than minor sprains, a far better outcome than the carnage that could have been. But when they spotted the terrifying sorcerer and the blue moth-like creature hovering above, screams rang out again. Chaos erupted as people scattered in all directions, scrambling for the museum's exit. Upgrade reverted to human form and released the two trapped inside the sphere. Gwen gasped for air, panting. "Geez, doofus, I almost suffocated in there. But, thanks." Grandpa Max caught his breath, his eyes narrowing as he turned toward Lucian and Hex locked in combat. His expression grew tense. "Ben, go help your cousin." He glanced around, spotted a sword in an exhibit case, drew it out, and let a faint smile tug at his lips. High above, Big Chill floated in the air, exhaling a wave of icy breath. The frost-laden air surged forward, carrying a cutting chill as it hurtled toward Hex. "Birdie Mordonata." As the words rang out, Hex raised his grey, bird-beak-shaped wand. The charm stone on his chest blazed to life, unleashing a torrent of roaring flame from the wand's tip. The scorching fire met the freezing air head-on. Whoosh! One side blazed with searing flames, the other shimmered with piercing cold. The collision unleashed a shockwave that rippled through the air, whipping the curtains wildly like frenzied witches in a storm. The violent blast shattered the glass display cases below, sending shards scattering across the floor in glittering showers. Big Chill beat his wings harder, amplifying the freezing gusts until they overpowered Hex's flames. The icy blast swallowed the fire completely and shot straight toward the sorcerer. Hero time. Upgrade appeared below them. From the green circle on his head, a beam of energy erupted, blasting Hex backward and slamming him into the window frame of the museum. Perfect chance? Seeing the opening, Big Chill unleashed another surge of cold, like an enraged ice dragon, trying to freeze Hex solid. But the floor tiles near Hex suddenly lifted and stacked themselves in front of him, barely blocking the attack. Crack. Dozens of tiles froze solid under the biting cold and shattered to pieces as they hit the floor, scattering like broken glass. Hex rose to his feet. Among the charms of bezel hanging on his chest, one pendant glowed brightly, its golden surface etched with complex runes. The charm of levitation. Big Chill's eyes narrowed. So that was how Hex had suspended everyone in the museum earlier. Water Dragon Soul. Gwen stood her ground, unflinching before the sinister mage. She chanted a water magic incantation and raised her hand, summoning a fierce dragon of swirling water vapor that roared and lunged toward Hex. Ancient water magic? Fascinating. Hex sneered, then said coldly, but compared to my clever niece, you're still far behind. He slammed his wand against the ground. Thud. A radiant purple barrier erupted around him, swirling with shimmering light and dense magical energy. The water dragon crashed against the barrier, rippling it with force before dissolving into mist that slowly faded into nothing. Is that all you've got? Hex sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. And me. A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Unnoticed, Grandpa Max had quietly slipped up behind Hex. Raising the legendary sword, he swung it with all his strength at his opponent. The magnificent blade gleamed brilliantly, its sharp edge exuding an air of royal authority as it came crashing down on the purple barrier. Snap! A crisp sound echoed through the hall as the ancient sword shattered cleanly. It failed to even stir a ripple before breaking into two useless chunks of metal that clattered onto the cold floor. Guess museum artifacts aren't always genuine. Grandpa Max turned and bolted, his movements surprisingly quick for someone his age. Hex's face darkened. He raised his wand, unleashing a bolt of crimson energy that shot out like a venomous serpent, lashing viciously toward Grandpa Max's back. Grandpa! Gwen shouted anxiously. Whoosh! A sharp blast of frigid air swept across the path of the crimson magic, instantly shattering it into countless wisps of vapor that rose and dissipated into the air. At the same moment, Upgrade arrived on the scene. He glanced around, but there wasn't a single machine nearby to merge with. After all, this was a museum. Oh, damn it. Upgrade scratched his head in frustration, then fired twin emerald lasers from his eyes. The beams cut through the air and struck directly at Hex. But even this failed to penetrate Hex's barrier, only sending out a wave of rippling energy. I'll handle this. Big Chill's body dissolved into a shimmering blue silhouette that flickered rapidly as he shot toward Hex. Verdi Mordonata. Hex raised his grey wand. The charm of fire on his chest blazed to life, erupting in a torrent of fierce crimson flames that surged menacingly toward his foe. Yet the fiery wave passed straight through Big Chill's intangible form. Unfazed, the spectral alien radiated an even colder aura. Under Hex's horrified gaze, Big Chill phased directly through the purple barrier. How is this possible? Hex exclaimed, preparing to chant another spell. But before he could, Big Chill was already in front of him. The ghostly figure dove into his body, and in the next instant, ice began to crystallize from within, spreading rapidly outward. In mere moments, Hex, frozen in shock, was encased in crystal clear ice. Under the ancient lamplight, his form gleamed with a sinister, chilling light. "'Cuz, you're amazing? You took down that evil wizard in one move." Gwen's wide, sparkling eyes were filled with awe and excitement. At the same time, curiosity flickered within her. This new alien hero not only had the power to phase through matter but could also control formidable ice. With this alien on their side, catching Ghost Freak next time might finally be possible. Upgrade stepped forward, studying the motionless Hex trapped within the ice sculpture. He smirked. "Buddy, next time you borrow books, remember to visit the library." Sizzle. Suddenly, the charm of fire pendant on Hex's chest flared to life, blazing with golden light. Intense flames burst forth, melting through the layers of ice encasing his body. The crystals dissolved into droplets of water that splashed onto the cold stone floor. "You brat, daring to speak so arrogantly." As he spoke, Hex lifted his beak-shaped wand, drawing fiery energy from the air in a violent surge. Verdi Mordonata. With the incantation, a monstrous bull made of fire materialized before them. Its blood-red eyes glared fiercely, twin horns jutting from its massive head, its colossal body radiating unbearable heat. "Weirdo, let the great hero teach you a lesson." A green laser burst from the circle on Upgrade's head, scorching the air as it shot straight toward the enemy. "Is that so? Then let me see what you can do," Hex sneered, flicking his wand. "Moo!" The flaming bull charged forward, its bell-sized eyes overflowing with molten red fire. Despite its size, it moved with terrifying speed, like a blazing locomotive, and roared as it collided head-on with the laser beam. Whoosh! The searing green beam pierced through the bull's fiery body without resistance, continuing its assault toward Hex himself. Hex slammed his grey staff into the ground, conjuring a purple protective shield before him. The raging laser struck it like a furious dragon, cracking it with a web of fractures before the beam finally dispersed into the rising heat. By now, the ferocious fire bull had already stormed toward the stunned upgrade. Ben, get out of the way, Grandpa Max shouted. But it was too late. Though enormous, the bull's speed was blinding. Just as the flaming horns were about to impale Upgrade, a blue figure appeared before him, blocking the attack. "Cuz," Upgrade muttered, his eyes flickering. Facing the raging beast, Big Chill exhaled a torrent of icy breath. The frigid air condensed midair into a massive pillar of ice, thick as a tree trunk, which came crashing down on the bull's head. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed as the fiery bull slammed into the ice pillar. Its sharp horns snapped instantly, and the freezing pillar laden with biting cold drove straight through its body, piercing it completely. Midair, Big Chill clenched his hand, and the enormous pillar exploded. The fire bull was torn apart in an instant, scattering flaming fragments and shards of ice that rained down like glittering snow. Awesome! Upgrade couldn't help but exclaim. That move was incredible, way cooler than mine. "Cuz, you're amazing? You just took out that giant fire bull," Gwen said in astonishment, her emerald eyes reflecting the flickering dance of ice and flame. "Nice work, Lucian," Grandpa Max added with a rare smile, giving a thumbs up. He didn't hand out praise often. "Damn it, what kind of monster are you?" Hex growled, his voice tight with frustration. "Are you talking about yourself?" Big Chill replied coldly before shifting into his spectral form. A blue humanoid silhouette flared into being, its ethereal wings fluttering like those of a butterfly from an icy realm, as it darted swiftly toward Hex. Panicking, Hex raised his grey wand and conjured several multicolored barriers before him, layer upon layer stacked together, desperately trying to block the approaching phantom. To defeat Lucian, Hex unleashed every spell he knew, summoning protective enchantments without restraint, anything to stop the assault. But Big Chill, existing in another dimension, was untouchable. His ghostly form phased through Hex's walls of defense with ease, closing the distance between them in an instant. "Wait, I've done nothing to you." Before Hex could finish, Big Chill's spectral form dove into his body, unleashing a torrent of bone-chilling cold that froze him solid in an instant. Within seconds, Hex was encased in ice, his expression frozen in shock, mouth agape as if still trying to speak. Sizzle! A searing hiss cut through the silence. From the fiery pendant on Hex's chest, blazing heat erupted, melting the ice outward from his torso. The intense temperature scorched a gaping hole through the frost, the melting rapidly spreading across his body. In just 2 seconds, Hex had freed his upper half. His dark crimson robe was soaked through, clinging to him like the feathers of a drenched bird. He was about to speak when Big Chill's fist smashed straight into his face. Hex screamed, his body flung backward with tremendous force before crashing hard into the wall. At the same time, the charm of bezel around his neck jolted violently, and one of the small glowing stones detached, tumbling into the cold wind. 5 charm stones, one now missing from the center. Slamming into the wall, Hex's face throbbed with pain, too dazed to notice the missing charm. But Big Chill wasn't about to give him a moment's rest. The alien exhaled another wave of freezing air that condensed midair into a storm of icy spears. Each spear gleamed like crystal, slicing through the air with a vicious chill as they shot toward Hex like striking serpents. Ignoring the ache in his body, Hex raised his birdbeak staff once again. Bellum Akaro Mazara. The moment the spell was spoken, 2 massive grey-white hands burst out from the wall behind him. Twisting like giant serpents, they lunged forward, roaring as they reached for the icy spears. Boom! The glittering ice spears collided head-on with the pale stone arms. The impact shattered both into a spray of shards and dust, scattering a glittering storm of ice and stone that drifted slowly to the ground. As the glow faded from the charm on Hex's chest, Big Chill's gaze hardened. His voice was low and rough. "That's a transformation spell." The transformation spell could freely alter the form of objects and completely control their movement. Just moments ago, Hex had used its power to turn the wall into those enormous arms. While Big Chill analyzed the situation, Upgrade had already charged forward. He clenched his metallic fist tight, the surface rippling like liquid steel, then drove it hard into Hex's abdomen. "You're finished, Mr. Mage." Buzz! In an instant, a surge of purple energy burst from Hex's body, blasting the overconfident Upgrade backward. He smashed through several exhibits, sending glass and debris flying, before finally crashing to the floor and lying motionless amid the wreckage. "Ben!" Grandpa Max shouted, sprinting toward him. "Bertie Mordonata." Hex incanted again, channeling the power of the charm of fire. A torrent of scorching flames erupted from his wand, roaring straight toward Grandpa Max and the fallen Upgrade. Seeing this, Gwen stepped forward without hesitation. Raising her hands, she summoned a translucent bubble of shimmering water that enveloped them both. Crackle! Blazing crimson flames lashed like the tongues of a demon dragon, furiously striking against the soft water barrier, threatening to swallow it whole. Gwen gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead as she poured every bit of her magic into holding it back. Steam rose from the water's surface, devoured by the raging flames that were closing in fast. It wouldn't last much longer. Hex chanted louder, his voice echoing as the fire grew even more intense. His magic far outclassed Gwen's. If not for water's natural advantage over fire, she would have already fallen. Such powerful magic. Gwen's brows furrowed, her slender arms trembling as she struggled to keep the barrier stable. Just as she was about to collapse, Big Chill arrived. With one mighty flap of his wings, an icy mist burst forth, instantly smothering the dragon-shaped blaze. "Thanks." Cuz. Gwen sighed in relief, her arms falling limp as exhaustion overtook her. Her eyes rolled back, and she crumpled to the ground, completely unconscious. Big Chill caught her and swiftly dodged a stone spear hurled from behind. In a flash, he appeared in a corner of the museum. At the same time, Upgrade, his systems fully recovered, stood up and carefully set Grandpa Max aside. He moved to stand beside Big Chill, both of them upright and steady as they faced the evil Hex. Hex's expression was cold, his pitch-black eyes fixed on them. I've already claimed the Archamata Book of Spells, he said icily. Once I master it, I'll unlock the full power of the Keystone of Bezel. When that time comes, I'll return to finish you both. With that, the runes on Hex's talisman glowed, lifting him into the air as he turned toward the window. Upgrade's eyes flared, firing a fierce green laser that roared toward him. Thud! In an instant, a violet shield flared behind Hex, easily deflecting the blast. Without slowing, he continued to soar away. Clatter! Big Chill launched a ranged attack, freezing the open window into a solid curtain of blue ice that shimmered like a frozen waterfall, cutting off Hex's escape. Hex raised his grey wand. From its birdbeak tip shot dozens of fiery needles thin, fast, and deadly aimed at both of them. Oh, great! Upgrade glanced around quickly, then melted into a pool of metallic liquid, merging with a nearby chute of paladin armor. He fired sweeping green lasers to block the storm of fire needles. Big Chill, unfazed, shifted into his phantom form, letting the flames pass harmlessly through him as he surged forward, wrapped in an aura of biting cold. Hex's lips curved slightly, as if expecting this. Bite Disca, he chanted. The charms on his chest burst into radiant golden light. Boom! The ground beneath the museum trembled violently as 5 towering stone golems erupted from below. Each stood 5 meters tall, eyes glowing crimson, jagged fangs bared, their pitch-black bodies swirling with thick, sinister magic. The moment they appeared, they let out deafening roars, smashing the floor beneath them as they charged straight toward Grandpa Max and Gwen in the corner. Ben, hold them off. Big Chill turned his head. But before he could finish, the Omnitrix on Upgrade's body began to flicker. A blinding red light erupted, and he reverted to Ben's original form. Oh, man, this is so uncool. Ben looked down at the Omnitrix trapped in the red screen. You lousy watch, what planet are you even from? Seeing Ben restored, Big Chill's heart sank. He turned to face Hex. Hex let out a cold snort, a smug smile curling his lips. Whether to chase me or save them, that's your call. With those words, Hex shattered the frozen window and flew out without looking back. Ding! Alien hacker mission triggered. Rescue the dying Grandpa Max and Gwen to obtain a random enhancement effect. How despicable, Big Chill growled hoarsely, turning to charge at the ferocious stone golems. Meanwhile, in a corner, Grandpa Max scooped up Gwen and tried to flee, but 5 stone golems surrounded him, blocking every path. Though he had plenty of combat experience, he was just an ordinary man without weapons. Faced with these supernatural creatures, he could do nothing. Grandpa, Ben, now back to normal, showed no fear even against these massive magical beings. He grabbed a sword from the ground and swung it with all his strength at one of their legs. Clang! The blade, though seemingly sharp, only struck sparks off the stone golem's body, leaving no mark. One of the golems swung its enormous, rock-solid fist down toward Grandpa Max like a collapsing mountain. Grandpa Max, holding the unconscious Gwen, quickly rolled aside, narrowly escaping the blow. Boom! The golem's punch, carrying mountain-splitting force, smashed a gaping hole through the thick wall. Rubble flew and dust billowed through the air. Seeing their target trying to flee, the 5 monstrous golems raised their arms high, power surging through them as they slammed down together with earth-shaking force. Just as it seemed the two would be crushed, despair filled Grandpa Max's eyes. After decades of battles across the galaxy, was this really how he would die at the hands of these nobodies? Ben kept slashing wildly, but the golem's stone bodies were too hard, their attack unstoppable. At that critical moment, a blue phantom streaked past like a noble ice spirit, ghostly weaving through the golem's bodies. Crack, crack, crack. Within seconds, the ferocious golems were frozen solid by the icy aura emanating from Big Chill, turning into 5 colossal ice sculptures. The scene was breathtaking, but the golems' raw strength was immense. Their fists clenched as they struggled to break free from the ice. Big Chill let out a cold snort, tapped the Omnitrix on his chest, and transformed into a rapidly spinning yellow metal sphere. He dove straight down, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, crashing into the stone golems below like a blazing storm. Boom, boom, boom. With explosive impact, the 5 golems were shattered to pieces by the spinning yellow sphere. Black stones and ice fragments scattered across the shattered ground. After destroying the golems, the yellow sphere slowed its rotation, stopped, and stood upright, transforming into a chubby, giant fat bear. Its plump body had exceptionally thick limbs. Except for its hard, golden yellow back, the rest of it was grayish-white. What an amazing alien. It can transform into a giant iron ball and roll around, smashing the stone man into pieces? I'll call you Cannonbolt. Ben touched its belly and found it surprisingly soft. Cannonbolt rested its chin thoughtfully. Not a bad name. I approve. Beneath its hard shell, Cannonbolt's interior was remarkably soft. During combat, it would curl into a yellow sphere, spinning at high speed to deliver lethal blows through sheer kinetic force. At that moment, Gwen's eyelids fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Grandpa Max gently lowered her from his arms and carefully supported her. Gwen, how are you feeling? He asked with concern, his gray hair glinting under the light. I'm fine, Gwen shook her head. Just drained too much magic. A good sleep will fix it. Her gaze then swept over the wrecked surroundings. Craters pocked the floor, and huge holes gaped in the walls. It looked as though a terrifying monster had just rampaged through. What happened? I must have missed something, Gwen murmured, dazed. Geek, Lucian saved you. Shouldn't you say something? Ben spread his hands helplessly. Then, Grandpa Max recounted everything that had happened, including the terrifying stone golems. After hearing her grandfather's words, Gwen's face turned pink. She quickly thanked Lucian and threw her arms around him in a tight hug. Thank you, cuz. You're the best, she said, holding him close. Lucian smiled and gently patted her back. It's nothing. Grandpa saved you first. If he hadn't carried you out of the way, I might not have arrived in time. Thank you, Grandpa, Gwen said, her eyes glistening as she looked up at her kind-hearted grandfather. Then she buried her face against Lucian's chest again, holding him tightly and refusing to let go. Ding successfully rescued Grandpa Max and Gwen. Obtained random enhancement effect. Big Chill, greatly enhances control over cold energy. Can transform into various animals and plants to attack targets. Note, not merely mimicking a creature's shape but embodying its essence, allowing attacks that carry its natural abilities. Lucian paused, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. This ability surpassed even Diamond Head's weaponization. In essence, the creatures formed by Big Chill weren't just hollow shapes. For example, if cold energy took the form of a bull, a simple imitation would charge forward stiffly. But with both form and spirit, it could gallop with powerful legs and unleash a true bull's charge. Similarly, if Big Chill condensed into a python, it wouldn't just slam into its enemies, it could open its sharp fangs and viciously bite down. In short, every construct formed from cold energy could attack with the same characteristics as the life form it represented. Of course, that didn't mean Diamond Head was weaker than Big Chill. After a 25% enhancement in crystal hardness, Diamond Head's crystals were far tougher than Big Chill's ice, giving him greater defense and destructive power. If Diamond Head's crystals could do this too, how powerful would he be? Lucian murmured to himself. He imagined a crystal rhinoceros charging at full speed. What a terrifying sight that would be. Right now, he could form a flawless rhinoceros, but it couldn't move. It was still just a lifeless construct. Its crystal limbs were immobile, its power limited and impractical. More effort than reward. Turning it into a weapon was far more useful. Just as the group was about to leave the museum, Ben's sharp eyes caught something. He crouched down and picked up a stone from the rubble. It was dull yellow, etched with intricate patterns. At first glance, it didn't look special at all, just like a cheap trinket from a street stall. Whoa, look what I found. Ben's eyes widened, then drooped as he sighed in disappointment. Just a useless rock. What a waste of my excitement. He started to toss it away. Hold on. Lucian stopped him, taking the stone from his hand as his gaze sharpened. This is a charm of luck. After a moment of careful inspection, he spoke slowly. Cuz, what does it do? Gwen asked curiously. Whoever wears the charm of luck becomes incredibly fortunate, like being possessed by a luck king, Lucian said with a faint smile. What's a luck king? Can you eat it? Ben scratched his head in confusion. Doofus, cuz means someone with amazing luck, Gwen said confidently, though she wasn't exactly sure herself what a luck king was supposed to be. This seems to belong to that evil wizard. Grandpa Max stroked his chin, frowning slightly. Items of unknown origin shouldn't be used. They could have side effects. Relax, Grandpa. That wizard looked pretty tough to me. Not nearly as scary as you think, Ben shrugged. But if that evil wizard was wearing the charm of luck, why wasn't he lucky? He seemed pretty normal to me, Gwen said, puzzled. Maybe he couldn't draw out its power. Everyone's body works differently, Lucian said with a knowing smile, handing the charm of luck to Gwen. In the original timeline, Hex indeed couldn't use the charm of luck's power, but for some reason, Gwen could. Lucian guessed it was due to the energy within her, allowing her to fully unlock the amulet's magic. Gazing at the charm in her hand, Gwen's eyes lit up in surprise. Cool? Is this a gift from you, cuz? Yes. Only you can bring out its true potential, Lucian nodded. Thank you, cuz. Gwen said excitedly, clutching the precious charm close, clearly unwilling to part with it. Before long, the group left the ravaged museum, just before the city enforcement team arrived. Late that night, inside a decaying, dust-covered house, Hex strode quickly to a rickety wooden chair and sat down without hesitation. His face glowed with excitement as he pulled an ancient book from his cloak. The Archamata Book of Spells. His eyes gleamed. With this, I can finally unleash the full power of the charms of Bezel. He eagerly flipped to the pages describing the pendant chain and began chanting the ancient incantation with fervor. The strange, archaic symbols echoed through the empty, decaying room. Sizzle! A brilliant golden light erupted from Hex's charms of Bezel, dazzling and radiant, as if a divine miracle had descended from the heavens. But just as his excitement peaked, the once blazing charms of Bezel suddenly dimmed without warning, fading like the last light of dusk. No. Hex looked down and froze. One of the pendants was missing. My charm of luck. Where did it go? His bloodshot eyes widened with fury, his expression twisting into madness. Without the complete charms of Bezel, he couldn't channel the supreme magic. I know. Hex snarled, slamming his fist down and shattering the wooden table before him. It must have been those museum brats. They stole my pendant during the fight. Just you wait, you alien freaks. The next morning, golden sunlight spread softly across the basketball court as a cool breeze swept through, refreshing and clear. The rust bucket was parked nearby. After leaving the museum yesterday, everyone had come here to rest and recover. Early in the morning, Ben ran over to Lucian's bed with a basketball in his arms. "Cuz, let's go play. It's such a nice day. Play ball." Lucian, still half asleep, perked up instantly. "Let's go. I'm in." Ever since arriving in this world, he hadn't played basketball once. Back home, he had been a key player on his high school team. He loved the game. Even between classes, during 10-minute breaks, he'd drag his friends out to the court for a few quick shots. The court was empty at dawn, so Lucian and Ben didn't need to wait for a team. They began shooting right away. "Watch me." Ben gritted his teeth, gripping the ball to his chest before hurling it forward with all his strength. Thud. The ball slammed hard against the backboard and rebounded instantly, landing neatly in Lucian's hands. "Ben, that's not how you play basketball." Lucian smiled lightly, spinning the ball on his fingertip. "Your shooting form matters. It's easier to fix it now than later." Watching the ball spin perfectly, Ben's eyes lit up. "Cuz, teach me. I wanna play like you." Over the next half hour, Lucian patiently corrected Ben's shooting form and taught him how to dribble. As he guided Ben, he gradually regained his old rhythm: the ball control, the fluid movement, the precision in every shot. "Looks fun. Can I join?" Gwen walked over, a simple, ancient-looking pendant hanging from her neck. Seeing her, Lucian passed her the ball with a smile. "Gwen, take a shot." Gwen's face flushed as she began dribbling, but her inexperience quickly showed. The ball slipped from her hands again and again. "All right, just give it a try," Lucian said, barely holding back a laugh. Ben smirked at the sight. "Relax, that nerd's not making a shot. She looks like she couldn't lift a chicken." "Doofus? I'm a karate master," Gwen huffed, tossing the ball in defiance. But she was too far from the hoop, and with just one hand, the ball didn't even reach the two-point line before diving straight toward the ground. Woof. Out of nowhere, a playful golden retriever broke free from its leash, sprinting under the falling ball. With a strong leap, it headbutted the ball back into the air straight toward the hoop. Swish! The ball traced a perfect arc and dropped cleanly through the net. "Oh yeah? Who's the best?" Gwen cheered, grinning triumphantly at her cousin. Ben's jaw nearly hit the floor. "No way, that actually went in? Total dumb luck." Even Lucian was stunned. The effect of that charm was unbelievable. He noticed the charm of luck around Gwen's neck glowing faintly with golden light. It looked truly magical. "That was just luck," Ben muttered, refusing to believe it. He glared at the smug Gwen. "If you're so good, do it again." Gwen snorted. "Doofus, watch and learn." She stepped back to the three-point line, turning her back to the hoop. A backward three-pointer? Lucian's eyes narrowed. Scoring from that range wasn't hard, but hitting it backward? That took impossible precision. Holding the ball in one hand, Gwen flicked it powerfully over her shoulder toward the hoop. Whoosh! A strange gust of wind swept across the court, slowing the ball's momentum. It started to drop, falling short, straight toward the one-point line. Just when it looked like a total miss, the golden retriever appeared again. Tongue lolling, it leapt up, bumping the ball skyward with its head. Whoosh! The ball ricocheted off the side of the rust bucket, bounced onto a nearby sun-dried mattress, then sprang upward, landing on an overhead cable. A sudden gust blew through, rolling the ball along the wire directly above the hoop. It dropped and swish! Perfectly through the basket again. Ben stood frozen, eyes bulging in disbelief. Is this even possible? How about that, Doofus? Gwen clapped her hands and laughed. "It was just luck," Ben said, waving it off, clearly refusing to admit defeat. "The power of that charm of luck is unreal," Lucian murmured to himself. Could using magic that strong really come without any side effects? Just then, Gwen yawned, looking a bit drowsy. "I'm getting sleepy again, cuz. You guys keep playing." With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out from nearby. "Help! Someone's stealing my purse." Everyone turned toward the voice. A fashionable middle-aged woman was sprinting after a group of young men, panic written across her face. About 5 or 6 of them stood together, their hair dyed in every color imaginable. They looked like a mismatched cartoon team. Piercings, skinny jeans, flashy outfits, the textbook definition of street punks. "Hero time!" Ben shouted, rushing behind the rust bucket. He slammed the Omnitrix, but no matter how hard he pressed, it wouldn't pop up. "Come on, you stupid watch." Meanwhile, Gwen, who had seen the robbery, had already dashed forward to block the thugs. Lucian tried to stop her, but she didn't hear him and charged straight ahead. With no other choice, Lucian ran to the rust bucket, pressed the Omnitrix, switched to an alien hero, and slammed his hand down. Thud! A flicker of green light flashed and quickly faded. He looked down at his tiny hands, then up at the rust bucket, which now seemed impossibly huge beside him. "Gray matter?" Gwen stood in front of the thugs, pointing at the designer bags in their hands. "Stealing other people's stuff is wrong. Give them back. Little girl, mind your own business. Yeah, get lost. Or you're gonna regret it." The group of thugs sneered, not taking the little girl seriously in the slightest. Gwen clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she tried to think of a way to snatch the bags back. One of the thugs, annoyed by the woman still chasing from behind, lifted the steel pipe in his hand and strode toward Gwen with a vicious glare. Get out of my way, kid. As he shouted, the silver steel pipe gleamed with a cold light, slicing through the air as it swung down toward her. Gwen reacted quickly, dodging to the side only for her foot to land squarely on a stray soy milk cup. Splat! A jet of warm, milky liquid burst out of the cup, splattering right across the nearby bun vendor's face. Startled, the vendor instinctively covered his cheek, only to burn his hand on the hot soy milk. With a pained grunt, he lashed out, kicking the bun cart in front of him with full force. Thud! The iron cart loaded with steaming buns shot forward with terrifying speed, its four wheels spinning wildly as it barreled straight ahead. The thug who had attacked Gwen was hit squarely by the cart, sent flying through the air before crashing to the ground in a heap, completely motionless. Gwen blinked in surprise, then looked down at the charm of luck around her neck. It was glowing again, golden light shimmering across its surface. Cool. The remaining thugs exchanged uneasy looks before their faces twisted in rage. They charged at her together, eyes filled with malice. Damn brat! You hurt my buddy. You're dead. Don't get cocky just because you got lucky. As the thugs surrounded her, Gwen straightened her stance, a confident smile tugging at her lips. Come on, then. Let's see how unlucky you can get. Watch this, the red-haired thug snarled, baring his teeth as he swung a powerful punch at her. The air whistled from the sheer force of it. Gwen's eyes flickered, and she prepared to dodge. But before the thug even reached her, his foot slipped out from under him. He stumbled backward, landing hard on his rear with a loud thud, his face twisting in agony. The sight left Grey Matter, who had been watching from a short distance, completely dumbfounded. Looks like I don't even need to get involved, he muttered, standing at the edge of the basketball court with a shrug. Thud! Suddenly, a flash of green light burst from behind him. Roar! A fierce, beastly roar echoed overhead. Grey Matter looked up to see a massive, fiery red creature soaring past, blocking out the golden morning sun. Wild Mutt. Grey Matter scratched his head and sat cross-legged on the ground. With the charm of luck and Ben transformed into Wild Mutt, taking down a few street punks was hardly a problem. After transforming, Lucian felt his mind working sharper and faster, his thoughts clear and composed more rational than ever. By now, only 4 thugs were left standing. The other 2 were already out of commission. Damn it, you witch, the blue-haired thug growled, eyes flashing with rage. He hurled the broadsword in his hand and charged straight at Gwen. Gwen froze, stunned. She had never faced such a deadly weapon before. The charm of luck hanging from her neck shimmered faintly with golden light. Roar! Just as the sharp blade was about to strike her, Wild Mutt lunged forward. With a powerful bite, he clamped down on the whistling weapon and landed firmly on all fours, turning to face the remaining thugs. Roar! The deafening roar, combined with Wild Mutt's savage appearance, sent the rest of the thugs scrambling. They grabbed their injured friends and bolted, too terrified to look back. Gwen noticed the Omnitrix symbol on Wild Mutt's arm and instantly recognized him as Ben. Lucian's transformations always had the emblem on his chest. Nice work. Gwen patted Wild Mutt's fur, as if giving a dog an approving head rub. Feeling the odd gesture, Wild Mutt growled playfully and kicked up a storm of dust and sand, covering Gwen's face completely. You doofus, she coughed, waving her hands helplessly as the dust made her choke. Wild Mutt grinned smugly, then dashed off toward the rust bucket with long, powerful strides. But just as he reached the road, the roar of an engine split the air. A purple Lamborghini came barreling down the street, tearing through the air at breakneck speed and heading straight for Wild Mutt's side. Clearly, the car was way over the speed limit. Wild Mutt's eyes widened. He sprang upward like a coiled spring, leaping high into the air. Almost at the same moment, the Lamborghini thundered past below, its wind pressure slashing across Wild Mutt's face, stinging his skin. Watch out, came Grey Matter's sharp voice from nearby. Boom! Before Wild Mutt could even land properly, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slammed into him from the side. He was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, tumbling across the ground before finally crashing into the grassy median. Shaking his head, Wild Mutt got back on his feet, growled lowly, and took off running back toward the rust bucket. Ben! Gwen shouted, dashing across the road to chase after him. Grey Matter, still sitting by the basketball court, shrugged and tapped the Omnitrix on his chest. A flash of green light burst out as his small body swelled like a balloon, transforming into XLR-8. Swish! Moving as light as the wind, XLR-8 turned into a blue streak, arriving inside the rust bucket in the blink of an eye. He tapped the Omnitrix lightly again, reverting to his human form Lucian. A few seconds later, Wild Mutt came running back, with Gwen sprinting close behind. By that time, Grandpa Max was already up, preparing a protein-rich breakfast. His expression was kind, a gentle smile crossing his face now and then. When Lucian and the others get back from basketball, they'll be starving, he chuckled. Perfect timing to try my riceworm sandwiches. Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him. His face hardened as his hand instinctively reached for his waist only to find it empty. He sighed softly and turned around only to see Lucian standing there. Lucian, back already? Grandpa Max blinked in surprise. Where are Ben and Gwen? They're right behind me. No sooner had he spoken than a low growl from Wild Mutt and Gwen's shouting came from outside. Moments later, the two burst into the RV. Ben, Gwen, what happened? Grandpa asked, puzzled. Gwen quickly explained everything that had just happened. That was too dangerous, Gwen, Grandpa said sternly. You can't be so reckless next time. You're just a little girl. Relax, Grandpa. I'm the lucky girl, Gwen said with a light laugh. Oh yeah? Miss Lucky here nearly got me run over, Ben grumbled, crossing his arms in irritation. Gwen huffed. That's what you get for teasing me. Karma's real. Lucian spoke up calmly. It seems the charm of Luck's power is unpredictable for now, at least, we can't control it. When they fought the thugs earlier, Ben's Omnitrix had jammed, and Lucian had been forced into his weakest form, grey matter. If that had happened in a real battle, it could have been fatal. Lucian suspected that the charm of Luck didn't create fortune on its own. Instead, it absorbed the luck of those nearby and redirected it toward its wearer. While it greatly benefited the one who wore it, it drained the fortune of everyone around them, potentially causing dangerous consequences. All right, kids, enough of that for now, Grandpa said, waving his hand dismissively. Let's eat breakfast first. These riceworm sandwiches are one of a kind, can't find them anywhere else. Grandpa set a tray of his special sandwiches on the table. Between the bread layers squirmed a dense cluster of white rice worms, writhing non-stop enough to make Lucian's scalp prickle. Oh man, gross. Ben grimaced in horror. Grandpa, I'm not hungry. Maybe later. Same here, Gwen added quickly. She'd rather face down dangerous villains than eat anything Grandpa cooked. Grandpa's expression darkened instantly, just as he was about to speak. ZZZZT. A faint crackle came from the Rust Bucket's radio, followed by a male news reporter's voice. Strange things happen every year, but this year's especially bizarre. Breaking news: an old, famous haunted house in the city is reportedly experiencing real paranormal activity. Over a dozen tourists are trapped inside, unable to escape. Local authorities have already arrived to assist in rescue efforts. We'll keep you updated as the story develops. Ben's eyes gleamed mischievously as he raised his wrist. Hero time. Let's move out, Grandpa said without hesitation, sliding into the driver's seat and firing up the engine. And me too. Gwen paused, then turned and ran back to her little wardrobe. Moments later, she slipped into the bathroom carrying a bundle of something. That dweeb, what's she up to now? Ben muttered, shrugging as he tore open a bag of Sumo Slammer's cereal. About half an hour later, the Rust Bucket pulled up to their destination. The ancient mansion loomed before them, radiating an eerie, bone-chilling presence even from afar. No wonder it was known as the city's most haunted house. It stood 6 stories tall, roughly 20 meters high, with pale walls draped in dead, yellowed ivy that clawed across the surface like demonic fingers reaching for their prey. Outside the gates, a heavily armed squad of law enforcement officers stood ready to breach the mansion. Suddenly, a beam of crimson light shot out from inside, striking the 2 demon statues flanking the entrance. In an instant, the stone figures came alive, their eyes igniting with blood-red light as they spread razor-sharp claws and lunged at the officers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Startled officers unleashed a storm of yellow laser fire, bullets flying like rain. But the barrage merely bounced off. Their attacks might as well have been tickling the demons. One of the statues, a goat-faced demon with a humanoid body, leapt into the crowd like a wolf among sheep, tearing through the ranks in a brutal frenzy. Within moments, over a dozen officers had fallen. Completely outmatched, the remaining squad retreated in disarray, calling for reinforcements. Once the 2 monstrous statues had cleared the area, they didn't pursue. Instead, they returned to their posts by the entrance, the red glow in their eyes fading as they froze once more into lifeless stone. Ben was the first out of the Rust Bucket, slamming down on the Omnitrix. Time for the heroes to make their entrance. Lucian and Grandpa Max followed behind. And me, came a confident, melodic voice from behind them. They turned and froze in surprise. At some point, Gwen had swapped her usual blue outfit for a sleek black combat suit. A half-mask covered the upper half of her face, and her poised stance carried the unmistakable aura of a modern-day warrior. Gwen, what's going on? Grandpa asked in confusion. Call me lucky girl, Grandpa. Gwen placed her hands on her hips, her voice brimming with confidence as she strode boldly toward the haunted mansion. The others exchanged glances then followed. Recalling the statues that had come to life earlier, Lucian suspected it was the work of the charms of Bezel. Hacks had to be inside. When they reached the doors, the 2 demon statues remained still, as though the group wasn't their target. Lucky girl pushed open the door, her eyes narrowing sharply. Inside the grand hall, terrified tourists were bound to stone pillars. 3 rock monsters guarded them, their stony faces twisted in hostility as they scanned the room. The tourists trembled, tears streaming down their faces. They wanted to scream for help but didn't dare make a sound, afraid of provoking the monstrous guards. Don't be afraid, everyone. Lucky girl is here to save you. Gwen's voice rang out firm and clear as she prepared to charge forward. A thin, shadowy figure appeared by the window. Lucian turned toward the sound, unsurprised by the arrival. Hex. You again, huh? Time for the great hero to give you a serious beating. Ben slammed his hand onto the Omnitrix after selecting an alien form. A flash of bright green light burst out. In the next instant, 4 arms launched forward like a fired cannonball, charging straight at Hex. Stop him. Hex barked, raising his staff and commanding the rock monsters to advance. They surged toward 4 arms, engaging him in a fierce brawl. At the same time, Lucian's body glowed with a ghostly green light as he transformed into Humongousaur. Just as he was about to charge at Hex, the sorcerer sneered. The charm on his chest pulsed violently before unleashing a crimson beam. It streaked past Humongousaur and struck the demon statues outside the door. Buzz? The once lifeless stone demons came alive, their eyes flaring red with murderous intent. With heavy, earth-shaking steps, they turned and stomped into the mansion. Go, tear him apart. Hex roared, waving his staff as he directed the two demons toward Humungusor. Meanwhile, Lucky Girl had silently crept up behind him. Her small fist clenched tight, she drew back her arm and swung with all her strength. But in an instant, Hex spun around with lightning speed as if he had eyes on his back and caught her by the wrist in a crushing grip. Little girl, he said coldly, his voice low and mocking, before absolute power, your tricks mean nothing, let go of me. Lucky Girl gasped, kicking frantically as she struggled to break free from Hex's grip. By sheer coincidence, her foot landed on a hidden trigger in the haunted house. The ancient bricks beneath them sank inward with a sharp crack. With a deafening rumble, the floor gave way. Countless chunks of stone and clouds of thick dust collapsed along with them, plunging both into the darkness below. As they fell, the charm of luck hanging at Gwen's chest flared to life, its glow surrounding her in a faint golden shimmer. By sheer fortune, every falling brick narrowly missed her, allowing her to land safely in a shadowy underground passage. Hex wasn't so lucky. A heap of heavy stones crashed down upon him, burying him completely under the rubble. Gwen looked up toward the hole above, planning to use the pile of rocks pinning Hex down as leverage to climb back up. But before she could move, threads of radiant gold light began seeping from the cracks in the debris. The evil sorcerer's breaking free, she exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucky Girl turned and sprinted deeper into the tunnel. Boom! The next instant, the massive stone pile exploded apart. From within the dust and rubble emerged a golden energy barrier, its surface shimmering faintly as it pulsed with dense magical power. Hex's face was dark with fury as he hovered inside the shield. His eyes flashed, and waves of raw mana surged outward, shattering every last piece of stone around him. Charm of luck, you will never escape me. Shrouded in a sinister purple glow, Hex rose from the debris and shot down the tunnel after her, determined to reclaim the pendant. Inside the haunted house above, rows of white candles lined the walls, their blue flames flickering like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. Grandpa Max moved quickly between the tall stone pillars, working deftly to free the terrified tourists bound there. The thrill-seekers, who had already given up hope, burst into tears of relief at the sight of their rescuers, thanking them over and over. But the moment their restraints were cut, they bolted for the exit, not daring to linger for fear of getting caught in the chaos of battle. 3 hulking rock monsters towered over the hall, their bodies etched with eerie purple markings. Each punch they threw carried immense power, making the very air wail with every swing. Ben, in his four-arms form, was caught in a grueling fight. He narrowly dodged one monster's blow, only for the other two to rush him together, locking him in a crushing hold. Their combined weight pressed down so hard he could barely breathe, forcing him to struggle just to stay standing. All right, you've officially made me mad. Four-Arms growled. He clenched his massive fists and swung with full force. The air cracked with the sound of impact as his red arms became blurs, battering the rock monster in front of him and driving it backward. Then he lunged sideways, grabbing another monster by the neck. With a brutal twist, he crushed it with a deafening crack. The golem's head flew free, its massive body convulsing twice before stiffening and collapsing to the cold stone floor. Now you know not to mess with me, losers. But before he could celebrate, another rock monster tackled him from behind, knocking him flat as they rolled across the ground, locked in another fierce struggle. Meanwhile, the battle between Humungusor and the demonic statues was reaching its climax. The towering alien's thick, brownish-yellow skin gleamed under the dim light as he moved, raw strength radiating from every motion. One of the demonic statues, its eyes blazing blood-red, lunged at him with razor-sharp claws. Humungusor roared and met it head-on, throwing a punch that collided squarely with its strike. Boom! The impact shattered the demon's claws instantly, the sheer force blasting apart its entire stone arm. Shards of rock and dust exploded through the air, scattering across the floor like a rain of gravel. Roar! The demon statue bellowed in rage, baring its jagged fangs as it clamped its massive hands onto Humungusor's shoulders, lunging to bite at his neck. In that instant, Humungusor spotted its opening. Its chest and abdomen were completely exposed. Just as the demon's fangs were about to sink into him, its entire body froze, trembling violently. From the back of its chest, a thick, powerful arm burst through. Humungusor's brute strength had punched clean through its body, leaving a gaping hole straight through its core. Roar! Another demon statue swooped down, leaping high into the air like a hunting hawk diving toward its prey. Humungusor grabbed the corpse of the first demon and hurled it upward with tremendous force. Boom! The two collided midair with a thunderous crash, shattering into a rain of stone shards that scattered across the hall, crumbling into dust beneath the eerie blue glow of the ghostly flames. With the demon statues destroyed, Humungusor turned and saw that Four-Arms was still in the middle of a brutal fight. 2 hulking rock monsters were trading relentless blows, their colossal fists hammering down on him from both sides. Humungusor's eyes hardened. He charged forward, swung his massive tail in a sweeping arc, and smashed one of the rock monsters into rubble, bringing the fight to a swift end. Oh man, these rock freaks are strong, Four-Arms muttered, scratching his head. Humungusor shook his. They're just strong, not skilled. You still need more battle experience. In terms of pure strength, these rock monsters were far weaker than the demon statues. Their huge size gave them brute force, but it came at the cost of speed. Slow, clumsy puppets with power but no finesse. Ben, still in his four-arms form, had been too focused on overpowering them directly. Going head-to-head against 3 tireless, pain-immune golems naturally left him struggling. Looks like Gwen's gone down the tunnel. Grandpa Max stood beside the collapsed opening, his expression grim. That evil sorcerer went after her. Then we'd better move fast, Gwen's in danger. Without another word, Grandpa Max jumped down into the dark tunnel below. Humongousaur and Four Arms exchanged a glance, then sprinted forward and leapt in after him. In the cold, silent tunnel below, a tense chase was already unfolding. Lucky Girl, half her face hidden behind a black mask, moved quietly through the shadows. Her dark combat suit blended almost perfectly with the walls around her. The passage was dim, lit only by the faint flicker of scattered candles. Gwen breathed heavily, eyes darting around as she searched for any possible exit. She knew she couldn't take Hex head-on. Her best chance was to find a way out and regroup with her cuz and the others. Biddy Botanaka. A familiar voice suddenly echoed from the wall beside her. Boom! Before Gwen could react, the stone wall exploded outward. The force of the blast threw her backward violently. From the dust stepped Hex, clutching his grey wand, flames flickering ominously around his body. Lucky Girl, he sneered, you can't escape me. He looked down at Gwen lying on the ground and began chanting an ancient incantation. With a low rumble, thick vines burst from the floor made entirely of stone. They twisted and writhed like serpents, lashing wildly in every direction. Under Hex's control, the stone vines shot toward Gwen all at once. Water Dragon Soul. In an instant, a roaring water dragon materialized in front of her, its serpentine form twisting and coiling as it surged forward to meet the storm of stone vines head-on.